Chapter 611. Sir Yang Dingtian, please understand that it is our freedom to act however we want. Even if you have no right to interfere, not to mention that you are not the leader of the hidden sect. First Madame Gongsun said, as for erasing the 7 refined lane, you think too highly of yourself and underestimate us. The 7 refined lane has never been afraid of anyone in the past few hundred years. Her words were half true and half false, but in the end, the 7 refined lane had never been afraid of anyone because their network was extremely wide. Almost all the young martial artists in the world were their admirers and worshippers. Yang Dingtian said, "Then, do you have the freedom to attack others and distort the truth?" First Madame Gongsun said, "Our show did not distort the truth or slander anyone. You think too much. If you insist on an explanation, then I can only say that this show is purely fictional. If there are similarities, it is purely a coincidence. But please do not feel guilty." "Understood," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. "Originally, I was still conflicted. Since you have no bottom line, then it will be easier for me to do things. Then we will wait for your methods." "Please leave," First Madame Gongsun said. Yang Dingtian left. All the important members of the Council of Light were in the small meeting room of the Central Capital Palace. There is only one topic today, and that is how to deal with the public opinion attacks from the 7 refined lane. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wanchou said, "Pavilion Master, how do you control this? Do you want them to stop slandering you, or do you want to teach them a lesson?" "I want the 7 refined lane to lose all standing and reputation, and then completely erase them from this world." Yang Dingtian said, "All right, since the sect master has this idea, we can do whatever we want." Qin Wanchou said, "Let's set a goal for the whole thing first. Our goal is to completely destroy the 7 refined lane. Not only do we want to completely destroy them, but we also want them to lose all standing and reputation." Yang Dingtian said, "Also, we want the battle to be as intense as possible and for as long as possible. Put all of Wu Yoming's attention on the battle against the 7 refined lane. We will build a new path under the guise of a new path and begin to reorganize the central continent." "Yes," Qin Wanchou said. "Compared to us, although Wu Yuming is in the dark, her strength is limited. If all their energy and resources are focused on the battle at the 7 refined lane, they won't be able to take care of anything else." Duan Rian frowned. "It's easy to destroy the 7 refined lane, but it's too difficult to ruin their reputation." Everyone nodded in agreement. Over the past few hundred years, the 7 refined lane's reputation had been too good. Not only were they artists, but they were also social activists and philanthropists. He traveled the world, gave alms and did good deeds, and built hundreds of orphanages. Not to mention, every woman in the 7 refined lane was as beautiful as a fairy and was the dream lover of almost everyone in the world. This was why First Madame Gongsun dared to say that the 7 refined lane had never truly feared anyone in the past few hundred years. Because no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't challenge a group of beauties and artists. You can't use force against them. Once you do, you'll be condemned by everyone. Therefore, the 7 refined lane was definitely a huge power in the primal chaos mainland that controlled public opinion. Not to mention, almost all the young martial artists in the world were fanatical fans of the beauties of the 7 refined lane. Therefore, it was too difficult to ruin the 7 refined lane's reputation. And it was too easy for them to ruin someone's reputation. Yang Dingtian said, "To deal with an organization like the 7 refined lane, we have to fight poison with poison. Their image is their foundation and their most powerful weapon. Once their image is ruined, the 7 refined lane won't be worth mentioning." Duan Rian said, "That's right, but the right to speak is in their hands. People will listen to what they say, but no one will listen to what we say." Yang Dingtian said, "Then we have to think of a way to make people listen to us." "Sect Master, do you have any ideas?" Qin Wanchou asked. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said, "make a report." "Report?" What's a report? Qin Wanqiu asked. A newspaper is a 3-foot square of paper. Print all kinds of news, important matters, gossip, secret information, and so on. Yang Dingtian said. A newspaper has a total of 4 to 5 large pieces of paper, with hundreds of thousands of words and pictures. First, organize a team of tens to hundreds of people to write the content, then engrave it and finally print it. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of copies, and then sell them to millions of people at cost price. The so-called news must be true and serious. Important matters must be majestic and imposing. Gossip must be deep and secretive, and secret information must be terrifying and incisive. Yang Dingtian said, and the attack on the 7 refined lane can be hidden in the gossip and secret information. In order to be true and authoritative, we can even self-deprecate to a certain extent. Expose Song Zhao's secret information. Expose Qin Wanqiu's secret information. And expose some of my scandals. In short, we must make this newspaper popular in an instant. Following that, Yang Dingtian said, here, I can say a few titles for everyone to refer to. For example, The Secret of Dongfang Minmi's Resurrection. For example, The Mystery of Zhu Qingzhu's Defeat. For example, Demoness infatuated Yang Dingtian. Wait. Once these words were said, everyone was completely stunned. Once these titles were published, it would be disastrous. It could be said that it would instantly cause an uproar in the world, and it would guarantee that everyone would fight to be the first to read it. If it was in the West continent, the circulation of this newspaper would be much smaller. If it was in the Southwest continent, it would be even more difficult. That was because the people there were all mountainous people who didn't know the world's common language. And the central continent was the most prosperous place in the world. There were astronomical numbers of city residents, and their literacy rate was relatively high. Therefore, this kind of newspaper could easily circulate. In a blank world, this newspaper could easily snatch away all the rights to public opinion. At that time, the 7 refined lane would be dreaming if they tried to use drama to snatch the rights to public opinion. At most, a few thousand people would be able to watch a drama, but a newspaper could instantly be read by hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. Good idea. Song Lihua said loudly. Moreover, regarding the control of the central continent's reorganization, we can also indirectly achieve it through this newspaper. I'll immediately gather manpower from the West continent. Duan Rian said, this is a good idea, but others can also copy it. What if they also start a newspaper? Yang Dingtian said, those that haven't been approved by the Council of Light are all illegal newspapers. We'll immediately confiscate them. We can't openly destroy the 7 refined lane, but can't we just confiscate a printing workshop? Song Lihua said, then does attacking the 7 refined lane have no bottom line? No, it has to be real. Yang Dingtian said, because this newspaper is only convenient for us to destroy the 7 refined lane. It can also play a greater role in allowing us to control the world's public opinion. It will be of great use in the future doomsday war and the reorganization of the central continent. But if it's real, it'll be difficult. Song Lihua said, we don't have any spies in the 7 refined lane. It's too late to plant them now. We have one person. I'll think of a way to meet her tonight. Yang Dingtian said, don't worry, I don't have the spirit ghost bird with me. This was the first sentence 5th Lady Gongsun said when she saw Yang Dingtian. In a secret pavilion, Yang Dingtian met 5th Lady Gongsun, who is also Qin Ji. Sect Master Yang Dingtian, you usually avoid me like the plague. Why did you take the initiative to meet me today? Qin Ji sat down flirtatiously. She blinked her eyes and said, let me guess, what's the matter? If it wasn't necessary, Yang Dingtian really didn't want to meet this Qin Ji. She was a demon woman, and there wasn't a single time when Yang Dingtian didn't suffer any losses when dealing with her. Oh, right. Do you want me to help you kill Ling Wu? Qin Ji gritted her teeth and said, little bitches should all die. This bitch has actually started acting. She even wrote Blood of Thunder. I didn't expect you to be filled with righteous indignation, Yang Dingtian said. No, I don't care who she's slandering or attacking. However, she deserves to die for snatching my limelight. She deserves to die for trying to stop me from becoming the #1 woman in the world. Qin Ji said, I'll help you with this. Tell me, how should I kill her? Poison her? Explode her, skin her, break her bones, break her limbs, turn her into a human stick and throw her on the streets to beg? Anything is fine. Looking at her gnashing her teeth, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Yes, to be precise, I want to deal with the 7 refined lane, Yang Dingtian said. Deal with the 7 refined lane? Qin Ji frowned. Yes, I want to turn the 7 refined lane from a sacred place in the hearts of men into a brothel, Yang Dingtian said. I'm sorry, but that's impossible, Qin Ji said. Why? Yang Dingtian said. Because it's a brothel? Oh no, it's even dirtier than a brothel, Qin Ji said. Yang Dingtian was instantly stunned. Don't you know? First, second Lady Gongsun was played by Zhu Hongyu, then by Lingxi, and then by Lingxi's father. Then, father and son played together, Qin Ji said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Don't you know why the 7 refined lane is so influential? It's because there are women from the 7 refined lane in every leader's house. They either become concubines or madams. Qin Ji said the 7 refined lane also has a secret Misty Pavilion. They're in charge of pimping the big shots in the world. Yang Dingtian was shocked again. Don't you know? The 7 refined lane also controls hundreds of high-class brothels in the world. There's even one in Sky Demon City. And these brothels are managed by the Hidden Fragrance Pavilion, Qin Ji said. Yang Dingtian was already speechless. Don't you know? The 7 refined lane opened hundreds of orphanages in the world and adopted tens of thousands of orphans. But do you know that among these orphans, the prettiest ones, regardless of gender, are all sent to the brothels? The prettiest ones are sent to the Misty Pavilion as gifts to the big shots in the world. Even when they see a pretty boy or girl on the streets, even if they're not orphans, they'll think of ways to create conditions to turn them into orphans. Then they'll appear like saintesses and take them away, raising them to become the 7 refined lane's cash cows. Yang Dingtian's mouth was already agape. Don't you know? Every year, the organization that buys and sells the most people from Sky Demon City and abducts the most children is the Shura Pavilion under the 7 refined lane. Their business has even spread to the Dongli grasslands. They even buy and sell the half-humans. Qin Ji said, So, you're actually telling me that you want to turn the 7 refined lane into a brothel? Is there anyone who's as difficult as you? You want to turn the Shura hell into a paradise? Just kill me. Yang Dingtian's worldview was completely refreshed. The Shura Pavilion could be said to be the most notorious organization in the world, abducting children, abducting women, and committing all kinds of crimes. It could be said to be the dirtiest and most evil organization in the world. Because it was located in Sky Demon City, the world's powers couldn't do anything to it. But who would have thought that it was also a part of the 7 refined lane? Do many people know about this secret? Yang Dingtian asked. In the 7 refined lane, there aren't more than 3 people who know about it, Qin Ji said. Then how did you know? Yang Dingtian asked. Qin Ji was slightly embarrassed and turned her head away, saying, Because I'm talented in a certain aspect, so I was recommended to work in the Shura Pavilion. Currently, my work is very outstanding, and I might be in charge of the Shura Pavilion in the future. Phut! No wonder she knew so clearly. These filthy crimes had all been through her hands. As for why Qin Ji would work in a place like the Shura Pavilion, Yang Dingtian wasn't surprised at all. Don't look at me like that. You also know that I don't have a bottom line, Qin Ji said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Then are you willing to help me destroy the 7 refined lane? I'm willing, Qin Ji said, but I have a condition. Yang Dingtian's eyebrows jumped, and he said, What condition? Marry me as a concubine, Qin Ji said. Yang Dingtian's face suddenly twitched, and he suddenly didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Can't I? Then stay here tonight and accompany me for a night, Qin Ji said. Yang Dingtian's entire body twitched. Uffed. Qin Ji laughed and said, Look at your useless appearance, I'm just teasing you. Recently, I'm not interested in men anymore, and I've started to play with women. You can't imagine how many women I've played with. Yang Dingtian raised his hands in surrender and said, All right, great aunt, stop fooling around. Tell me your condition. After you destroy the 7 refined lane, I want to become the owner of the 7 refined lane. Qin Ji said, At that time, not only will the 7 refined lane listen to you and become your harem, even I, the owner of the 7 refined lane, can become your plaything. Yang Dingtian automatically filtered out Qin Ji's words. Yang Dingtian wasn't surprised by Qin Ji's condition at all. This woman had no bottom line and was wildly ambitious. Of course, she couldn't be considered wildly ambitious, because a perverted ambition couldn't be considered true ambition. Hey, is this very difficult for you? Qin Ji said, You have to know that if I help you, it means that I have to betray my woman. Your woman? Yang Dingtian said in shock. If I didn't roll in the sheets with First Madame Gong's son every day, do you think I would have been promoted so quickly? Qin Ji said righteously. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's worldview was refreshed again. However, it still remained the same. No matter what perverted things Qin Ji did, he wouldn't be surprised at all. Yang Dingtian thought of something and said, Oh right, Vulture knows about our relationship. If you help me in the dark, won't it be exposed? Qin Ji said casually, Don't worry. I have something on her, and it's not just one. Yang Dingtian said in shock, What do you have on her? Qin Ji said, First of all, she's the 2nd woman I'm going to betray. Yang Dingtian's eyes widened. I've played Vulture before. Is that so strange? Qin Ji said, But that bitch was brainwashed by Wu Yuming. Later on, she pretended to be serious and didn't let me touch her. But don't worry, I have 2 of her scandals in my hands. She won't dare to touch me. Yang Dingtian shook his head desperately, trying to get rid of his messy thoughts. He said, All right then, you can start writing articles to expose the scandals of the 7 refined lane. You have to do it step by step, from small to big, from shallow to deep. Each article should be about 3,000 to 4,000 words. You have to have concrete evidence. No problem. I'll write a few articles tonight, Qin Ji said. Then, she started to take off her clothes. Yang Dingtian said in shock, What are you doing? I'm preparing to write an article, Qin Ji said. Why are you taking off your clothes to write an article? Yang Dingtian asked. When I do things, I don't like to be restrained. Qin Ji said, When I'm alone at home, I like to wear nothing. Then, I'll place expensive crystal mirrors everywhere. This way, I can see my beautiful and perfect body at any time. Yang Dingtian's scalp tingled again. Yang Dingtian decided that when the first article was published, he would immediately head to the Dongli grasslands. He would go to the Snake Men's territory to search for the second half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. This was because Yang Dingtian had no other choice. If he did not go to the Dongli grasslands, he would have to go to the underwater Mermaid Empire. However, who knew where the Mermaid Empire was? Although the Snake Men's territory was mysterious and dangerous, at least he knew where it was. The reason why he was waiting for the first article to be published before leaving was because no one in the chaotic world knew how to do such things. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian had seen countless newspapers and magazines during his time on Earth, from the People's Daily to the yellow tabloids on the street. Moreover, when he was in university, he was once a member of the school newspaper, so he had a unique understanding of how to run a newspaper. The Western continent's literary team had a total of more than 100 people. Soon, they arrived at Zhongjing by Demon Eagle and immediately got to work. The name of the newspaper was also decided. It would be called Chaos Times. In the first issue of the newspaper, Yang Dingtian, as the editor-in-chief, personally reviewed every article and every picture. There were no cameras in this world, only echo jades. However, the images could not be printed in the newspaper, so they still had to be drawn by hand. However, this world also had an advanced place. That was the crystal panel used for engraving. It could be made soft or hard, so it could be reused and the work of engraving would be very easy. In short, under the personal control of Yang Dingtian, the first issue of Chaos Times was published. Before it was published, the important members of the Council of Light immediately read the newspaper. The contents of the newspaper almost instantly shocked the entire Council of Light. Chapter 612. The first issue of the newspaper had a total of 4 pages. Half of them were news and current affairs. At Yang Dingtian's request, this part of the content was very authoritative, serious, realistic, and even objective. It included the acute issue of land reform in the southwest continent. Also, the negotiations between Sky Demon City and the Council of Light. Also, the partial investigation report and name list of those who infiltrated in evil ways were published. Also, the popularity of the Central Continent's 7 refined workshops drama, Thunder and Blood. That's right, even the drama, Thunder and Blood, which slandered Yang Dingtian, made it into the news. However, there was no news about the reorganization of the Central Continent, because this matter was too important and Yang Dingtian's experience in this area was far from Qin Wanqiu and the others. Therefore, he couldn't find a good entry point, so he let Qin Wanqiu and the others control the relevant content. Next, a quarter of it was gossip. And this secret of the 8 trigrams was quite exciting. The first article, Yang Dingtian fell in love with the demoness Dugu Fengwu. The second article, Yang Dingtian was humiliated in the Vulture Palace. The third article, Qin Wanqiu's wife defected to evil ways. The fourth article, Zhu Qingzhu's history. Each of these 4 gossip secrets was enough to catch everyone's attention, and the weight of each was astonishing. Moreover, each of them was incomparably realistic. The remaining quarter of the secrets were more like the secret exploration of the chaotic world, the search for the ancient oceanic martial arts civilization, the truth of the taboo continent, the mystery of the ancient annihilation, and so on. In short, these 4 newspapers had more than 100,000 words and more than a dozen pictures. They were all authentic, authoritative, and realistic. He had started with Yang Dingtian right from the start. Of course, the so-called starting with Yang Dingtian was also using the spring and autumn annals. On the surface, it was smeared, but in reality, it was deified. One had to know that on the earth plane, domestic movies and articles were relatively rigid, and they were only focused on Gao Dequan. To create a glorious image, there was no flaw, fairness, integrity, selflessness, and so on. It was as if they couldn't wait to pile up all the virtues. On the other hand, Hollywood's main theme movies were cunning. The heroes in those movies were all flawed and full of all kinds of flaws. They looked very realistic. However, when he thought about it carefully, those shortcomings were actually very likable. These shortcomings could actually set off a slightly glorious image. And Yang Dingtian's article did exactly that. For example, in order to defeat Qin Huaiyu and save Shimin Yanyan, Yang Dingtian had barged into the Temple of Evil Ways by himself. There was no doubt that this was a mistake. To put it bluntly, this was colluding with the evil Tao. However, the people who read the newspaper would think that Yang Dingtian was daring and had a strong sense of adventure, but they would not doubt his justice. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian was humiliated in the Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian seemed even more aggrieved, especially when compared to Wu Yoming's treatment. He was indebted to the Vulture Palace. In order to revive his master, He had traveled thousands of miles to beg Wulingzi. In the end, he had suffered great humiliation. Of course, this also laid a huge foreshadowing for how Yang Dingtian would revive his master. Of course, Dongfang Minmi's revival was originally a secret that couldn't be revealed. However, there was no doubt that the Vulture Palace was clearly aware of this. Therefore, instead of hiding it and letting the Vulture Palace use it as a weapon in the future, it was better to reveal it in advance and kill two birds with one stone. In short, in these two articles that exposed Yang Dingtian's secret, it seemed that Yang Dingtian had repeatedly made mistakes and suffered setbacks. But in fact, it had completely highlighted Yang Dingtian's courage, risk-taking, filial piety, and other glorious qualities. Compared to the 7 refined workshops, Thunderbolt Blood, that was blatantly smearing someone, it was many times more realistic and brilliant. Under the overall control of Yang Dingtian, after the first newspaper was published, the first people who read it crazily were not the public, but the people inside the Council of Light. This thing was too high and mighty. It directly touched on the highest level secrets of the Council of Light. After reading this newspaper, they would definitely have a faint feeling of being full of vigor, especially those secrets of Yang Dingtian. It was completely irresistible. The Council of Light was definitely rich and imposing. They directly printed 200,000 copies of the first issue, and then used the Demon Vulture army to send it to various cities in the central continent for the largest distribution. After that, Yang Dingtian waited for the feedback in the Zhongjing Palace. Although he was full of confidence, after all, newspapers were completely new to the chaotic continent. He didn't know what the result would be. On the Earth plane, when newspapers were first born, it didn't cause a huge sensation. Instead, it seemed to be relatively niche and slowly became popular after a certain period of time. And in China, when the first real newspaper was published at the end of the Qing dynasty, it also didn't cause much of a sensation. In short, it was a relatively long period of time for newspapers on the Earth plane to become popular and then to control the power of public opinion. Of course, this was also related to the content of the newspaper. Hundreds of demon vultures used the shortest time to deliver the first issue of the Chaos Times to the central continent and a small portion to the east and west continents. Because the first few issues were free, these hundreds of thousands of copies of the newspaper were all snatched up at the beginning. Many people didn't even know what this thing was. When someone started to read it, almost instantly they were attracted. To put it more exaggeratedly, some people even felt that the darkness in front of them was instantly pierced by a ray of light after reading the words in the newspaper. One had to know that the content of this newspaper was the world's top secret and the most important thing. Ordinary people had almost no way to understand it and could only speculate based on rumors. Now, as long as they read this newspaper, they could enjoy the same level of information as the great feudal lords and great feudal lords. People were born unequal. In the chaos world, ordinary people and even mid-level and low-level martial artists. Between high-level martial artists, great feudal lords and great feudal lords, personal cultivation and wealth were unequal. There was also another kind of inequality, and that was the inequality of information. This newspaper almost instantly smoothed out the inequities in this information. Therefore, unlike the slow popularity of newspapers on Earth, in the Chaos continent, the first issue of the Chaos Times caused a huge sensation almost immediately. From the beginning, it was just a casual reading, but it quickly became a scramble to be the first to read it. As people at the top of the Chaos continent's pyramid, many great feudal lords, and leaders of large forces also received this newspaper one after another, after reading it from beginning to end. Amazing! Almost all the big shots let out such a sigh. Their vision was different from ordinary people and mid-level and low-level martial artists. They could see the power behind this newspaper at a glance. More importantly, the content and secrets of this newspaper were not even known to people of their level. In fact, not to mention them, for example, the relationship between Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu, Most of the leaders of the 9 clans and 27 sects probably didn't know about it. However, these feudal lords and great feudal lords were obviously more concerned about the reorganization of the Council of Light. In the end, they searched through the newspaper but couldn't find a single article related to it. This was also why Yang Dingtian was so careful. Before finding a good entry point, he definitely wouldn't act rashly on such an important matter. Many people's first reaction when they saw this newspaper was that the content looked very real and very authoritative, but it wasn't real. Therefore, the low-level people asked the low-level martial artists, the low-level martial artists asked the middle-level martial artists, the middle-level martial artists asked the high-level martial artists, and the high-level martial artists asked the feudal lords and feudal lords. When most of the feudal lords heard this question, they nodded and said, "It's real. It's because it's real that it's scary." Of course, there were also many smart people whose first reaction was to do the same thing and start a newspaper to fight for the right of public opinion. But many people realized that they couldn't do it. First of all, the paper in the chaotic world was relatively expensive. Needless to say, the scrolls used for martial arts secret manuals were simply woven from energy nephrite silk and were worth tens of thousands of gold. Even ordinary books were made of parchment paper. For example, the letter that Yang Dingtian left for Wu Yuming was made of parchment paper. The parchment paper in the chaotic world was different. After a layer of parchment was peeled off, it would be cut into more than 5 pieces using celestial qi. So each piece of paper was very thin and very flexible. Speaking of which, the quality was better than the paper on Earth. Next was the silk scroll, and the lowest layer was used to record something called a white leaf. This was a kind of leaf that was relatively flat and very big. It could be used to record words. Then there was a problem. Since paper was so expensive, there should be very few books. So there should be very few literate people. However, the literacy rate in the central continent was relatively high. Among the nearly 1 billion people in the central continent, the literacy rate was more than 15%, because there were a lot of books in the chaotic world. At least, it was much more than ancient China. Why? Because it was left behind by the ancient civilization. All the books of the ancient civilization in the chaotic world were made of a very special kind of energy crystal material. After being processed by a special secret technique, it became soft. Then it was cut into thin pieces with celestial qi and written with a celestial qi pen. This way, the words could stay on it forever. Therefore, these books would not be damaged even if they were buried underground for 10,000 years. In fact, this secret technique had been completely passed down by now. This kind of book could not be made now. It was because of the existence of countless books that after the ancient civilization was destroyed, the chaotic world could be born in a short period of time. In today's chaotic world, the cheapest thing was the parchment paper. The cost of a 1-foot-long piece of parchment was about 2 silver coins. For a large piece of parchment, like the Chaotic Daily, almost an entire piece of parchment paper was used to cut it into 4 or 5 pieces with celestial qi. Therefore, the paper alone cost 40 to 50 silver coins. If hundreds of thousands of copies were issued at a time, it would cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Of course, this amount was not much in terms of money alone. Because the economy of the chaotic world was completely out of balance, it was abnormal. For example, if all the magic coins in Yang Dingtian's hands were exchanged for gold coins, almost all the gold coins in the world would not be enough. In fact, the gold coins in the chaotic world could only be used to buy daily necessities and low-level martial arts materials. Purple crystal coins were used to buy mid-level and high-level materials, while magic coins were used to buy the best martial arts resources. If hundreds of thousands of copies of the newspaper were all made of parchment paper, it might be affordable to convert them into money. But by then, money would not be enough to buy parchment paper because hundreds of thousands of sheep had to be killed to publish a newspaper. The sheep in the entire chaotic world would not be enough to publish for half a year. After Yang Dingtian took charge of Cloud Sky City, he immediately formed a secret team to make paper out of wood. Even the Council of Light had abandoned parchment paper and silk. half a year ago and directly switched to white paper. And this paper factory was located at a secret seaside that no one knew about. It produced an endless stream of cheap, snow-white paper. Therefore, the paper cost of a copy of the Chaos Times was less than 10 copper coins to Yang Dingtian. Of course, the most important thing was the content. After Yang Dingtian took control of the Radiant Parliament, he would have the most authoritative content. Furthermore, he would have the talent and the ability to deliver information in the shortest time. In short, it was almost impossible for others to do the same thing so far. After a long discussion about how long the Chaos Times would be published, Lin Jiufeng decided to publish the Chaos Times. It could not be too long or too short. In the end, it was decided to be an issue every 7 days. After the 5th copy, they began to collect money. The reason why they collected money was not because they could not afford it. With the Council of Light's current strength, it would not be a problem even if they distributed millions of copies for free every issue because the engravings could be used repeatedly. Instead, collecting money would be more authoritative and make the newspaper more valuable. And the price of each copy of the newspaper was 1 silver coin. This was not a cheap price, and they could make a profit directly. The reason why the price was set like this was because they considered authoritative and high-end. After the first issue was released, the effect was sensational and caused a storm. Yang Dingtian was still worried and kept an eye on the release of the second issue. However, Yang Dingtian had already begun to let go of the second issue's content. He was only doing the final check on the content. In fact, after the final draft was in his hands, he could not change a single word. This was because Yang Dingtian was at most intelligent. As long as he set the tone and attributes of the newspaper, this team, which had been trained by Tang Buizhao and Song Lihua for more than a year, was full of talents. There were many who wrote better than Yang Dingtian. As long as Yang Dingtian set the tone, it was true, objective, and authoritative. Even if it was gossip, it had to be absolutely true and have enough weight. Then, this team could do things very well. After the second issue of the Chaos Times was released hundreds of thousands of copies, it was instantly sold out. Countless people fought to be the first to read it. It could be said that after just 2 issues, the Chaos Times began to crush the 7 Refined Workshop's theatrical performance in terms of the power of public opinion. In the first issue of Gossip, a total of 4 super important secrets were exposed. After the second issue, this would not be done. In every issue, there would only be 1 super important secret and 3 super important secret. Furthermore, in the second issue of Gossip, the 7 Refined Workshops matters were written. It was still the same saying, if you want to blacken someone, blacken yourself first. This time, the gossip was also super important and instantly attracted everyone's attention. This issue's main gossip was that Dugu Fingwu was impersonating 3rd Lady Gongsun, and Yang Dingtian was impersonating Wu Ming from the hidden sect. There were definitely less than 10 people who knew about this secret. It was definitely considered a top secret in this world. Now that it was exposed, it instantly caused an uproar in the world. The 7 Refined Workshop and Wu Yuming were still planning to attack Yang Dingtian for impersonating the hidden sect's disciple, Wu Ming. In the end, Yang Dingtian took the initiative to speak out. Many things were scandals when they were exposed from other people's mouths. When it came from one's own mouth, it was magnanimous. Of course, the gossip of the 7 Refined Workshop in the next issue was even more eye-catching. That was, 5th Lady Gongsun was once a man. It could be said that in every issue of Gossip, there would be an absolutely explosive content. Furthermore, it would be absolutely true and could make the entire gossip section extremely valuable and authoritative. When that time came, they would start to expose the 7 Refined Workshops prostitution scandal and the child abduction scandal. They would be able to gain the trust of everyone in the world. In addition to a large amount of evidence, they would be able to force the Sky Devil City's Merchant Association to come forward and identify Wu Ming. When that time came, the 7 Refined Workshop, which was currently limitless and was sought after by countless people, would become even smellier than a public toilet. Song Lihua, I will leave the newspapers to you guys. Yang Dingtian said, remember, this is a battlefield, and it is our home ground. Not only do we have to win, but we also have to defeat the enemy completely. When I return, I hope that we will have an absolute advantage in the battle of public opinion. I hope that by then, the 7 Refined Workshop will have already become a synonym for disgrace and filth. Yes, sect leader, Song Lihua said. Regarding the article on Central Continent, you must be extremely careful. Listen to the opinions of City Lord Qin Wanchou, sect leader Zhu Qingqi, and sect leader Dongfang Minmi. Find the best entry point and slowly open it up, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Song Lihua said, the 3 sect leaders have already found an entry point. It is Heavenly Edict Academy and Black Heaven sects, Celestial Qi Condensation and Purification Array. This entry point is sufficiently stimulating. On the surface, it will cause the least damage to the interests of the Central Continent's feudal lords. But in reality, it will cause a great deal of damage. I will leave it to the 3 sect leaders. You can publish it whenever they officially decide on the article. Yang Dingtian said, but remember, the newspaper can be written in the spring and autumn annals, but it must be true, objective, and authoritative. Even if it will harm your own interests, you must insist on this point. Yes, sect leader, Song Lihua said, when that time comes, if the 7 Refined Workshop is completely ruined, what should we do? What should we do to the people in the 7 Refined Workshop? Of course, we will not pursue the innocent. However, the guilty, such as First Madame Gong's son, must be publicly judged and publicly executed, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, sect leader, Song Lihua said. That night, under the instructions of Dongfang Minmi and the others, Yang Dingtian flew using celestial qi and secretly headed to the Dongli grassland, to the Snake People tribe, to search for the second half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanchou originally wanted to send a great grandmaster to accompany Yang Dingtian, but Yang Dingtian rejected them. Now, Central Continent and East Continent could not do without the presence of a few great grandmasters. Although Yang Dingtian was only a 5-star grandmaster, there were very few people in the world who could kill him instantly. Chapter 613. Before setting off, Yarao had already helped Yang Dingtian change his appearance. Not only did she change his face and eyes, she even changed his race. Now, Yang Dingtian's appearance is that of a Foxman race man. Yang Dingtian knows a little about the Foxman race and has a good impression of them. Therefore, he pretends to be a Foxman race man. Yarao's standard is very high and also very deceptive. She gave Yang Dingtian some kind of pill, and Yang Dingtian's ears inexplicably turned into fox ears. His eyes also inexplicably turned brown. Of course, Foxman race people have tails. Yarao found a tail from God knows where and placed it on Yang Dingtian's tailbone. Therefore, a brand new Foxman race man appeared. In order to keep it a secret, Yang Dingtian did not even ride on the demon eagle. Instead, he used his own Xian Qi to fly over 10,000 miles. After 2 days and 1 night, he finally arrived at the Dongli continent. Yang Dingtian prepared to recover his Xian Qi on a small island before secretly sneaking into the Dongli grassland and enter the snake race territory. However, before he even got close to the Dongli grassland, he already felt that something was wrong, because there are flying beast mounts everywhere in the sky. On the sea surface, there are patrolling barbarian race warships everywhere. There are also all kinds of castles built on almost all of the small islands. They are monitoring the entire coastline of the Dongli continent. How could this be? Yang Dingtian had no choice but to be careful. He flew 10,000 meters high in the sky to avoid the patrol of countless flying beast mounts. Dongli continent is close to the coastline. It is 3,000 to 4,000 miles of desert. This 3,000 to 4,000 miles is completely desolate and uninhabited. Everywhere is a blood-red desert. Looking down now, it is actually brightly lit, as bright as day. The entire desert has turned into an incomparably huge construction site. Half-human race is actually building a defensive line here. That's right, a defensive line. Moreover, it is a very strong and powerful defensive line. Huge rocks dug out from the bottom of the desert were built into huge city walls. There is a castle in every 3 miles. Behind the city wall, there were countless tents and torches. How long was the coastal desert of the Dongli continent? It was at least 6,000 to 7,000 li. This group of crazy half-humans actually wanted to build a city wall within a few thousand miles. Were they crazy? Was he challenging Qin Shi Huang to build the Great Wall? However, the forces dispatched by the half-human clan were much more powerful than the Qin First Emperor. As far as the eye could see, the entire desert was filled with the half-human race. Oh, no, they were usually wild beasts. Millions of half-humans and millions of wild beasts. In this place, the half-human race was on full display. There were hundreds of races, and they had everything. There were also all kinds of wild beasts, more than half of which Yang Dingtian had never seen before. The mammoth was as tall as a building, and the three-eyed giant was more than 10 meters tall. However, these millions of half-humans were all slaves, because they had collars around their necks and shackles on their feet. Every one of them was riddled with wounds and on the verge of death. Other than the millions of slaves, there were also hundreds of thousands of half-human race soldiers supervising the work. Among these hundreds of thousands of half-human race soldiers, 1/3 were werewolves, 1/3 were leopard men, and 1/3 were eagle men who could fly. But other than that, Yang Dingtian saw the Naga tribe. That's right, the Naga tribe that had been living in seclusion for thousands of years had actually made a public appearance. Dongfang Minmi had said that the Naga tribe was the overlord of the Dongli grassland. However, in the thousands of years of war, the Naga tribe had never participated in it. No one dared to enter the territory of the Naga tribe, and the Naga tribe had never left their territory. Therefore, for thousands of years, everyone knew about the existence of the Naga tribe and also knew about the existence of Queen Poisa. However, almost no one had seen her before. Now, the Naga tribe had actually made a public appearance. What was going on? Moreover, Yang Dingtian could see it. Among these hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the number of Naga tribe warriors was extremely small. There were only a few hundred of them. However, these few hundred Naga tribe warriors were the absolute masters of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. They were the highest commanders of the entire army. The Naga tribe had already left their territory, and they had already begun to dominate the Dongli grassland. How could this be? What exactly had happened? Yang Dingtian used stealth to descend and finally saw the face of the Naga tribe. It was very ugly, very scary, and even ugly to the point of being disgusting. Although they were called the Naga tribe, most of them had very little human characteristics. It was just a thick snake body with 2 arms. These arms were even covered with scales. As for the face, it could only be said that it vaguely had the feeling of a human face. However, whether it was the eyes or the mouth, they were still the characteristics of a snake. Among the hundreds of Naga tribe people present, 80% of them had this ugly, terrifying, and disgusting appearance. Among the remaining 20%, the human characteristics were relatively more obvious. As for the Naga tribe woman in the center, her human characteristics were already very obvious. Almost her entire upper body was human, but her entire body was covered with scales. Her face was also a human face. However, there were also thin scales on her face, and she did not have human ears. If she did not have scales on her ears, this Naga tribe woman's face could be considered beautiful. Soon, Yang Dingtian understood. In the Naga tribe, the closer one was to a human, the higher one's status, and the stronger one's strength. Therefore, this beautiful Naga tribe woman became the highest leader of these Nagas. Yang Dingtian flew up into the sky again and began to look down on everything on the ground. He discovered the Foxman tribe. Moreover, it was a large number of them. All of them were wearing collars and shackles as slaves. Under the whips of the werewolf army, they were building castles and city walls. Every one of them was covered in scars. In order to prevent these slaves from secretly hiding weapons, these slaves did not even have any clothes on them. They could only barely cover their bodies. Furthermore, there were even more ugly and sinful scenes. Not far from the city walls, there was a pit with tens of thousands of people. Inside, there were countless corpses of half-human slaves. Yang Dingtian searched hard and finally did not see Princess Yangxiang and day by day Bella. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, it had only been 1.5 years since Yang Dingtian left the Dongli grassland. In these few thousand miles of desert, there were already countless castles erected. The 6,000 to 7,000 miles of giant city walls were actually half completed. This project was dozens or even hundreds of times bigger than the Great Cloud Heaven City and Cloud Heaven City's 100 miles of city walls. When Yang Dingtian was building the Great Cloud Heaven City, there were almost no deaths. All the dangerous tasks were done by the people with the highest cultivation. However, in this Dongli grassland's desert defense line, it was unknown how many half-human slaves had died. Previously, Yang Dingtian had noticed that Yun Zhenu used her waist to walk. Therefore, Yang Dingtian felt that it was very special. Dugu Fengwu also used her waist to walk. Therefore, when she walked, it was very sexy and seductive. Of course, there was another person who used her waist to walk. That person was Naga Shuang. Yun Zhenu was brought up by a monk, Mistress Rosemary. Coincidentally, Yun Zhenu's walking style was exactly the same as Dugu Fengwu's. Coincidentally, Mistress Rosemary also disappeared not long after Dugu Fengwu went missing. Therefore, Yun Zhenu had no choice but to return to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Therefore, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but think that so-called Mistress Rosemary was Dugu Fengwu and Dugu Aoshuang's mother. Of course, if it was just this identity, it wouldn't be much. More importantly, she was also a second-generation Naga who came to the human world to borrow the seed. A defective second-generation Naga. In fact, when Yang Dingtian heard that the Dongli grassland's #1 beauty and #1 expert, the Snake Men race's Queen Poisa, Yang Dingtian would have even more distant thoughts. Therefore, even though Yang Dingtian didn't say it out loud, he was looking forward to meeting Dugu Fengwu in the Dongli grassland. Now, the Snake Men race had actually started to enslave and rule the entire Dongli grassland. They had turned almost all the kind-hearted, half-human race into slaves. They had turned the entire desert into hell. In that case, everything had changed. Yang Dingtian had to temporarily put down his unrealistic fantasies. Then the question was, what was the purpose of the Snake Men race building the biggest defensive line in history? Was it to resist the Legion of Doom, or to resist the human army? Yang Dingtian also knew that the evil ways had a hidden and powerful force hiding in the Dongli grassland. Then, was everything in front of him related to the evil ways? Was the birth of the Snake Men race related to the evil ways? Qin Chi wasn't very clear about the power of the evil ways in the Dongli grassland. She only knew that the highest leader of the evil ways was called the Young Lord. Of course, it was unknown if this young lord was Li Ming. Yang Dingtian also knew that the other Grandmaster Spiritualist, Gui Wuzi, who had defected from the Black Sky sect, might be in the Dongli grassland. He was once the biggest evil ways spy in the Black Sky sect. In the Foxman race, Yang Dingtian had once met Gui Wuzi's master, Yin Tianchong, who was a grandmaster. Gui Wuzi was more than 100 years old. It was obvious that he couldn't become the young master. Gui Wuzi was one of the only 2 spiritualists in the world. He was a grandmaster spiritualist a few decades ago, but he was only a subordinate of this young lord. Then the possibility of this young lord being Li Ming was quite high. He didn't expect that after leaving the Dongli grassland for a year and a half, there would be such a drastic change. At this time, there were too many mysteries. Who was Queen Poisa? Had the entire East Parting grassland, which was tens of millions of square kilometers, become the Serpent Men Empire? Who was this defensive line in front of him targeting? Did the rise of the Snake Men have anything to do with the evil ways? Was the so-called young lord of the evil ways in the Dongli grassland Li Ming? Also, why did Yang Dingtian see so many Foxman slaves here? Did the Foxman race still exist? Were Princess Xiang Xiang and Day by Day Bella all right? Now, the Snake Men had completely changed. They were no longer living in seclusion. Instead, they had grown terrifying fangs and had begun to rule and enslave the entire Dongli grassland. Without a doubt, he had to change his plan. He couldn't directly rush into the Snake Men's territory. At least, he had to investigate everything first. If the evil ways had colluded with the Snake Men, then Yang Dingtian would be walking into a trap. Therefore, he had to investigate thoroughly before taking action. Immediately, Yang Dingtian flew into the depths of the Dongli grassland. Chapter 614. The deeper he went into the Dongli grasslands, the more it felt like hell to Yang Dingtian. That was because there were flames of war, destruction, and death everywhere. Almost every tribe, every forest, and every valley was burning. Everyone was being massacred. Countless werewolves, demon wolves, eagle men, and leopard men were crazily destroying every tribe and crazily capturing every slave. Under the Snakeman race's enslavement, the cruel half-human army was followed by death wherever they went. Now, Yang Dingtian saw that most of the half-human tribes on the ground had already disappeared. They had all become the Snakeman Empire's military camps and castles. The Snakeman Empire's slave army was in every corner of the forest, searching for half-human slaves to build a terrifying desert defense line. Yang Dingtian had stirred up trouble, but he couldn't bear it any longer. That was because the cruel slave army had practically trampled on the bottom line of intelligent life. Slaughtering, capturing, raping, and cooking were a series of crimes that were constantly being played out on this land. Therefore, in the process of investigating, Yang Dingtian became a chivalrous hero. He began to crazily hunt down the Snakeman Empire's slave army in the forests of the Dongli grasslands. Of course, it wasn't correct to call it a hunt. Although Yang Dingtian came and went without a trace, when he killed, he was fierce and decisive. At first, when a dozen werewolf cavalry teams were searching for slaves, Yang Dingtian killed them all in a flash. Later, when he encountered a few hundred werewolf cavalry teams, Yang Dingtian also killed them all in a flash. Yang Dingtian didn't take the initiative to provoke the Snakeman Empire's slave army. His goal was to save the fleeing, half-human race. In order to hide his identity, Yang Dingtian covered himself in a black cloak. Every time the Snakeman Empire's slave army moved out and raised their butcher's knife, he would appear. No matter how many slave soldiers there were in the Snakeman Empire, from dozens to hundreds, he would kill them all in less than a quarter of an hour, saving the fleeing half-human race from the butcher's knife. Dozens, hundreds, thousands. In the end, Yang Dingtian killed more and more of the Serpent Men Empire's slave army. More and more half-humans were rescued by Yang Dingtian, and they began to gather and flee towards the east. In the process of playing the role of a chivalrous hero, Yang Dingtian had more or less figured out the whole situation. About 10 months after the great battle in Cloud Sky City, the Naga tribe that had been sealed off for 1,000 years suddenly left their territory. A group of less than 1,000 Naga warriors attacked the Werewolf tribe, Demon Wolf tribe, Eagle Men tribe, Leopard Men tribe, Lizard Men tribe, Ghost Men tribe, Tiger Men tribe, and Lion Men tribe. The Dongli grassland had a total of a few hundred half-human clans. These 8 clans were considered the strongest ones. Less than 1,000 Snake People warriors had completely defeated the higher-ups of the 8 clans in just over half a month. They had captured the leaders of the 8 half-human clans and captured all the experts and brought them into the territory of the Snake People tribe. Half a month later, the few thousand half-human experts of the 8 clans were all released, and their strength had increased tremendously. Then, the few million half-human warriors of the 8 clans all became the slave army of the Snake People tribe. Then, the few thousand Snake People tribe warriors led the few million half-human tribe slaves to form 16 armies and began to sweep across the entire Dongli grassland. Then, the end of the Dongli grassland's half-human tribe began. Wherever the brutal slave army passed, not even a blade of grass grew, and everything was destroyed. On the Dongli grassland, one tribe after another fell. Countless villages and villages were destroyed, and countless half-humans were slaughtered. In just over half a year, more than 90% of the tens of millions of square kilometers of the Dongli grassland had fallen. Almost all the tribes were destroyed. In the shortest time possible, the Snake People tribe enslaved the few million troops of the 8 major battle clans and swept across the Dongli grassland, establishing a huge Snake People empire. This was the first time in thousands of years that the Dongli grassland was unified, and it was almost the first empire in the entire chaotic world. That's right, it was a real empire. Queen Poisa had become the queen of the Dongli Empire. Under the queen, there was the high priest, the prime minister, the 4 great commanders, and the 16 generals. The few million barbarian soldiers of the 8 major clans were under the command of the 16 generals. Moreover, Queen Poisa had established a complete class system. The Snake People tribe was the noblest tribe in the empire. The Spirit People tribe and the Eagle Men tribe were first-class tribes. The Lion Men tribe, the Leopard Men tribe, and the Tiger Men tribe were second-class tribes. The Werewolf tribe, the Demonic Wolf tribe, and the Lizard Men tribe were third-class tribes. The remaining few hundred half-humans, including the Beast tribe, were all enslaved. Now, all the large cities and villages of the Dongli grassland had fallen. The few million troops of the Snake People Empire were guarding the entire Dongli grassland. Teams of dozens and hundreds of people began to search for the half-humans in the primitive forests and the depths of the mountains. The half-human slaves that Yang Dingtian had seen in the desert were only a part of the Snake People Empire. In fact, the Snake People Empire didn't just want to build a defensive line of 6,000 to 7,000 miles in the desert. She wanted to build the entire Dongli grassland into a military fortress. In fact, the city wall she wanted to build wasn't 6,000 to 7,000 miles, but more than 30,000 miles. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. Compared to Queen Poisa, Yang Dingtian's cloud sky city was nothing. This queen actually wanted to encircle the entire Dongli grassland with a gigantic city wall. Once the city wall was built, seawater would be drawn in, and a moat that was 100 meters wide would be dug. What was even crazier was that this gigantic project was already half completed. The Snake People Empire had used tens of millions of half-human slaves, millions of giant beasts, and millions of barbarian soldiers to build this unprecedented military defense line. Now, the 30,000 miles of military defense line had entered the climax of construction. Countless half-human slaves had died. Tens of millions of slaves weren't enough. Therefore, the Snake People Empire's slave army had no choice but to frantically search for the half-humans that had escaped to the deep mountains in the Dongli grassland. In fact, when the several hundred half-humans were attacked, they also thought of forming an alliance to resist the Snake People Empire. However, the Snake People Empire's slave army was too fast. The 8 tribes' slave army were basically demonic beast cavalry that traveled thousands of miles in a day. Before the half-human alliance could reach an agreement, millions of slave soldiers had already surged over like a tide. This was even faster than the German Blitzkrieg in World War II. In fact, the Snake People Empire had swept the entire Dongli grassland in less than 3 months. This was because the 8 tribes were the most powerful fighting tribes in the Dongli grassland. They were the 8 overlords of the Dongli grassland. When the 8 tribes joined forces, they were enough to sweep the Dongli grassland. However, for thousands of years, the 8 tribes had been at war with each other. Not to mention the 8 tribes joining forces, even the 3 tribes joining forces had never been seen before. They were always at war with each other. In less than a month, the Snake People race had made the leaders of the 8 tribes kneel under their scales. From then on, the 8 tribes formed an incomparably powerful force that swept the Dongli grassland. Then, As the ninth overlord of the Dongli grassland, and also the smartest tribe, what was the fate of the Foxman race? The Foxman race had split up. A portion of them had surrendered to the Snake People Empire, while another portion had joined the Resistance Army. Therefore, a portion of the Foxman race had become the Snake People Empire's slave army. Of course, the Snake People race's main use was that they had many beauties. Therefore, these beauties had become the Snake People Empire's prey. Moreover, because half of the Foxman race had joined the Resistance Army, the Foxman race's position in the Snake People Empire was not fixed. They were not slaves, nor were they told what race they were. Queen Poisa had issued a decree that once the Foxman race's resistance army was completely annihilated, the Foxman race would become a second-class race. Then, where was the resistance army? The resistance army was everywhere. The current resistance army had become similar to a guerrilla army. They had begun to launch sneak attacks on the Snake People Empire cities and towns. They had also launched sneak attacks on the Snake People Empire's slave army and rescued, captured half-human slaves. Then, where was the resistance army's base? In the Holy Valley at the far east of the Dongli grassland, it was an extremely dangerous place where one person could guard against 10,000 people. Now, the Holy Valley was the only place in the entire Dongli grassland that had not fallen. It was also the destination of countless slaves fleeing. It was also the only pure land in the Dongli grassland. The Foxman race was the main force of the Holy Valley's resistance army. Now, the Snake People Empire's million-strong army, 2 commanders, and 8 generals had already built an extremely powerful castle and defense line outside the Holy Valley. Now, the Holy Valley's war was about to break out. Once the Snake People Empire's million-strong army was fully assembled and the defense line was completed, they would launch the final counterattack against the Holy Valley's resistance army. The Foxman race's leader, Day by Day Bella, happened to be one of the leaders of the Holy Valley's resistance army. Of course, he was not the highest leader. The highest leader of the Holy Valley's resistance army was Saintess Hai Xan and her disciple, Huang Yu. Saintess Hai Xan was like a savior who had suddenly descended. When the half-human race was in complete despair, when Day by Day Bella's Foxman race's resistance army was almost completely wiped out, she appeared. With her own strength, she killed dozens of Snake People race's experts and hundreds of half-human race's experts, saving the last resistance of the Foxman race. Then, she and her disciple, Huang Yu, appeared in every corner of the Dongli grassland to save the tribes that were still resisting. Thus, the scattered half-human race's resistance army gathered under Saintess Hai Xan's command and became a powerful force that retreated to the far east of the Dongli grassland. Of course, there was actually nothing in the far east of the Dongli grassland. There was only an undulating stretch of huge rocky mountains. Saintess Hai Xan gathered hundreds of experts and used force to split open a crack in the Rocky Mountains. Behind the crack was a huge valley that looked like a paradise. The half-human race's resistance army and the escaped slaves entered the valley. Because of Saintess Hai Xan, this valley was named Sacred Valley and became the last pure land of the Dongli grassland. Now, millions of half-human race's people were in Sacred Valley, and there was an endless stream of half-human race slaves escaping to Sacred Valley. However, the path of escape was becoming more and more difficult because the Snake People Empire had built a 1,000-mile defensive line in front of Sacred Valley, completely surrounding the entrance to Sacred Valley, because the final battle in Sacred Valley was about to begin. Therefore, the resistance army's guerrillas had begun to retreat from Dongli grassland to Sacred Valley and prepare to participate in the final battle. After the resistance army's guerrillas left, the fate of these escapees became tragic, because there was no one to lead them to Sacred Valley and no one to protect them from the slave army's pursuit. And Yang Dingtian's appearance just happened to fill this gap. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was 3,800 miles away from Sacred Valley. This was the territory of the Snake People Empire's 5th Legion. The 5th Legion's highest commander was the Snake People General Viper Mo. Her encampment was 1,300 kilometers away in the southeast Demon City. It was a completely new castle. Under her command, there were over 300 Snake People warriors and 400,000 slave soldiers from 8 clans. In the beginning, Yang Dingtian only took action to save the slaves that were being hunted down. Later, Yang Dingtian took the initiative to attack and began to search for the Snake People Empire's slave army to destroy them. Therefore, the number of people that Yang Dingtian had killed was increasing. In less than 10 days, the number of Snake People Empire's 5th Legion that died in Yang Dingtian's hands had exceeded 20 to 30,000, and the number of half-human race slaves that Yang Dingtian had rescued had also exceeded 20 to 30,000. And Yang Dingtian's name had spread far and wide. He had become the savior of the entire southeast Dongli grassland and the 5th Legion's nightmare. And yet, no one had ever seen Yang Dingtian's appearance. Because of this, all the slave soldiers that saw Yang Dingtian had died. Therefore, the Snake People, General Viper Amo, had always thought that Yang Dingtian was an elite rebel army of the Holy Valley and that there were no less than a few thousand of them. Of course, they did not know that there was only one Yang Dingtian. And now, Yang Dingtian had become too powerful to be ignored, because the Foxman race slaves that he had rescued had begun to gather together. They also felt that Yang Dingtian was an elite member of the resistance army. Therefore, they instinctively approached him. Therefore, the number of escaped slaves increased, and finally, there were tens of thousands of them. And Yang Dingtian had begun to run for his life. He alone had to protect these tens of thousands of people. And General Viper Amo had also discovered these tens of thousands of escaped slaves and was about to organize an army of 100,000 to kill them. Therefore, for the past few days, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to kill all the slave soldiers that approached these 30,000 slaves. He did not allow any slave soldiers to come within 1,000 meters of these 30,000 slaves. However, these slave soldiers were only scouts. Yang Dingtian had already seen General Viper Mo's army of 100,000. They had formed a huge pocket formation 500 miles ahead and were waiting for these 30,000 slaves to rush in. Within the Holy Valley, Saintess Hai Exan was wearing a blue veil that only revealed 2 pairs of eyes. But just these 2 pairs of eyes were enough to turn all living things upside down. This was a woman whose beauty was not inferior to the nihility Piao Ling. She was wearing a long dress that was the color of the sea. It caused her delicate curves that were like mountains and rivers to release a devilish charm. In front of her was her disciple, Huang Yu. She was wearing a fiery red dress that accentuated the curves of her body. Her curves were incomparably alluring. On her face was a pure gold mask that only revealed a pair of eyes that were like burning flames. The beauty, figure, and temperament of these 2 women could be at the top of the pyramid of this world. Our messenger bird sent a message that there are tens of thousands of escaped slaves 4,000 miles away from the Holy Valley. They are heading towards the valley. Saintess Hai Exan said, also, a mysterious force appeared and killed tens of thousands of slave soldiers from the Naga Empire, saving these tens of thousands of slaves. Has our resistance army all returned? Her voice had a very special feeling to it. It was as mysterious as the sea, generous, and with a mesmerizing magnetism. Day by day, Bellis said, reporting to Saintess, our resistance army has a total of 150,000 guerrillas. Most of them have returned to participate in the final battle in the Holy Valley. There are less than 10,000 people outside, and they are all scattered. To be able to kill tens of thousands of slave soldiers from the Naga Empire, it should not be our force. Then whose force could it be? The patriarch of the butterfly tribe asked. It doesn't matter whose force it is. As long as we fight against the Naga Empire and save the half-human slaves, they will be our comrades. Hai Exan said, according to our intelligence, the Naga General Viper Amo has gathered hundreds of thousands of soldiers and is preparing to kill this force and the 30,000 slaves. We can't let our comrades and compatriots die like this. We have to go and rescue them. Day by day Bellis said, Saintis, I also want to rescue them. However, the final battle in the Holy Valley is right before us, and the Naga Empire's encirclement is about to be completed. If we want to rescue them, we will have to break through the Naga Empire's encirclement. We will suffer heavy losses, and the gains will not make up for the losses. No, we can't give up on anyone. Even if the sacrifice is huge, we have to bring them back. Saintis Hai Xan said, Huang Yu, lead a group of the most elite warriors. There is no need for a lot of them. Less than 1,000 will do. Take the fastest flying mounts and rush out before the Naga Empire's encirclement closes. Rescue the 30,000 escapees and that mysterious comrade and bring them back to the Holy Valley. Yes, master, Huang Yu said. Then she turned around and walked out of the simple wooden hall. She began to gather the elite warriors, preparing to break out of the encirclement of the Snakeman Empire and rescue the 30,000 fugitive slaves and the so-called mysterious comrade-in-arms. Now, the number of slaves under Yang Dingtian's protection was increasing. The number had exceeded 50,000. After General Viper Mo finished setting up the encirclement, he did not even send any scouts. When the 50,000 escapees saw that the Naga Empire's slave army did not appear, they immediately felt that the resistance army protecting them was more powerful. According to the crowd, there were already tens of thousands of elite resistance army protecting them. As for Yang Dingtian, he wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was only one person, and not tens of thousands of people like in the legends. Of course, he did not know that Saintis Hai Xan also thought that there were at least a few thousand elites. In front, General Viper Mo had already gathered 200,000 soldiers and was waiting for the 50,000 escapees to rush in. At this time, the 50,000 escapees were only 100 miles away from General Viper Mo's army. Saintis Hai Xan, disciple Huang Yu, who is she? Yang Dingtian thought for the last time. Then he went alone towards the Viper demon army of 200,000. There was no other way. In order to protect the 50,000 escapees, he could only think of a way to kill Viper Mo and throw the slave army into chaos. Chapter 615. Viper Mo was a female snake. As one of the 16 generals under Queen Poisa of the Naga Empire, there was no doubt that her cultivation was very powerful. At this time, the camp was magnificent. Although she was only a Naga, she liked luxury very much. Therefore, she couldn't wait to pile all the luxurious things in the world in her room. She was already more than 800 years old. When she was still a small snake, she had followed Queen Poisa. To her, Queen Poisa not only meant a leader, but also played the role of a mother, even though Her Majesty the Queen looked younger than her. It was very simple to see the cultivation level of a Naga. The more beautiful they were and the closer they were to humans, the higher their cultivation level. Therefore, as one of the 16 generals, Viper Mo, who had cultivated for 800 years, was already very, very human. Sitting in front of the expensive crystal mirror, her upper body was too perfect. Other than being a little demonic, there was almost no snake aura on her upper body. She was completely human. Her face could be said to be as beautiful as peach blossoms. Even among humans, she could be called a peerless beauty. As for the part below her waist, it didn't appear in the mirror at all, because she hated to see that it was a snake's body. She also felt that she was very strange, and she also felt that the entire Naga race was very strange. They clearly looked down on humans and regarded them as ants, but they really loved their human faces and bodies and hated their snake bodies. All Naga race had one goal in their lives. That was to completely shed their snake bodies and completely transform into a human body. It was as if it was a gift from the heavens. Once they became human, that kind of beauty, that kind of temperament, that kind of curves and figure almost crushed human beauties. Even their skin and their aura completely surpassed almost all women in this world, because their beauty needed 1,000 years to brew. Therefore, every Naga race woman was extremely narcissistic. Unfortunately, in the entire Naga race, only the queen could completely transform into a human form. Even the 4 great commanders were still snakes below their legs. Of course, it wasn't impossible to completely transform into a human form. A form-setting pill would do. This way, even if a Naga was 200 or 300 years old, they could completely transform into a human form. But in that case, all of his cultivation would stop, and his lifespan would be less than 100 years. Furthermore, this was neither a human nor a snake. There was no way for them to breed offspring. Therefore, unless it was a spy sent to the human race, no snake people would be willing to take this kind of form-setting pill. Viper Mo didn't care about the 50,000 slaves and the so-called elite resistance army. The rise of the Snake Men Empire was unstoppable. Queen Poisa was invincible. What a perfect body! Viper Mo stroked her neck in front of the mirror and sighed. It's a pity that such a perfect me can't have any man. Can the women of the Naga race get married? Of course, after reaching adulthood, any Naga could give birth to offspring. However, she could only breed with the male snake. The offspring born in this way would be worse than the previous generation, and in the end, they would completely degenerate into ordinary poisonous snakes. Then, what should they do if they wanted to give birth to powerful offspring? They needed to completely transform into human form and find a human to mate with. That way, they would be able to give birth to perfect and powerful descendants. Of course, it was very, very difficult to mate with a human, because it was extremely rare to find a human who could make the Naga fall in love. It was almost 1 in a billion. Therefore, after Queen Poisa completely transformed into human form, she searched the world to find a human who could breed offspring. She didn't know how many years she searched secretly, but she couldn't find one, because she couldn't find a human who could make the queen fall in love with him. The queen's husband recruitment became the most important thing in the Snake Men Empire, because only by recruiting a royal husband could they give birth to a perfect next generation. And the next generation was likely to be a perfect race of gods. At that time, the Naga race could truly become the absolute ruler of the entire chaotic world. Therefore, almost all the elites of the Naga race were working hard for this goal. Although humans were weak, like ants, there was a mysterious gene in their genes. However, within the human body, there was a small section of genes that was incomparably mysterious and powerful. If one wanted to breed a perfect and powerful race, this section of human genes was indispensable. The Naga race was a matriarchal society. Any male snake was extremely ugly, disgusting, and ferocious. Therefore, as long as the Naga women had cultivated for more than 300 years, they would rather be alone than marry a male Naga, because it was too disgusting. In their eyes, these male Nagas were just beasts. Not only that, Viper Mo also hated any male of the half-human race. Therefore, her personal guards and the people who served her were all women. In front of the mirror, she had been feeling sorry for herself for more than 2 hours. "General, the beast generals have been waiting for you for 2 hours." Outside, a purple-blue leopard female general said. This female leopard person was very similar to a human. Her entire face was that of a human woman. Only her forehead had leopard patterns, 2 leopard ears, and of course, leopard tail. The female leopard people could be considered a very special and beautiful group. Every female leopard person's body was very healthy and beautiful, almost possessing explosive strength. Moreover, every female leopard person had a valiant and formidable-looking face. And this female leopard person general was a beauty among beauties. She was the eldest daughter of the leopard person king, the princess of the leopard people race. Her cultivation was valiant, beautiful, and decisive. Therefore, she became the leader of Viper Mo's personal guards, and was usually doted on by her. "Let them continue to wait." Viper Mo coldly said, "Those 50,000 slaves have already entered the encirclement. You should go and prepare for battle." That female leopard person general said. Because she was doted on by General Viper Mo, her words were a little bolder. I told them to wait. You actually destroyed my beautiful mood. You deserve to die. Viper Mo was furious. Suddenly, he flew out like lightning. His 4 to 5 meter long snake body suddenly wrapped around that female leopard person general. He opened his gorgeous mouth and bit down on her beautiful face. Ah! The female leopard person general issued a mournful and miserable cry. Suddenly, blood spurted out. Then half of her pretty face was bitten off by the viper demon while she was still alive. Then her body was thrown away like a straw. Viper Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued to swim into the luxurious room. He looked at himself in the mirror and felt sorry for himself. Truly a perverted, cruel, and beautiful creature. The invisible Yang Dingtian saw all of this. He saw with his own eyes that half of the valiant leopard person general's face was bitten off. Then her body twitched and turned blue and purple as she died. This General Viper Mo, although beautiful, was still a poisonous snake. After being bitten by her teeth, there was no doubt that she would die. This beautiful female leopard person general was obviously doted on by her. However, just by slightly angering her, she was bitten to death. The viciousness of the Naga race could be seen. Yang Dingtian had no idea about the cultivation strength of the Naga race. Therefore, he did not know how strong Viper Mo, one of the 16 generals, was. However, at this moment, he was in the midst of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, hundreds of Naga race experts, and hundreds of half-human race experts. Therefore, if he wanted to kill Viper Mo, he had to be fast. He had to use the actions of an assassin to kill Viper Mo, killing a person in 10 steps, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. Therefore, Yang Dingtian used his invisibility skill and approached bit by bit. He had to kill her in one strike. However, it was precisely because he was slowly approaching and observing. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was actually stunned by Viper Mo's beautiful face and perfect upper body. The beauty of the Naga race was truly soul-stirring. That kind of gorgeous temperament even surpassed the most beautiful Foxman race. In fact, these Naga race's bodies already faintly had Shuang, Er's gorgeous scent. However, no matter how stunning and charming she was, he had to kill her. Yang Dingtian became invisible and arrived behind her. He was less than a foot away from her perfect back. His invisibility skill was indeed powerful. Viper Mo did not notice him at all. This was truly a perfect back. There were almost no flaws. That kind of beautiful arc was as if it was drawn by an artist. Just the 16 generals were already so beautiful. Then how beautiful would Queen Poisa be? Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. It was his chance. It was time. Shua! Like lightning, Yang Dingtian's near emperor-grade spirit sword pierced out from the isolated space at supersonic speed and stabbed towards Naga race's general, Viper Mo's heart. Almost at the moment when the sword pierced out of the isolated space, Naga race's general Viper Mo instantly discovered it. Viper Mo did not turn around. Her body immediately erupted with an incomparably powerful energy aura, instantly enveloping the entire space. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's entire body seemed to be pressed down by a huge mountain. His entire body was completely unable to move. At this moment, the sword in his hand was less than 2 inches away from her heart. However, he couldn't go down and couldn't move at all. Then, Viper Mo suddenly turned around like lightning. Instantly, a green light burst out from her beautiful eyes and locked onto Yang Dingtian. Her entire beautiful face instantly became incomparably ferocious and terrifying. Her gorgeous lips opened and sharp poisonous fangs suddenly stretched out. At this moment, the air in the entire space seemed to have solidified. As for Yang Dingtian, it was as if he had been frozen by a poisonous snake. No, this saying was laughable. He was originally frozen and completely unable to move. However, his heart was incomparably shocked at this moment. He had already desperately overestimated the strength of the Naga race. However, the Naga race's general in front of him was only one of the 16 generals. Logically speaking, she should not be that strong. As for Yang Dingtian, he was a 5-star 9th-grade master, with his invisibility skill and near emperor-grade spirit sword. Even if he wanted to assassinate a great grandmaster, it would be difficult for the other party to resist. In less than 0.01 seconds after the sword was drawn, his entire body was completely frozen. This Naga race's General Viper Mo's body burst out with a special energy that instantly froze him and made him unable to move at all. What kind of energy was this? What kind of demonic technique was this? Yang Dingtian suddenly recalled the scene in the underwater maze city. All the people of the Mermaid Empire were frozen into stone, because wherever Medusa's gaze landed, everything was frozen into stone. Could it be that the Naga race's Viper Mo's energy was similar to that of a god? This was only the Naga race's 16 generals. Above them, there were still the 4 great marshals, and the last was Queen Poisa. One of the 16 generals was already so powerful and terrifying. Viper Mo grabbed Yang Dingtian's sword and pulled fiercely. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was pulled out from the isolated space. Seeing Yang Dingtian's face, Viper Mo immediately let out a disdainful sneer and said, "So it's just an ant from the Foxman race. You also want to assassinate my noble Naga race's general." Following that, Viper Mo quickly used silk to wrap her delicate body. Her gaze landed on Yang Dingtian's near emperor-grade soul sword and said, "This sword is not bad. I want it." Then, she directly snatched the sword from Yang Dingtian's hands. "As a lowly Foxman race, you actually saw my noble and beautiful body. Then, before you die, I can only gouge out your eyes," Viper Mo said coldly. Then, she stretched out her lily-white hand and stabbed towards Yang Dingtian's eye sockets. And Yang Dingtian's entire body seemed to have been completely frozen. He was completely unable to move. He could only watch this Naga race's General Viper Mo gouge out his eyes. Her lily-white hand and fingers were as white as onions. They were slender and delicate, incomparably beautiful. After a burst of fragrant wind, Yang Dingtian felt a sharp pain in his eyes. His vision suddenly turned black, and he could not see anything. He could only let out a miserable howl in his heart. Because his entire body was frozen, he could not make any sound. He completely did not expect that he would end up like this. He originally thought that assassinating a Naga race's general would be a cinch. He did not expect that his love rival would end up in such a miserable state. General Viper Mo was undoubtedly incomparably vicious and cruel. When her 2 fingers stabbed into Yang Dingtian's eyes, she did not hesitate at all. However, just as she stabbed, 2 thin pieces fell out from Yang Dingtian's eye sockets. Yang Dingtian's eye disguise film fell off. Because he was pretending to be a Foxman race, he had to wear the Foxman race's fake eyes from the primal chaos continent. "You're not a Foxman race," General Viper Mo said coldly. Then, she moved her incomparably beautiful face closer to Yang Dingtian's face and sniffed. "Yes, you are not a Foxman race. You are a human," General Viper Mo sneered. "Although I have seen very few humans, the lowly and filthy aura of humans. Even if you are in disguise, I can still smell it." Swish, 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 swish. General Viper Mo's sword was as fast as lightning. In an instant, she tore apart Yang Dingtian's clothes, revealing his true body. As expected, "You are a filthy and disgusting human." General Viper Mo's beautiful face was filled with disdain and disgust. She even covered her nose and circled around Yang Dingtian to observe. She was a real and complex creature. Her lifelong pursuit was to transform into a human form. However, she despised humans and completely viewed them as inferior creatures. A filthy and disgusting human actually knows invisibility, mystic skill? General Viper Mo covered his nose and examined Yang Dingtian. "Speak! Where did your invisibility, mystic skill come from? If you don't speak, I will castrate you." After saying that, Viper Mo placed her sword on Yang Dingtian's vital point. As long as she slashed, Yang Dingtian would become a eunuch. Don't think that Viper Mo can't do it. She can definitely do it. Just now, when she dug out Yang Dingtian's eyes, she was incomparably nimble. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. He had never been in such a sorry state before, nor had he been in such a dangerous situation. You're not going to speak, Viper Mo said. Then I'll do it. After saying that, Viper Mo slashed down with her sword. Ah! Yang Dingtian roared in his heart. My entire body is frozen. Even if I want to confess, I have to be able to open my mouth first. Then he felt his vital point turn cold, and immediately he couldn't feel anything. It's over, it's over. Yang Dingtian was almost scared out of his wits. Was Yang Dingtian cut? No, because the treasure sword in Viper Mo's hand was Yang Dingtian's soul sword. She resisted Viper Mo's will and bounced away. That's right, this was a soul sword close to the emperor grade. Although it had yet to cultivate a sword spirit, it already had the will of primal chaos. Its highest purpose was to not allow anyone to harm its master. Viper Mo immediately looked at the treasure sword in his hand in astonishment and said in disbelief, Will of the sword? Sword spirit? Then Viper Mo looked at Yang Dingtian. You are just a human master. How can you have a sword spirit? You look like you are only in your 20s. Interesting, interesting. This Viper Mo didn't seem to be willing to do things a second time. She tried to dig out Yang Dingtian's eyeballs, but in the end, a fake pupil fell out. She could have continued to dig out Yang Dingtian's eyes, but she didn't do so. When she wanted to castrate Yang Dingtian, she was rejected by the soul sword. Then, she could have pulled out another treasure sword to complete the task, but she still didn't do it. Interesting, interesting. A lowly human actually almost cultivated a sword spirit. You actually have a soul sword close to the emperor grade. You are not simple, General Viper Mo said. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This General Viper Mo was curious about him. This was good, this was good. In this way, his life could be considered saved. However, he had really seen a ghost. Just what kind of energy was this that had frozen his entire body? It was so frightening that he was completely unable to resist it. Could it really be the energy of Queen Medusa's faction? If he wanted to save his life, it would depend on his performance. If Yang Dingtian was lucky enough to escape, he would definitely warn himself not to underestimate the enemy. He was used to being the king of the human world. So he looked down on one of the 16 generals of the Naga race. The result was that his eyes were almost dug out and he became a eunuch. However, even if you are a human who has cultivated a sword spirit, you are still a lowly human. Viper Mo said, I have no patience for lowly races and creatures, so you should die. Yang Dingtian's heart beat wildly. No way, no way. So decisive? So decisive? This General Viper Mo was really decisive. He did what he said. If he said he would kill Yang Dingtian, he would kill Yang Dingtian. Subsequently, she opened her beautiful little mouth and revealed sharp, venomous fangs. She then bit down viciously at Yang Dingtian's neck. In an instant, an extremely poisonous venom was injected into Yang Dingtian's blood vessels. Almost instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart stopped beating. Then his entire body turned green. Then, Yang Dingtian's body was thrown away like trash. Human blood is indeed dirty. Viper Mo stuck out her small tongue and licked the blood at the corner of her mouth. Then, she shook her head in disgust. She picked up the cup of water to rinse her mouth and spat it out. However, a small amount of blood still entered her body. Sigh, my mood was ruined by this lowly human. Viper Mo lost the mood to pity herself in front of the mirror. She put on the armor on the ship and wanted to go out to discuss the matter of killing the half-human slaves and the elites of the resistance army. She was filled with absolute impatience. Because this matter was too small, too small. Tens of thousands of slaves, thousands of rebels, they were just ants. If it wasn't for absolute power, she wouldn't care at all. She kicked the green Yang Dingtian to the side and slithered towards the camp outside. The 4 to 5 meter long snake body slithered on the ground and gracefully walked towards the camp. At this moment, General Viper Mo suddenly felt a burst of itchiness on the snake's body. There was also a burst of heat. Her mind was swaying. When she lowered her head to look, she was completely stunned. The snake's scales below her were quickly fading and turning into human legs. What was even more shocking was that an unprecedented feeling welled up in her heart. This feeling was vaguely like a snake person who was dreaming of a ball being tempted. Chapter 6:16. How could this be? There was only one human in a billion who could make a female from the snake people fall in love. Moreover, it was a snake people who had completely transformed into human form. However, Viper Mo had not completely transformed into human form. Not only did this human in front of her move her heart, he even transformed into human form directly, which exceeded her hundreds of years of cultivation. How could this be? Who exactly was this human in front of her? This feeling was completely incomparable. That kind of soft and sweet feeling seemed to be born from the depths of her heart and then rippled out. This was only the beginning. Next, this feeling seemed to have turned into a ball of flame that burned from the depths of her heart. This feeling made Viper Mo unable to stand straight and fall to the ground. Then she watched helplessly as her snake body turned into 2 beautiful long legs. What a perfect pair of legs! I've finally become a complete woman. I've finally become a complete woman. Viper Mo's tears fell uncontrollably. All the females from the snake people tribe were crazily pursuing this scene. She had also dreamed countless times of the moment when she completely transformed into human form. At this moment, her dream had come true. However, this ecstasy was quickly swallowed by the surging flames in her heart, swallowed by instinct. She wanted to give birth to offspring. This was the pursuit of every female snake people. Viper Mo was not a human, but a snake. Once a snake was in love, it was extremely terrifying. Therefore, when you saw 2 snakes combining, you must run as far as possible. If you interrupted them, they would definitely chase after you crazily. Viper Mo fell to the ground. Yang Dingtian, who was extremely dirty and disgusting in her eyes previously, became extremely cute and attractive in her eyes at this moment. Although she had grown a pair of legs, she still crawled towards Yang Dingtian like a snake. She wanted to save Yang Dingtian. She wanted to save this man. Although Viper Mo was extremely poisonous, if the darkness mystic flame was around, it would be nothing to Yang Dingtian. Because the darkness mystic flame could even swallow the deep sea mystic poison, let alone Viper Mo's snake venom. However, the darkness profound flame was still in a deep slumber, and had been in a deep slumber for almost a year. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's body was completely penetrated by Viper Mo's poisonous snake. An ordinary person, even a martial grandmaster, would not be able to withstand Viper Mo's venom. However, Yang Dingtian was Yang Dingtian after all. Even if he did not have the darkness profound flame, the deep sea profound poison had circulated in his body before. Therefore, Viper Mo's snake venom could not kill him. After the deadly poison entered Yang Dingtian's body, Yang Dingtian's energy sea and profound veins automatically circulated, dissolving Viper Mo's deadly poison bit by bit. Therefore, after Yang Dingtian was poisoned, his body first turned dark green, and then it gradually faded away. However, Viper Mo did not know this. She used all her strength to crawl behind Yang Dingtian and said in a trembling voice, don't worry, I'm here to save you, I'm here to save you." She used her jade-like hands to cover her stomach, and then condensed a lump of golden-colored energy in her stomach. She slowly forced it into her mouth, and then this lump of golden-colored energy entered Yang Dingtian's mouth. This was Viper Mo's incomparably precious profound chi pill, and it was almost equivalent to Viper Mo's second life. Just a moment ago, she still regarded Yang Dingtian as a pig, a dog, and grass, and would not even blink when killing him. But once she was aroused, she would definitely go crazy, and she would even be willing to give up her second life, the profound chi pill, just to save Yang Dingtian. Therefore, this was the difference between some demonic beasts and humans. They were far more vicious than humans, but also pure. Once they were aroused, they would completely disregard everything. However, she did not know that Yang Dingtian would not die at all. Her snake venom could not kill Yang Dingtian at all, and Yang Dingtian's golden-colored profound chi was neutralizing the poison. And at this moment, an incomparably powerful energy directly entered his body. This energy was so powerful that it was completely unstoppable. Like an energy bomb, it directly exploded in Yang Dingtian's profound meridians, and then crazily rushed into Yang Dingtian's chi. This profound chi was completely like a surging tide, crazily rushing into Yang Dingtian's chi. Yang Dingtian only felt his chi expanding, incomparably expanding. Boom! Then his chi suddenly trembled, and a white light flashed, and Yang Dingtian's entire body directly turned into a lump of nothingness. Yang Dingtian had actually broken through, directly breaking through to become a 6-star Grandmaster. Viper Mo's profound chi pill directly helped him break through to become a 6-star Grandmaster. This breakthrough did not even stop. The surging profound chi was still crazily rushing into Yang Dingtian's chi. Yang Dingtian's chi was constantly trembling. 6-star first class, 6-star second class, 6-star third class. The green on Yang Dingtian's body gradually faded, and he returned to his normal skin color. Viper Mo lay on Yang Dingtian's body, happily watching him recover his vitality. Seeing that his life was no longer in danger, she immediately touched his face with infatuation, trembling as she said, "Such a handsome face, such a seductive face, such a noble and charming face." This was too much. Previously, she kept saying that Yang Dingtian was such a dirty and lowly human. Now, in her little mouth, this face had become noble and charming, handsome and seductive again. Moreover, Yang Dingtian's face was just barely handsome, and it was far from handsome men like Wu Yuming and Zhu Hongxue. It seemed that once a creature like the Naga tribe fell in love, the man in her eyes would become the most handsome man in the world. No matter how ordinary he was. What a likable husband Why didn't I realize it? I'm really blind. Viper Mo's jade-like hand gently touched Yang Dingtian's face, trembling as she said, "I even dug your eyes out just now. Sorry, does it hurt?" Then she bent down her beautiful face and kissed Yang Dingtian's eyes. "Does it still hurt?" Viper Mo said in a sweet voice, then reached out to touch Yang Dingtian's eyebrows and said in a daze, "Such handsome eyebrows, such charming eye sockets." Could it be that all the Naga tribe were so blind once they fell in love? At this time, Yang Dingtian's eyes were closed because his chi was breaking through, so he did not open his eyes. If she praised his eyes for being charming, then it would be fine. But now, because his eyes were closed, she praised his eye sockets for being charming. It was really unreasonable. "I used my sword to kill you just now. It's really unforgivable. I almost became a sinner." Viper Mo said in a trembling voice, "Wait, I'll cut off my right arm to apologize to you, okay?" "Just now, did I hurt you? Did I hurt you?" Viper Mo, who was muttering to herself, could no longer suppress her emotions, and instinctively wanted to dominate the man in front of her. Can't. The female Naga ruthlessly slapped herself. Pa! With a crisp sound, her snow-white body was immediately sent flying dozens of meters away. "I want to give him to Her Majesty, to let him revive the entire Naga tribe. I can't. Viper Mo painfully tangled together. But I can't help it. I really can't help it. I really can't resist it." Then Viper Mo crawled towards Yang Dingtian again. I don't care, I don't care. No, I can't. I want to give him to Her Majesty. Ah. Then Viper Mo's body crazily struggled and slapped on the ground. Her slender legs slapped the ground with force. Although she already had human legs, she still had the habit of slapping the ground with her snake tail. In the end, she completely couldn't control herself. She immediately took Yang Dingtian's sword and began to cut her own body, wanting to let the pain suppress her instincts. Just like that, her body was suddenly dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight. I don't care, I don't care. Even if you destroy me, I don't care. No, no. Just like that, Viper Mo continued to crawl towards Yang Dingtian and continued to cut her own body with the sword. Yang Dingtian's breakthrough stopped. 6-star, 9th grade, was only a little bit away from 7-star Grandmaster. She was almost breaking through to 7-star Grandmaster. Just a little bit more energy and she would break through. When the breakthrough stopped, Yang Dingtian's divine sense returned to his body. But his entire body was still completely frozen, completely unable to move. It was really strange. His mystic meridians were unimpeded. His sea of qi was also surging and powerful. But his entire body seemed to be completely frozen, completely unable to move. What kind of terrifying energy was this? After recovering his divine sense, Yang Dingtian suddenly smelled a strange fragrance and couldn't help but open his eyes to take a look. Suddenly, he saw a stunning beauty lying in a pool of blood. This stunning beauty was Viper Mo. Yang Dingtian was shocked to find that she had completely transformed into a human form. She actually grew a pair of legs, and it was a pair of perfect legs. It was completely indescribable. Even Mu Lianyi's pair of beautiful legs couldn't compare. However, her body was already riddled with scars and countless wounds were bleeding. Her entire body was already pale without a trace of blood, and her entire body was lying in a pool of blood. She is crazy? You, what are you doing? Yang Dingtian said in shock. Then he was surprised to find that his mouth could move, his eyes could also move, but his neck was still unable to move. I'm afraid I can't control it. The stunning beauty, Viper Mo said in a trembling voice. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian with incomparable affection and fanaticism. This kind of gaze completely made Yang Dingtian tremble all over, because he really had never seen such a fanatical gaze. Yan Yan was so infatuated with him. Her eyes were blurred, but she had never been so fanatical. This kind of fanaticism couldn't emerge from human eyes at all. Just now, this female snake demon was still looking down on him. Who knew that when he woke up, she would be so affectionate? He wasn't a handsome man, and he wasn't like Wu Yuming, who was so handsome that he didn't look like a real person. Control what? Yang Dingtian asked. I have to control myself. I can't be on good terms with you, because I want to give you to the queen. You will become our husband, the supreme ruler of the Serpent Men Empire, second only to one person and above millions of people. You will become the ancestor of the race of gods. Viper Mo said in a trembling voice, but I really can't control myself, so I let myself bleed and let my flames flow in with my blood. This female snake demon had really gone completely crazy. At this moment, her beautiful face was pale, and she actually looked delicate and pitiful. Her entire face was so white that it was almost transparent. Once I completely suppress it, I will give up everything, then take you to our imperial capital and give you to the queen. Then I will bury the love in my heart. Viper Mo looked at Yang Dingtian with her fiery eyes and said, Darling, wait for me a little longer. Wait for me a little longer. After my blood of desire has completely flowed out and I have regained some energy, I will take you to the imperial capital. Yang Dingtian said, You just killed me like I was nothing. Can I ask you what happened? Your blood transformed me into a human form. You made me fall in love. Viper Mo said, So you and the queen will give birth to a perfect and powerful race, and our Serpent Men Empire will rule the entire chaotic world. For the Serpent Men Empire, I can give up everything, including my love. Afterward, Yang Dingtian recalled that this female snake demon had actually offered her second life to him, the mystic energy golden core. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. Did the serpent men's love come so suddenly and so crazily? She was completely irrational. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, are the feelings of the serpent men all so sudden and fierce? Love is the guidance of the heavens. It is an instantaneous feeling. Don't tell me I'm as hypocritical as you humans, wanting to reject but welcoming. Do I have to look at the other party's cultivation, the other party's background, the other party's ability? Nightmare said, our love is instantaneous but also eternal. May I ask what kind of energy you used to freeze my body in an instant? Yang Dingtian asked. I was frozen in an instant without any room to resist. This is my unique talent. Viper Mo said proudly. Her Majesty said that when I completely transform into a human form and find my lover, the offspring we give birth to might be Queen Medusa. After that, Viper Mo looked at Yang Dingtian with feverish eyes. The king's husband can't marry other wives, so I will beg Her Majesty to give the throne to you. Then you can take me as your concubine. Maybe we can give birth to a Queen Medusa. At this moment, the voice of the serpent woman, filled with fear, came from outside. General, the 50,000 slaves are very close to us. Should we attack? This was the first female general of the serpent men under Viper Mo, Heisha. After 4 hours, Viper Mo still hadn't appeared in the camp to organize the attack. Heisha finally couldn't help but come in and ask timidly. Viper Mo was temperamental, fierce and cruel. Even the female generals under her were very afraid of her. Attack, but for such a small matter I won't go. You command the whole battle. Viper Mo said. Yes. Heisha said, Your Highness, are you all right? She actually called Viper Mo Your Highness. I'm all right. You leave quickly. Viper Mo said sternly. Yes. Heisha quickly retreated. Heisha wanted to lead the army to kill the 50,000 half-human slaves, but there were more than 200,000 barbarian soldiers. Once they started killing, the 50,000 slaves wouldn't have any power to fight back. Moreover, Yang Dingtian, who was protecting them, wasn't here. After Heisha left, Yang Dingtian said, Your Highness Viper Mo, can I ask you for a favor? Call me Mo, that's my maiden name. Viper Mo said, because Her Majesty considers me as her niece, she calls me Princess. Whatever you say, whatever you want, I will agree to it, no matter what it is. When Viper Mo spoke, she didn't hide her feverish feelings. Can you let go of the 50,000 slaves? Yang Dingtian asked. Viper Mo's beautiful eyes flashed with pain as she said, Husband, I can't. If it's a private matter, I can do anything you want. I can give you anything you want. But this is official business. I don't have the authority to agree to it. If I agree to it, I will be betraying the Naga Empire, betraying Her Majesty. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and used his Xian energy to try to dissolve the energy that was solidifying his body. Then he would use Viper Mo as a hostage to save the 50,000 slaves. Seeing Yang Dingtian close his eyes, Viper Mo thought that Yang Dingtian was angry. She immediately said in a soft voice, I'm sorry, husband. I can't do what you want me to do. If you are angry, after I send you to Her Majesty, you can kill me with your sword. Yang Dingtian still closed his eyes and used his Xian energy to dissolve the special solidifying energy with all his might. At this moment, Viper Mo's breathing became more and more rapid. Her feelings seemed to have begun to rise gradually. Because she rejected Yang Dingtian just now, her heart was filled with guilt towards her lover. Then the guilt turned into passion. Viper Mo groaned in pain. Then she picked up the sword and cut herself again. Suddenly, the little blood that was originally not much surged out again. Her weak and delicate body suddenly collapsed to the ground. At this moment, suddenly, a golden figure rushed in like lightning. A woman with a golden mask and an extremely charming and seductive figure instantly appeared between Yang Dingtian and Viper Mo, as if she had teleported. It's really a blessing from the heavens. Princess Viper Mo, your death date has arrived. After saying that, the mysterious woman suddenly slashed her sword at the weak Viper Mo. Chapter 617. Feng Wu. Yang Dingtian almost blurted out. This woman who rushed in had a similar style of dressing to Dugu Fengwu, especially when she was moving up and down. She had a valiant aura. In the past, Dugu Fengwu loved to wear men's clothes, and only her tall and straight figure could make men's clothes look unusually charming and free. This woman might not be wearing men's clothing, but she was very androgynous. Furthermore, she was wearing a pure gold mask and had sharp and beautiful eyes. Even though she was wearing a mask from her figure and aura, it was hard to tell if she was male or female. Furthermore, whenever Dugu Fengwu appeared, there would be a patch of golden light. When this woman rushed in, there would also be a patch of golden light. Furthermore, she was extremely ruthless and decisive as she directly chopped off Viper Mo's beautiful head. "Stop! You can't kill her!" Yang Dingtian shouted. This woman who rushed in was obviously the disciple of Dongli Grassland Savior, Saintess Hai Xen Huangyu. At this moment, she finally looked at Yang Dingtian in the eyes. After looking him up and down a few times, she didn't hide the disdain in her eyes and said indifferently, "Are you her pet?" Yang Dingtian lowered his head to look at himself and then at Viper Mo on the ground. No wonder this woman had such suspicions. "You are indeed a beast and play so wildly." Huang, you looked at Viper Mo, who was covered in blood, and smiled faintly. "All right, you degenerate boy toy. After killing her, I will immediately slaughter you and let you play such disgusting games in the underworld." "I am not a boy toy," Yang Dingtian said. "All right, this is not important. The important thing is, didn't you see? This Viper Mo in front of you is a female from the snake race, and she has transformed into a human." At this moment, Huang Yu's gaze instantly landed on Viper Mo's legs, and her eyes trembled. She was really a careless woman. She only noticed such important information now. In the entire Naga tribe, only Queen Poisa can transform into human form. Viper Mo's cultivation is not enough. How can he transform into human form? Huang Yu suddenly placed her sword on Yang Dingtian's vitals and said, "If you don't tell me, I can only turn you into a eunuch. I hope Viper Mo doesn't mind that his pet is a eunuch." As a result, Yang Dingtian was threatened for the second time today. "Huang Yu, if you dare to hurt Lang Jun, I will tear you into pieces and throw you into the 10,000 snake cave. Your flesh and blood will enter the snake's stomach," the weak Viper Mo said coldly. "Oh, so it's not a pet. It's an affectionate couple." Huang, you lightly drew a line with her sword. Suddenly, a wound appeared and blood flowed out. "Stop, you crazy woman." Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, "I knew it. Once I meet a crazy woman like you, I won't have a good ending." This General Viper Mo drank my blood, so he transformed into human form. Huang Yu's face changed dramatically and said in a hoarse voice, You're telling the truth." Yang Dingtian said, "The truth is in front of you. You can see it clearly." Huang Yu said, "You really are a scourge. Thank you for telling me, but I can only kill you. I can't let this world be filled with the tragedy of Naga's destruction." "Are you crazy?" Yang Dingtian said. Are you Saintess Hai Xan's people? Are you from the Holy Valley?" "So what if I am?" Huang Yu said. "I'm with you." Yang Dingtian said angrily, "I protected several tens of thousands of slaves and escorted them to the Holy Valley. General Viper Mo used several tens of thousands of soldiers to set up an encirclement. I had no choice but to assassinate General Viper Mo." "You came to assassinate her?" Huang Yu said, "But you ended up in this state, playing a fairy fight on the ground." "This crazy woman, she really doesn't care what she says." I hid behind her and was about to stab her heart with my sword. As a result, she released an extremely powerful and mysterious energy that completely froze my body. Yang Dingtian said. Afterward, she wanted to kill me. She used her poisonous fangs to bite my neck and poison my entire body. But my blood entered her body and turned her into human form. So, you shouldn't have killed her. You should have taken her hostage, saved the 50,000 slaves, and brought her to the Holy Valley to threaten Queen Poisa. Although she is only one of the 16 generals, her identity is very special. She has some kind of ancient Medusa's talent, so she is very important to Queen Poisa. Huang Yu's burning eyes stared at Yang Dingtian. You don't believe me? Yang Dingtian asked. I believe you, Huang Yu said. What about your companions? What about your partner who saved tens of thousands of slaves with you? It's just me, Yang Dingtian replied. You alone saved 50,000 slaves and killed several tens of thousands of slaves? Huang Yu said, if you were so strong, you wouldn't have been humiliated by this snake demon like a piece of trash. Whether you believe it or not, I am alone, Yang Dingtian said. Oh, then I am relieved. You can rest in peace, Huang Yu said, then suddenly stabbed her sword into Yang Dingtian's chest. Blood suddenly spurted out. You are crazy. You know I am on your side and you still want to kill me? Yang Dingtian angrily said. I believe you are on our side, but if you can make Queen Poisa fall in love with you, maybe you can give birth to a perfect race. So I can only eliminate you. Otherwise, the Snake Empire will really rule the world. Huang Yu said, At worst, I will apologize to you. Finished speaking, Huang Yu stared at Yang Dingtian's eyes and slowly stabbed the sword in her hand. She wanted to pierce Yang Dingtian's heart without any hesitation. This, which is still killing people like flax. You dare to kill my Lang Jun. Go die. At this moment, Viper Mo, who was lying in a pool of blood, suddenly sprung up like a poisonous snake. The blood on the ground was suddenly sucked back into her body. She opened her mouth at Huang Yu and spat out countless green blood arrows. Because she bled herself, Viper Mo became extremely weak at this time. But in order to save Yang Dingtian, she directly spat out her life-saving Xian poison. Naga's last life-saving Xian poison is the deep-sea Xian poison. And Viper Mo, as a member of the snake race, also has her own life-saving Xian poison. Once it is spat out, she will not live for long. Lang Jun, let's go and find Her Majesty the Queen, Viper Mo exclaimed. Then her entire body turned into a stream of light, fiercely pouncing towards Huang Yu. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's entire body completely regained mobility. And Huang Yu, seeing Viper Mo's Xian poison, was immediately horrified. She desperately surged all the Xian qi in her body and shot backwards. Her entire body was like a cannonball, dodging at lightning speed. Because of the treasure bestowed by her master, she was able to withstand Viper Mo's body-locking inherent skill. But she was unable to withstand the 800 years old snake demon Xian poison. If she was hit by it, she would definitely die. Following that, Huang Yu almost frantically dodged the green Xian poison behind her, and Viper Mo, whose entire body was riddled with injuries, chased after Huang Yu crazily. Lang Jun, quickly go and find Her Majesty. Go and find Her Majesty. At this moment, although Viper Mo was incomparably weak, she was really like a malicious spirit, crazily chasing after Huang Yu, absolutely not letting her off. And that green Xian poison, its speed was even faster, chasing after Huang Yu like lightning. Huang Yu was almost running for her life, because she could withstand Viper Mo's body-locking secret technique. So, although she couldn't do anything to Viper Mo, but she wasn't too afraid of Viper Mo. But she really didn't expect that Viper Mo, in order to protect this man, would even give up her own life-saving Xian poison. She had never encountered such a dangerous moment. Using all her strength to escape, she was almost unable to pull out the Xian poison to chase after him. Bam! Suddenly, that green Xian poison exploded. Instantly, the Xian poison turned into a huge circle, enveloping Huang Yu within. Then, the Xian poison suddenly contracted and was about to drill into Huang Yu's body. Huang Yu accepted her fate as she closed her eyes. Although she was unwilling, she was incomparably free and easy. If I die, then I die. What does it matter? Then, she closed her eyes and waited for death. Just at this moment, like a flash of lightning, Yang Dingtian suddenly appeared beside her, using his body to block the surging Xian poison for her. Whoosh! Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly burst out 2 Xian flames, instantly forming an energy shield, enveloping himself and Huang Yu within. Don't! Seeing the Xian poison suddenly condensing towards Yang Dingtian, Viper and Mo cried out in alarm. She never thought that Yang Dingtian didn't escape, but suddenly appeared beside Huang Yu. Then, she suddenly wanted to withdraw the Xian poison, but it was already too late. However, what happened next completely shocked her, because the Xian poison was actually unable to break through that flame shield. And these 2 flame shields were actually pale white and colorless. Yang Dingtian also didn't have it easy because he couldn't let the million spirit demon fire and devil's spirit demon fire touch. Otherwise it would turn into a huge lightning bolt. So between the 2 Xian flames, there was a layer of chaos Xian qi. Although her Xian poison was far from Naga's deep-sea Xian poison, it could also directly corrode Xian qi and Xian flame. Now, it was actually unable to enter his Xian flame shield. It was really too scary. You're heavily injured. If you don't plan to kill me, then hurry up and withdraw the Xian poison. That way, the damage will be smaller. Then, recuperate properly. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian then withdrew the Xian flame shield. After saying that, he and Huang Yu immediately disappeared from the space. He used the invisibility profound skill and brought Huang Yu into the isolated space. Then, Yang Dingtian used the invisibility profound skill and madly sprinted for 1,000 meters. At this moment, Huang Yu opened her eyes and said, "We don't have to die just like this." After running for dozens of miles, Huang Yu struggled free from Yang Dingtian's hand and said, "Looks like that snake demon has deep feelings for you." Because she was afraid of hurting you, she actually withdrew the Xian poison and even let me off. Yang Dingtian looked at her deeply and instinctively reached out to touch the wound on his chest. Because he felt that he didn't need it, he didn't wear the deep-sea mystic clothes for a long time. A few days ago, he secretly put it on Yin Yan's body, and Yin Yan still didn't know about it. If this woman in front of him was really Degu Fengwu, then how many times had she killed him? He really couldn't count. Now, she had completely forgotten who he was, and even her face had changed. Forget it. It didn't matter if this woman in front of him was Degu Fengwu or not. He didn't want to provoke her and disturb her any more. Let her bid farewell to the past completely. Huang Yu's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Dingtian and said, "You've saved me." "Yes, you're welcome." Yang Dingtian said, "I still have to say sorry." Huang Yu said. Then, she suddenly flashed and thrust her sword at Yang Dingtian. This demon woman, even at this moment, she still wanted to kill him. Even if he had just saved her life, she still wanted to kill him. However, this was more in line with her character. "You crazy woman, do you think you can kill me?" Yang Dingtian said angrily. "You're just a gigolo who relies on his face to make a living. How capable can you be?" Huang Yu said, and suddenly thrust her sword. Clang! Yang Dingtian's sword suddenly slashed on her sharp sword. There was a loud sound. In an instant, the 2 of them were sent flying. After landing, Yang Dingtian felt his qi and blood surging. Huang Yu staggered for a while and vomited a mouthful of blood. "I said before, you aren't a match for me." Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Viper Mo's army has already gone to kill the 50,000 slaves. I have to go save them and don't have the time to be entangled with you. Then Yang Dingtian directly flew towards the direction of the 50,000 slaves. Huang Yu quickly caught up and said, "Who are you? There aren't many humans at your age who can defeat me. It doesn't matter who I am. The key is whose side am I on?" Yang Dingtian said. Huang Yu was silent for a moment and then said, "Follow me. I've brought 1,000 elites to save the 50,000 slaves. My people are over there." After saying that, Huang Yu flew towards a valley in the west. After the two of them flew for dozens of miles, a delicate cry suddenly came from the sky. Miss Huang Yu, our people and the 50,000 slaves have been completely surrounded in the valley. Hundreds of Naga race and hundreds of thousands of slave army have surrounded us." A beautiful Foxman race woman rode on a white eagle and shouted at Huang Yu. Then her beautiful eyes fell on Yang Dingtian and revealed an extremely surprised and ecstatic look. "Big brother Yang Dingtian." Subsequently, that Foxman race girl cried out delicately as she jumped down from the white eagle and pounced towards Yang Dingtian. Before Yang Dingtian could react, the Foxman race woman threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms and hugged him tightly as she cried, "Big brother Yang Dingtian, I missed you so much. I missed you every day." Yang Dingtian did not expect to meet the Foxman race's Princess Xiangxiang here. Chapter 6:18. Seeing Xiangxiang act like this, Huang Yu frowned and said, "Xiangxiang, you know him too?" Xiangxiang suddenly remembered that there was another person beside her. She immediately let go of Yang Dingtian and turned her face to the side. "Yes, she is the benefactor of our Foxman tribe." Xiangxiang said, "Okay, how is the situation over there?" Huang Yu asked. "A few hundred serpent men and 200,000 barbarian slaves have surrounded us. They will attack soon. The commander is the #1 general under the Viper Demon Princess, Heisha." Xiangxiang Beep said, "Let's go." Huang Yu glanced at Yang Dingtian and said, "Sir, why don't we have a competition to see who can kill more people? This woman is still so competitive." "Okay," Yang Dingtian said. Then the man and woman flew toward the valley as fast as they could. This was indeed a cramped valley. The entrance was narrow and the terrain was dangerous. It was easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The reason why Huang Yu's rebel army chose this place should be because of the terrain here. The reason why the Naga Empire's army let the slaves and rebel army escape here was probably because they wanted to wipe them out. Once the two entrances were blocked, the people inside would not be able to escape. At this time, the Naga Empire's army of 200,000 had basically finished their preparations. Layer by layer, they surrounded the valley tightly. They were just waiting for Heisha's order to send out the wolf cavalry and attack. Yang Dingtian asked Xiangxiang Bela to find a black cloak for him, allowing his body to be shrouded in darkness. In the narrow valley, more than 50,000 people were crowded. More than 1,000 rebels. 1/3 of them were guarding the front exit. 1/3 of them were guarding the back entrance, and the remaining 1/3 were guarding the air. Then they selected the strong slaves from the 50,000 to be the reserve team. "I will guard the exit, you guard the entrance." Huang Yu directly ordered Yang Dingtian. There were more enemies at the exit, and they were more ferocious and elite, so it was more dangerous. "Yang Dingtian, I'll guard the exit, you guard the entrance." "Don't talk nonsense," Huang Yu said bluntly. The moment she opened her mouth, she really wanted to anger people to death. "Big brother Yang Dingtian, I'll be with you." Xiangxiang also followed with her saber in hand. "Xiangxiang, stay with me," Huang Yu said. "But I want to follow brother Yang Dingtian," Xiangxiang said. Huang Yu frowned. Xiangxiang worshipped her the most and followed her all the time. Now that Yang Dingtian had arrived, she had actually abandoned her to follow him. "No," Huang Yu said coldly. "It will be very dangerous later. Xiangxiang, follow me." Yang Dingtian grabbed Xiangxiang's shoulder and rushed towards the back entrance, AT this time. More than 300 elite resistance army had gathered at the entrance. The leader was a leopard man warrior. He was valiant and majestic, as tall and straight as a mountain. That's right, most of the leopard men had already surrendered to the Snake Man Empire, but a portion of them had joined the resistance army. This leopard man warrior was called Jing Lei. He was once a cavalry commander of the leopard men. At this time, these 300 resistance army soldiers were neatly arranged into a human wall. They stood upright with shields and blocked the entire entrance. Seeing Yang Dingtian enter, Jing Lei glanced at Yang Dingtian and Xiang Xiang and said, "Xiang Xiang, who is this pretty boy?" That's right, Yang Dingtian wasn't considered a very handsome guy among humans, but in front of the wild leopard men he was indeed a pretty boy. "This is my big brother Yen. He is a great hero. He will be in charge of commanding you." Xiang Xiang said proudly, "He great hero. I can beat him with my nose." An elephant man beside her said rudely, shaking his powerful nose. When Jing Lei heard that Yang Dingtian was here to command them, his eyes turned cold. The golden fur on his body stood up, and he said, "Pretty boy, you want to command us? Are you hard enough or not? Come, come, come. If you want to command us, let's fight first." After saying that, the majestic leopard men leader walked out of the formation and walked towards Yang Dingtian. As he walked, his body emitted explosive sounds. The stone floor under his feet shattered inch by inch. He wanted to show Yang Dingtian his strength. "As long as you can defeat me, I will let you command us. As long as you can survive 3 moves, I will let you have a position beside me. If you can't survive 3 moves, you can go to the back and lick Xiang Xiang's tail." Jing Lei sneered. Yang Dingtian had experienced the barbarity of the half-human race. Xiang Xiang was so angry that her face turned red. "I am only here to participate in the battle. You are the highest commander. I will follow your orders." Yang Dingtian obviously wouldn't argue with such a straightforward person before the battle. "Ha!" Jing Lei laughed loudly. He walked over and patted Yang Dingtian's shoulder. "Not bad, not bad. Although you are a coward, you know your place and you are honest. Xiang Xiang, is he your lover?" Xiang Xiang angrily walked over and ruthlessly kicked Shocking Thunder's majestic leg. But the other party laughed out loud. "Jing Lei, I am warning you. Don't look down on others." Xiang Xiang said. Jing Lei said, "What is your name?" "Yen Nantian." Yang Dingtian said, "That's good. Yen Nantian, you and Xiang Xiang will be at the back of our human wall. You are the last line of defense. If you are finished, the 50,000 people behind you will also be finished. Remember, this battle is to test whether or not you have the qualifications to lift Xiang Xiang's tail. If you dare to turn around and run, I will smash you into meat paste with one punch." Thunder said, and then continued to walk to the front of the human wall in the middle. Here, Yang Dingtian had learned a new phrase, flipping the tail. It was really barbaric. However, animals really liked to play this game. Xiang Xiang and Yang Dingtian came to the last row of the human wall and said softly, "Big brother Tian, don't be angry. Although Jing Lei is barbaric, he is a good person." "I know," Yang Dingtian said. "Also, our resistance army is under a lot of pressure. Moreover, the elites are all fighting tribes, so their words and actions are very barbaric. Don't mind them." Xiang Xiang said. "I won't. I like their character." Yang Dingtian said. It was indeed so. This leopard man leader Jing Lei's words were incomparably vulgar, and Xiang Xiang was so beautiful. However, when he looked at Xiang Xiang, there was only the love of a sister. There was no greed. As a fighting tribe, leopard men had always been brave and frank. However, these leopard men seemed to be too frank. In front of them, there was a leopard man-woman. Yang Dingtian was quickly teased by her. Her tail directly swept across Yang Dingtian's waist. She then turned around and said, "Oh, a human." The women of the leopard tribe were the most outstanding beauties in the battle tribe. Their degree of humanization was very high. Their whole body was human, except for an extra tail, 2 leopard ears, and a leopard mark on their forehead. Leopard men-women had very hot figures. They were healthy and strong. Yang Dingtian quickly dodged. He really didn't expect that the dignified hidden sect master, who was almost the highest leader of the human race, would be teased by a leopard man-woman. Jingyu, what are you doing? Xiang angrily slapped away the leopard man-woman's hand. As a good sister, I have to check for you. A man's capital is the foundation of a woman's happiness. The gorgeous leopard man-woman said wildly, humans are famous for being unbearable. But you're lucky. This human is not inferior to us, leopard men. If you continue to be like this, I'll get angry. Xiang said angrily. Don't worry, I won't snatch. The leopard man-woman said in surprise, but when you flirt for the first time, you have to let us listen. If it's a trash for your happiness, we have to chase him out of your room. The battle hasn't started yet. Why don't you check here now, Xiang? Suddenly, a half-human woman's voice sounded. Immediately, the 300 resistance army elites all stood up and instigated one after another. Xiang's face turned red, and she ignored them. Yang Dingtian was also at his wits' end. These half-human race were too vulgar and couldn't be resisted at all. As the leader, Jinglei did not care at all. Instead, he smiled and listened to the crowd's jeering. They're here. Suddenly, a leopard flew over as fast as lightning. When it arrived in front of the crowd, it stood up straight. This was a human leopard, because he could walk upright, but his body was more like a leopard than a human. Generally speaking, he was the best scout and cavalry. After hearing this sound, all the jeering stopped. The 300 resistance army elites instantly became incomparably serious. All the soldiers' bodies suddenly arched. All their muscles instantly tightened, and the hair on their necks instantly stood up. The 300 resistance army elites instantly condensed into a rope and became an incomparably powerful force. Boom, 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 boom. Then a rumbling sound was heard. Then the entire ground began to tremble. The Naga Empire's slave barbarian army began to charge. Soon, Yang Dingtian saw the Naga Empire's army. It was the werewolf cavalry regiment. Tens of thousands of werewolf cavalry, covered in black armor, surged over like a black tide, covering the sky and earth. Looking down from the sky, tens of thousands of werewolf cavalry were like huge black shadows, and the 300 resistance army at the entrance of the valley were pitifully small, almost insignificant. The werewolf cavalry was getting closer and closer. The momentum of tens of thousands of cavalry charging. A timid person would probably be scared out of his wits. 3,000 meters away, 2,000 meters away, 1,000 meters away, 500 meters away. Bend down, Jinglei ordered. Immediately, the 300 elite resistance army suddenly bent down. Human, don't worry, I will protect you. I won't let Xiang become a widow. The leopard girl in front suddenly said in a surprised voice. She was no longer as rough as before, but seemed serious. Yang Dingtian said. He was truly grateful. Of course, he did not need the protection of this leopard woman, but her heart was incomparably sincere. Because of Xiang, she was willing to protect a strange human on the battlefield. Tens of thousands of werewolf cavalry, the closest vanguard, was only 300 meters away. Kacha! Suddenly, all the werewolf cavalry suddenly straightened the spears in their hands and faced the wall of resistance soldiers. Raise your swords, Jinglei roared. Immediately, the 300 resistance soldiers pulled out their sharp swords in unison. Awo! The werewolf cavalry let out an astonishing roar and instantly accelerated. Like a storm, they rushed fiercely toward the thin wall of 300 resistance soldiers. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, it was like a monstrous wave hitting the dam, making a loud noise. Countless werewolf spears pierced through the shield and stabbed into it. The first row of the resistance army, less than 100 people, trembled violently as if it had been hit by a huge rock. It spat out a mouthful of blood, but did not retreat half a step. Kill! There was a fierce roar. The leopard leader, Jinglei, slashed down with the 2-meter-long giant sword in his hand. Suddenly, the werewolf cavalry in front of him, together with his mount, was directly split into 2 halves. Flesh and blood flew, and blood spurted. At the same time, the 100 resistance army experts in front of him slashed down with their giant swords. Swish! The sword light flashed. The werewolf cavalry at the front were all split into 2 halves, and blood spurted out. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled, and his blood boiled. This was the absolute aesthetics of violence. This was the most naked confrontation of blood and power. Yang Dingtian had also experienced several great battles. However, the scene in front of him was almost the most direct. It was almost no less bloody and fierce than the battle between the demon dragon army and the demon wolf army. Swish, 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 swish. The row of resistance army experts in front was like a complete killing machine. All of their movements were almost neat. All of the giant swords were raised together and slashed down together. There was no heroic spirit at all. Everyone condensed into a sharp blade. In this way, in addition to the initial fierce impact of the resistance army, the next one was a one-sided massacre. These 100 giant swords seemed to be tireless, crazily slashing. The werewolf cavalry in front of them, one after another, rushed forward crazily, and then were split into 2 halves by these 100 giant swords. In just 15 minutes, a thick layer of corpses piled up in front of the resistance army wall, and blood flowed everywhere. Yang Dingtian had the most elite cavalry and winged cavalry under his command, but he had never had such elite heavy infantry. The combat power of this resistance army was far beyond Yang Dingtian's imagination. Yang Dingtian had already seen that among the resistance army experts in front of him, there were more than 10 experts above the martial honor level. However, none of them left the organization, and none of them played the hero. All of them gathered together and became a complete fighting machine. Boom! Just as the battle at the entrance behind Yang Dingtian began. At the entrance in front of Huang Yu, the battle broke out at the same time. They were facing tens of thousands of leopard and lion cavalry. Their combat power was more ferocious than the werewolf cavalry. As for Huang Yu, she was a high-level master. She had completely integrated into the group, and in the middle of the first row she fought. Similarly, it was an overwhelming victory. Swish, 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 the battle continued. Countless werewolf cavalry, as if they were not afraid of death, rushed forward one after another, crazily charging, and the first row of resistance army wall, like tireless killing machines, raised their swords, raised their swords, raised their swords, and slashed. Half an hour later, finally, the first row of resistance army wall had its first casualty. It was a leopard warrior. His Xian Qi could not support him, and his movements were half a step slower. He was immediately pierced by the werewolf's long spear. In the blink of an eye, a warrior behind him stepped forward and killed the werewolf rider. Then, the pierced leopard warrior was immediately dragged behind the human wall. The reserve team quickly rushed forward and carried him away for treatment. Throughout the entire process, there was not the slightest bit of panic. This was a very, very elite and powerful army, and Yang Dingtian did not make a move. His mission was not here for the time being. His spiritual aura was firmly locked onto the hundreds of snake men experts in front of him. These were his true opponents. The frenzied slaughter ended after an hour. The Snake Men Empire sounded the horn of temporary retreat. Obviously, the strength of this resistance army was far beyond their imagination. In just an hour of battle, the werewolf cavalry left behind at least 10,000 corpses. Nearly half of them were injured, and they had to retreat. And the resistance army had less than 10 casualties. As the highest commander of the Snake Men Empire, He Sha was obviously preparing to change the battle strategy. After the horn of retreat sounded, almost all of the enemies retreated. Stop the battle, rest. Thunder shouted loudly. Suddenly, the entire resistance army relaxed. The entire steel-like defense line suddenly relaxed. Brother Tian, let's go. Xiang pulled Yang Dingtian and immediately turned to run. Yang Dingtian was puzzled, but soon he knew why. Because the first thing the resistance army did when they relaxed was to take off their pants and pee. Moreover, they were peeing on the enemy's corpses. While peeing, they laughed boldly, using this method to express their disdain for the enemy. Perhaps this could be considered as a way to relieve pressure on the battlefield, but it was really rough. That's what's so annoying about these people. I have to run away as fast as I can every time, Xiang Bayless said angrily. At this time, the leopard girl walked over and glanced at Yang Dingtian, then patted his shoulder and said, "Not bad, you didn't pee. You passed the first test." Yang Dingtian was speechless. He looked at her hand, hoping that there was nothing on it. After the leopard girl left, Jinglei, who looked like a majestic mountain, walked over. His arm that was as thick as a tree trunk patted Yang Dingtian's shoulder and said, "Not bad. You didn't pee from fear." Yang Dingtian nodded painfully. These barbarians, didn't they know to wash their hands when peeing? They even patted people's shoulders. However, these barbarians' requirements for Yang Dingtian were really low. It was fine as long as he didn't pee. Then these resistance army elites used this time to adjust their breathing and started to take pills. Huang Yu walked over and said with her chin raised, "Hey, I killed 1359 people. How many did you kill?" "0. Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly. Xiang immediately said, "It was Thunder who didn't let Brother Tian go to the first row. That's not fair." "Humph. If you don't have the ability, you don't have the ability. Don't find excuses," Huang Yu said and walked away. Xiang looked at Huang Yu's back and said, "Brother Tian, Miss Huang Yu is very proud. She doesn't even want to talk to others. Now, she often comes to find trouble with you. Do you two know each other?" Yang Dingtian said, "I don't know how to say it. I feel that you two know each other, and your relationship is not normal." Xiang said, "Anyway, it doesn't look normal. It's like a pair of enemies." A girl's intuition was indeed very scary. The time to rest was very short. Only half an hour later, the Serpentine Empire once again made a comeback. The three groups of resistance army immediately built a steel wall, full of absolute fighting spirit and morale. At the beginning of the battle, the people on the defensive line were still making crude jokes about Yang Dingtian and Xiang. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from the sky. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This was the Eagleman race, the most terrifying fighting race in the Dongli grassland, riding and shooting demons in the sky. Then, the sky on both sides was covered by darkness. Tens of thousands of Eagleman race members covered the sky and the sun, crazily attacking. It didn't matter that the Eagleman race could fly. The key was that the Eagleman race had a huge number of godly archers and a huge number of ice archers. They were the most terrifying enemy. At the same time, the earth began to tremble. Countless werewolf cavalry, leopard cavalry, and lion cavalry crazily rushed over. Yang Dingtian suddenly pulled out his sword and flew into the air, shouting, "Huang Yu, you deal with the ground. I'll deal with the sky." After saying that, he flew towards the tens of thousands of Eagleman race members alone. Suddenly, everyone on the ground was completely shocked. Chapter 619. Everyone was stunned when they saw Yang Dingtian in the air. Was he crazy? One person facing tens of thousands of Eaglemen warriors. This was completely crazy. Did he think he was the Saintess High Exan? Seeing the completely shocked resistance army at the entrance, Huang Yu said, "What are you looking at? Aren't you going to fight?" Immediately, all the elites of the resistance army suppressed the surprise in their hearts, bent their bodies, and prepared for battle with all their might. However, the 50,000 slaves in the middle of the valley and the Snake Men army outside could raise their heads and look at the rare spectacle in the sky. "General, is this human crazy?" The Snake Men general next to He Shah laughed. "Probably." He Shah sneered and said, "In this group of resistance army, except for Huang Yu, the others are not worth mentioning. Our Snake Men race can easily kill them all." The ugly and terrifying Snake Man male next to him opened his mouth and spat out his forked tongue. "Then why don't our Snake Men race go up and kill these dirty and lowly creatures? We have cannon fodder, why don't we use it?" He Shah sneered. Yang Dingtian alone faced tens of thousands of Eagle Men warriors. The two sides were getting closer and closer. The humanization of the Eagle Men was already very high, except for the pair of wings on their backs and the two feathers on their waists. Of course, their fingernails were sharp and curved, just like the eagles. However, a high degree of humanization did not mean beauty. In fact, the Eagle Men race was the ugliest and most terrifying race. If there was only one word to describe it, it would be a devil's body and a devil's face. That's right, the female Eagle Men race had a very hot body, and that kind of curve was very difficult for humans to have. However, their faces were all ferocious and terrifying without exception. The Leopard Men also had leopard ears and leopard patterns on their foreheads. But this did not hinder the beauty of the Leopard Men-women. As for the Eagle Men race, they all had human facial features, and there were no feathers on their faces. However, they had the shape of an eagle's face. This was a complete tragedy. The eagle's face was so narrow, and it looked extremely handsome on the eagle's back, with its sharp eyes and curved and sharp beak. However, to squeeze all of a person's facial features onto such a narrow face was utterly terrifying. Yang Dingtian had already made sufficient mental preparations, but when he saw the Eagle Men, he was still shocked. It was really terrifying and ugly. His eyes, nose, and mouth were all squeezed onto his face, which was less than 2 inches wide. His chin was extremely sharp, like an awl. Clearly, the 10,000 Eagle Men warriors were completely infuriated by Yang Dingtian. Both sides approached each other at lightning speed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When they were within 1,000 meters, countless Eagle Men shot out sharp arrows. The Eagle Men were the most elite archers. Although they didn't have crystal crossbows, they were able to pull open the toughest and strongest bows and hit their targets with every shot. Their swords could pierce through almost any armor. Moreover, in every 10 Eagle Men, there would be one frost archer. The frost arrow that was shot out could release a fatal chill. Therefore, an incomparably beautiful scene appeared in the sky. Countless black sharp swords, like a black shadow, pounced towards Yang Dingtian. Countless frost arrows, like countless lightning bolts, rushed towards Yang Dingtian. It was almost instantaneous. Yang Dingtian's figure suddenly shot out like lightning. Facing countless sharp arrows and countless frost arrows, he rushed into the army of the Eagle Men. In an instant, all the black gold swords were shattered into pieces. All the frost arrows instantly froze around Yang Dingtian. Crack, crack! Yang Dingtian's speed became slower and slower. In the end, everything around him froze. His entire body was completely frozen in the huge ice. The black demon general on the ground sneered, "What a stupid human. Even I don't dare to face the attack of the previous frost archer head-on. A mere human dares to hit a stone with an egg." At this moment, bang! Suddenly, the frozen ice on Yang Dingtian's body exploded. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian, like a bolt of lightning, rushed into the army of the Eagle Men. He pulled out his sword. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, the sword burst out a sword light of hundreds of feet. Heaven-defying whirlwind. The sword light of hundreds of feet spun wildly in the air. Bang, 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 wherever the sword light passed. All the Eagle Men were slashed at the waist. Swish, 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 swish. The entire sky was shrouded in bright light. Then the barbarian army of the Snake Men Empire that was charging crazily on the ground suddenly found that it was raining. That's right, it was blood rain. Countless drops of blood fell like raindrops. Then the body parts of the eagle men fell like raindrops. Ah, ah, ah! The screams of the eagle men were very sharp and ear-piercing. It was like a human's voice, but also like an eagle's cry. The cries of countless eagle men made people shudder even more. Everyone was extremely horrified to find out. In the east parting grassland, the eagleman race that was feared by all was now being massacred, and it was being massacred by a single person. The barbarian army on the ground suddenly stopped charging. The elite resistance army at the entrance and exit almost forgot their mission as they stared blankly at the sky. This is too fucking exaggerated. One person against tens of thousands of people, and it was a one-sided massacre. How many people could a great grandmaster kill on the battlefield? About 10 to 20,000 people, and then his Xian Qi would be completely exhausted. Yang Dingtian was a 6-star 9th grade great grandmaster, but he had the 9 Yang Xian Meridians, a heaven-defying soul sword that was close to the Emperor grade, and the Naga royalty Xian Qi in his body. Therefore, his combat strength was almost no less than a great grandmaster. No matter how many eaglemen there were, it was useless because even a martial honorable could not escape Yang Dingtian's instant kill. The only thing that restricted Yang Dingtian was Xian Qi. This heaven-defying whirlwind seemed to be infinitely powerful. However, the consumption of Xian Qi was really huge. To describe it in one sentence, the consumption of Xian Qi was like peeing, dropping crazily. Swish, 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 swish. Yang Dingtian crazily massacred. A few hundred people, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000 people. After killing 8,000 eagle men alive, his Xian Qi was almost depleted. What were the consequences of his Xian Qi being depleted? The consequences were very serious. A high-level martial artist without Xian Qi was nothing, and anyone could kill him with a sword. At this time, there were more than 10 to 20,000 eagle men. Yang Dingtian was incomparably powerful, and he continued to kill crazily. This was a game to see who would be frightened first. Without a doubt, all the ground troops were frightened. General He Sha on the battlefield. His gorgeous face almost changed color. When did such a powerful figure appear in the Holy Valley Resistance Army? I'm afraid he is only below Hayeksan. He Sha exclaimed in his heart. Among the Nagas present, only General Viper Mo was his opponent, but General Viper Mo did not come at all. The Eagle Men leader's heart was almost bleeding. These were all the warriors of his Eagle Men tribe. The Eagle Men tribe was not like the lowly werewolf tribe, who gave birth to more than a dozen in a litter several times a year. The Eagle Men hatched from eggs, and there were 4 or 5 eggs in a litter, but after hatching, only one baby could survive, because the first thing it did after being born was to destroy all the other eggs. Among the 8 major tribes, each of the other tribes had 1,000,000 warriors, but the Eagle Men only had a little more than 100,000. Now, tens of thousands of them were about to be slaughtered. Moreover, this massacre was too horrifying. A whirlwind chopped down, and hundreds of Eagle Men warriors were cut in two. They couldn't be more dead. General, what should we do? Do you want me to order a retreat first? The Eagle Men leader asked. No, his Xian Qi is about to be exhausted. Once his Xian Qi is exhausted, he will die, He Sha said. She was right. Yang Dingtian's Xian Qi was exhausted. What if his Xian Qi was exhausted and he didn't want to become a lamb to be slaughtered? There was no other way. He had to start burning his sea of Qi again. So it seemed that Yang Dingtian was still majestic and crazily slaughtering people. But in fact, he had been crazily burning his sea of Qi and overdrawing his Xian Qi. But it seemed that his Xian Qi was endless. Finally, the Eagle Men warriors couldn't stand it anymore. This was a tribe with high intelligence. Finally, they couldn't resist Yang Dingtian's terrifying massacre. After a series of screams, they no longer cared about the battlefield orders and desperately fled in all directions. Nearly half of the more than 30,000 eagle men were killed, and the remaining 10 to 20,000 were all scared out of their wits and fled without a trace. Yang Dingtian didn't dare to stop burning his Xian Qi. He still burned his sea of qi and made himself infinitely breezy. Holding his sword, he looked around and said lightly, "Who else?" When this voice came out, everyone present almost wanted to worship him. This was the god of war. After killing more than 10,000 people, he still shouted majestically. Suddenly, almost everyone in the Snake People Empire was frightened by Yang Dingtian and became completely silent. The Snake People Empire can't withstand a single blow. Yang Dingtian said lightly, and then slowly landed in the valley. "Huang Yu, I killed more than 10,000 people just now." Yang Dingtian's voice sounded in Huang Yu's ears. And Huang Yu had killed more than 1,000 people. Shocked, Huang Yu almost crushed her jade teeth. "How dare you show off in front of me? Next, I'll leave it to you." Yang Dingtian quickly sat on the ground and swallowed a holy water elixir. What a joke! He had to quickly heal himself. Otherwise his sea of qi would start to crack again. Fortunately, the eagle men fled in time this time, so the damage to his sea of qi wasn't too great. The holy water elixir quickly healed the damage. Then Yang Dingtian took out a 9th grade Xian gathering elixir and swallowed it, recovering his Xian qi in the shortest time. The Xian gathering elixir was only eaten as a last resort. If he could avoid it, he would try not to. If he had to eat it, he could only eat one at most. Otherwise, it would cause permanent damage and congestion to his Xian meridians. However, this was not a problem for Yang Dingtian. He had the yin-yang qi transformation technique, which could dissolve all impurities. Next, he had to condense his battle Xian qi in the shortest time possible to prepare for the next battle. "General, what should we do?" The serpent man beside He Sha asked. He Sha's face kept changing, and then he said coldly, "Don't be deceived by that lowly human. His Xian qi has been exhausted. Next, attack with all your strength. All the serpent men, follow me and kill Huang Yu." Yes. Suddenly, the serpent men empire blew the horn for the general attack. Nearly 100,000 cavalrymen madly rushed toward the entrance, and hundreds of serpent men, under the leadership of He Sha, went straight to the root of the problem and killed Huang Yu. Huang Yu also quickly discovered the serpent men's plot. She suddenly pulled out her sword and said, "This is today's decisive battle. All the resistance army, guard your line of defense. Don't let any enemy enter the valley." Yes, thousands of elites of the resistance army shouted in unison. Then, Huang Yu suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed in the direction of the serpent men. She wanted to kill the leader of the serpent men, He Sha. Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of serpent men cavalrymen flooded into the entrance of the valley like a tide, attacking the thin line of defense formed by 1,000 experts of the resistance army. And hundreds of serpent men experts instantly moved their terrifying bodies and surrounded Huang Yu. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of loud noises, blood splattered, and the final battle began. And Yang Dingtian frantically recovered his battle Xian qi. Huang Yu wanted to kill He Sha, but she was surrounded by hundreds of serpent men. Her sword was extremely sharp. Almost every sword had to hit the target, and every sword would severely injure the serpent men experts. But there were too many serpent men experts. An advanced master was also very uncomfortable being surrounded by hundreds of martial revered and hundreds of advanced martial grandmasters. In particular, the serpent men were half demonic beasts. At the same level, their combat power was much stronger than humans. Of course, Huang Yu was not afraid of these. The most terrifying thing was the poisonous fog that the serpent men spat out. Hundreds of serpent men spat out poisonous fog at the same time, forcing Huang Yu to seal her body. Then, her combat power suddenly dropped sharply. She killed crazily, her body was still like lightning, and her sword was like thunder. More and more serpent men died under her sword. The ground was densely packed with serpent men corpses. It was a ghastly sight. However, the number of serpent men surrounding her continued to increase. Hundreds of serpent men were almost all entangled together, completely surrounding her. Even so, she was still fearless, but the thing that restricted her was still Xianqi. She did not care about these hundreds of serpent men experts. In just 15 minutes, hundreds of serpent men experts had died under her sword, but her Xianqi was about to be exhausted. Serpent men trapping array. Suddenly, Huang Yu felt that the top of her head was dark. The space around her was almost completely covered by the serpent men's bodies. Hundreds of serpent men's tails were all entangled together, forming a whole body. Suddenly, countless poisonous snakes madly bit at her, and countless sharp swords madly stabbed at her. Countless serpent men spat out poisonous fog crazily. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this time, no one dared to use Xian skills. Using Xian skills was courting death because Xian skills needed time. Huang Yu gathered the last of her Xianqi and slashed out. Suddenly, dozens of serpent men's heads were smashed into pieces. An array of light appeared on top of their heads. Huang Yu was about to rush out. At this moment, her thigh suddenly went numb. Then, all the vital parts of her body suddenly went numb. The leader of the serpent men, He Sha, turned into a black shadow and took the opportunity to crazily bite Huang Yu's body. Suddenly, the terrifying poison crazily attacked Huang Yu's delicate body. Huang Yu's vision became dizzy, and her heart turned cold. Today I may die here. What's there to be afraid of? At this moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. In an instant, the top of Huang Yu's head suddenly lit up. The terrifying serpent men array was torn open, and countless serpent men were killed into pieces. Then her delicate body was suddenly picked up by someone and flew straight into the sky. Yang Dingtian hugged Huang Yu's soft body and scolded angrily, "Stupid woman, don't you know how to fight with them in the sky? You actually stood on the ground and fought without moving. You are not poisoned to death. You are killed by stupidity. You, what do you know? I will only be open and above board. I will never hide my head and show my tail," Huang Yu said weakly. At this time she was poisoned. Half of her body was boiling hot and half was cold. It could be said that she was in the ninth heaven. You are still stubborn at this time. You have been bitten more than 10 times. Yang Dingtian patted her leg again. What are you doing? Are you looking for death? Huang Yu said. Yang Dingtian didn't pay any attention to her. His palm was constantly patting on her waist, legs, and all over her body. Suddenly, all the green poisonous snakes on her body were forced to shoot out. Shut up, crazy woman. I don't know how many times I have saved you. Yang Dingtian quickly patted her body and then locked all the Xian veins and blood vessels in her body to stop all the poison from flowing, lest she immediately lose her life. This He Sha was really poisonous. In the blink of an eye, he bit Huang Yu dozens of times. Then, Yang Dingtian carried Huang Yu on his back. With a sword in one hand, he looked at the 200 snake men experts on the ground. He quickly flew in the air like lightning, condensed his Xianqi into a sword, and shot it out to kill the snake men. This Huang Yu was really stubborn. She actually fought with the snake men. Was she looking for death? The snake men's bodies were dozens of feet long, and her bodies were full of poison. They could only be killed from afar. Once entangled, even a great master would be exhausted to death. On this side, Yang Dingtian was quickly killing the snake men. Soon, the leader of the snake men, He Sha, knew how powerful Yang Dingtian's Xianqi was. It was accurate and ruthless. As long as he was hit, his entire head would be smashed. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian was also depressed. In order to keep it a secret, he could not use lightning. Otherwise, no matter how many snake men there were, it would not be enough for him to kill. Ah! At this moment, the leader of the resistance army suddenly screamed from behind. Yang Dingtian turned around and saw that his body was full of wounds. At this time, his whole chest was pierced by a demon wolf cavalry. Moreover, the 2 lines of defense at the entrance were in danger. Every resistance army was dripping with blood. The casualties had already exceeded half, and the fearful snake men army was still endless. The resistance army experts would be wiped out soon because the enemy had sent the demon wolf cavalry, the king of cavalry in the Donley grassland. Although there were still tens of thousands of corpses on the ground, the resistance army experts would be wiped out at any time. The army of the Snake Men Empire would rush into the valley at any time and start a massacre. There was no other way. He could not care about hiding his identity. Yang Dingtian condensed his Xian Qi and was about to summon powerful lightning to kill crazily. At this moment, suddenly, a shrill horn came from afar. All the Snake Men Empire troops were shocked because this was the horn to retreat. The enemy was about to be wiped out, but at this time the horn to retreat was blown. Suddenly, the battlefield fell into a short silence. After a while, a female snake man came forward and said loudly, "Princess Viper Amo orders all troops to retreat and let these people go." Everyone was completely shocked and confused. Why? After paying such a big price and losing so many people, they were about to be wiped out. Even Huang Yu was about to be killed. But at this time they were retreating. This is an order. The female snake men raised the token in her hand. This was the token of Princess Viper Amo. Although they did not understand, everyone was afraid of Viper Amo and were filled with unwillingness and anger. The snake men began to retreat with the corpses of their companions. Then, all the demon wolf cavalry retreated. In the end, all the Snake Men Empire troops retreated completely. Only blood was left on the ground. Suddenly, the resistance army at the entrance was completely paralyzed on the ground. In a tent, there were only Yang Dingtian, Princess Xiangxiang, and Huang Yu. At this moment, Huang Yu was poisoned, and her entire body was green. Yang Dingtian suddenly tore apart her clothes, revealing her body that was riddled with scars. Xiangxiang let out a delicate cry and looked at Yang Dingtian timidly. Huang Yu was such an arrogant and powerful person. When she woke up, she would definitely kill people. In almost an instant, Yang Dingtian's eyes landed on Huang Yu's chest. In the past, Yang Dingtian had left an indelible scar on Dugu Fengwu's chest. Chapter 620. That's right, that scar was still there. Even though it was very faint, it was still very obvious. Even though he was mentally prepared, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but tremble slightly. This woman in front of him was Dugu Fengwu. Good as Xiao said that he had already changed Dugu Fengwu's appearance and memories. In that case, it might be hard to change one's character. This woman's character was exactly the same as the demonic woman, Dugu Fengwu. Similarly reckless and domineering, just as carefree and ruthless. This proved that this woman was Dugu Fengwu, which also indirectly proved that Saintess Hayexen was Dugu Fengwu's mother and Ao Shuang's mother. As for whether she was the Mi-Di mistress, that was just Yang Dingtian's guess. Seeing Yang Dingtian staring at Huang Yu's chest in a daze, Xiangxiang pushed Yang Dingtian's shoulder and whispered, "Big brother Tian, I know that young lady Huang Yu is very beautiful, but she is very fierce. If you look at her like this, she will definitely be unhappy and kill you." Yang Dingtian immediately came back to his senses. Huang Yu was currently poisoned, but her physique was already considered special. Even though she was unconscious, her vitality was still vigorous. If it was someone else, they would have been poisoned to death. Then how should he detoxify? After all, this wasn't the deep-sea mystic poison, so it was still relatively easy for Yang Dingtian to detoxify. The first method was to use his own blood and transfuse it into Dugu Fengwu's body. Ever since he swallowed the darkness crystal and the deep-sea mystic poison, Yang Dingtian's blood had the feeling that it couldn't be considered water after crossing the sea. It had become completely immune to poison and had the effect of detoxifying. There was another method, which was the holy water elixir. However, the holy water elixir was getting rarer and rarer. Therefore, transfusing blood might be a good choice. However, once the blood was transfused into her body, there would be a very special connection. The connection of blood was the most intimate relationship. It wasn't easy for Dugu Fengwu to extricate herself from all sorts of entanglements with him. Perhaps it wasn't suitable for her to have any deeper connections with him. After taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian took out a holy water pill and handed it to Xiang Xiang. "Feed it to her. It should be fine." Xiang Xiang took it and placed the sacred water pill into Huang Yu's mouth. Then, she used her profound qi to guide it into her body. The holy water pill was indeed effective, and it had a miraculous effect. The dark green marks on Huang Yu's body slowly faded away, and her vitality became more and more exuberant. Not only that, even the wounds on his body that were bitten by the black fiend began to heal. Finally, all the wounds disappeared completely. Even the faint scar on his chest was gradually disappearing, almost disappearing. Fortunately, Yang Dingtian had seen it before giving her the medicine. Otherwise, he would have missed the scar. In a short 15 minutes, Huang Yu's delicate body gradually recovered to its flawless state. It was just like white jade without a single wound. Xiang Xiang revealed an envious look and said, "Big brother Tian, young lady Huang Yu is really beautiful, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Then do you like her?" Xiang Xiang asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Right at this moment, Huang Yu opened her eyes. She lowered her head and saw that she wasn't wearing any clothes. Her eyes instantly turned cold as she said, "You saved me?" "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. "Do I need to save you like this?" Huang Yu said coldly, "Are you saving me? Or are you seizing the opportunity to be a pervert?" Yang Dingtian laughed and said, "I don't get any rewards for saving you. I just need to take a look at your body, and we are even. You are the one who took advantage of me." Huang Yu directly slapped him. "Young lady Huang Yu, please don't. Big brother Tian is just looking at your injuries," Xiang Xiang hurriedly explained. However, at this moment, Huang Yu was not Yang Dingtian's opponent. Not to mention, she had just recovered from her injuries. Yang Dingtian directly grabbed her wrist and gently lifted her up in the air. He said, "Don't be ungrateful. Otherwise, it won't be just this little reward." Finished speaking, he threw her back onto the bed and turned around to leave. Just as he walked out of the tent, Yang Dingtian was pounced on by countless fanatical gazes. Tens of thousands of fervent and worshipful gazes. It was as if they were about to burn him. The leader of the leopard men, Jing Lei, led tens of thousands of people and suddenly knelt down. "Thank you, Hero Yen, for saving my life." Yang Dingtian suddenly felt unnatural. He walked in front of Jing Lei and pulled him up. "Jing Lei, by doing this, you don't treat me as a brother." Jing Lei fiercely slapped himself in the face. Immediately, half of his face swelled up. He said, "Jing Lei has rudely offended you before. I deserve to die." Yang Dingtian said helplessly, "Brother Jing Lei, you don't have to be like this. You didn't offend me. Facts have also proven that you have far surpassed me when commanding the resistance army. If you guys continue to be like this, I really can't stay here anymore. How about we go back to the way we were before, okay?" Jing Lei grinned and laughed. "Okay." Then he directly stood up and said, "If that's the case, then I won't be polite. There's something I want to discuss with you." Go ahead," Yang Dingtian said. Jing Lei said, "Go and ask for young lady Huang Yu." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was shocked. "Damn, you're really direct." What does this mean?" Yang Dingtian said. Jing Lei said, "In order to keep you guys. You also know that Dongli is very dangerous now. Our war against the Snakeman Empire is very difficult. Young lady Huang Yu is a person of great ability. If we want to keep her, We can only find a man for her to settle down. But her eyes are high up in the sky. Every man can see it. In our resistance army, no one is worthy of her. Now that a hero like Hero Yen has come, it's good that he can stay together. If you ask for young Lady Huang Yu, the two of you can stay." Yang Dingtian was speechless. This leopard man Jinglei, as expected, had a good plan. "Of course, I wanted to say that you go and marry Holy Maiden Hyexen, but I don't dare to blaspheme her like this." Jinglei said, "Stop." Yang Dingtian was speechless and said, "Don't say anything about Holy Maiden Hyexan." This was Ao Shuang and Feng Wu's mother. Yang Dingtian was not willing to offend her verbally. It's really shameful to say that the fate of our half-human race has to be saved by humans." Jinglei sighed and said, "But I won't wrong you. Xiang Xiang is one of the top beauties in the Foxman race and even in the Dongli Prairie. She's yours. And my sister, Jingyu." Jinglei pulled out the sexy Jingyu from behind and said, "My sister, isn't she tasty enough? In the leopard race, she's one of the top beauties. If you stay, she'll be yours." As for the beautiful leopard girl, Jingyu was not the least bit embarrassed or annoyed. Instead, she looked at Yang Dingtian with a fiery gaze. These half-human race were too direct. Yang Dingtian hurriedly fled and said, "Don't worry, I'll follow you to the Holy Valley." With nowhere to run, Yang Dingtian could only go back into Huang Yu's tent. Speaking of which, she would rather face Huang Yu's cold eyes than face the fiery gazes of the half-human race outside. Huang Yu put on her brocade robe and red gold mask. She looked at Yang Dingtian and sneered, "Your lover is pretty good to you. She's actually willing to let us all go for you alone." "Yeah, she's a snake, but she's more conscientious than you." Yang Dingtian said, "Unlike you, you bite back." Huang Yu said, "I'm starting to suspect that you're a spy sent by the Snakeman race to infiltrate the Holy Valley." Hearing this, Yang Dingtian should have exploded in anger, but he was already used to it and did not take it seriously at all. "Are your injuries better?" Yang Dingtian looked at her and asked. "What's wrong?" Huang Yu asked. "Take this opportunity to leave and rush to the Holy Valley as soon as possible." Yang Dingtian said, "Here, I have the final say. It's not up to you to give orders." Huang Yu said. Then she walked out and said, "Help all the wounded onto the flying mounts. We'll continue forward to the Holy Valley." Half an hour later, 50,000 slaves, hundreds of wounded, and hundreds of resistance army soldiers passed through the valley and headed east toward the Holy Valley. Speaking of which, it was really strange. Along the way, the Snakeman Empire's army seemed to have completely disappeared. Huang Yu and the resistance army were still on full alert and sent out scouts hundreds of miles away. However, the Snakeman Empire seemed to have forgotten about the 50,000 slaves and the hundreds of elite resistance army. Along the way, they did not encounter any killing, nor did they encounter any encirclement. Even when Yang Dingtian and hundreds of elite resistance army took the initiative to attack the towns of the Snakeman Empire and stole an astonishing number of mounts, the Snakeman Empire did not seem to have any reaction. They allowed their people to be killed and their mounts to be stolen. Just like that, they walked all the way and robbed all the way. In the end, with 2 people and 1 mount, all the slaves did not need to walk on their legs anymore, and their walking speed suddenly increased greatly. However, they were not professional cavalry after all. Even with the Dongli grassland mounts, their daily speed was still very slow, only 300 to 400 miles. During this period, Yang Dingtian and Huang Yu were still like a pair of enemies. Both sides tried to avoid meeting each other as much as possible. Even if they met, they would immediately look away and pretend not to have seen each other. However, Yang Dingtian also had his troubles. Although Xiang Xiang's gaze was lingering, she was more reserved. And the beautiful leopard girl's exclamation was quite wild and bold. It had already been several times that she had crawled into Yang Dingtian's tent. Later, Yang Dingtian did not dare to sleep at ease. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had said all the resolute words. However, he had completely underestimated the leopard girl's tenacity. Yang Dingtian simply did not sleep and went to stand guard every day. As a result, the leopard girl also followed him, and she was getting bolder and bolder. Later, Yang Dingtian really had no choice but to squeeze into Huang Yu's tent again. There was no other way. This was the only place she did not dare to enter. As a result, when she entered for the first time, she was greeted with Huang Yu's sword without exception. "What do you mean?" Huang Yu said coldly. Yang Dingtian said, "I saved you and you have to repay me. So from now on, I will live in your tent, and you are not allowed to leave. You have to stay inside." Huang Yu stared at Yang Dingtian for a long time before saying, "Then do as you wish." With that, she went straight to bed and crawled under the blanket to sleep. Yang Dingtian flipped the blanket on the ground and wrapped it around himself to sleep. Suddenly, he heard an abnormal burst of suppressed laughter. Then, he vaguely saw Huang Yu's blanket shaking. "Are you having epilepsy?" Yang Dingtian said unhappily. Huang Yu had always been serious and did not smile. However, seeing Yang Dingtian being forced into her tent by Huang Yu with a smug look, she could not help but laugh. Huang Yu said, "Jingyu is very beautiful. How can a villain like you let her go? There are too many women." "My waist can't take it," Yang Dingtian said. "Who are you kidding?" Huang Yu rolled her eyes at him in the dark. "Hey, are you really a spy from the Snake Empire? I didn't see any pursuers along the way. Your lover Viper Mo alone doesn't have this ability," Huang Yu said. "Use your pig brain to think about it, and you will know why," Yang Dingtian said. "Hey, can't you speak properly? Why do you have to curse me?" Huang Yu said, "You kill people when you attack. Can't I vent my anger by cursing you?" Yang Dingtian said, "Why are you so narrow-minded? You are not a hero at all," Huang Yu said. Yang Dingtian did not answer. The tent suddenly fell into silence. "Hey!" Suddenly, Huang Yu spoke again. "What's the matter?" Yang Dingtian said, Will you stay?" Huang Yu asked. "Stay for what?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Help the innocent half-human race resist the Snake Empire," Huang Yu said. "When did you become so righteous?" Yang Dingtian asked. "What do you mean by that?" "I have always been righteous." "Don't speak as if you are familiar with me," Huang Yu said angrily. "I won't stay. I have more important things to do on the human continent," Yang Dingtian said. Huang Yu fell into silence. After a long time, she said, "Are you going to sit and watch the Dongli Prairie fall into hell? Are you going to sit and watch the Holy Valley be destroyed?" Yang Dingtian was still silent. "Don't tell me you don't care about Xiang Xiang?" Huang Yu asked again. "If that day comes, I will take Xiang Xiang away," Yang Dingtian said. Huang Yu gritted her teeth and said coldly, "You really disappoint me." Yang Dingtian continued to remain silent. The conversation that night seemed to have consumed all of their enthusiasm. Therefore, in the next few days, although the two stayed in the tent, they didn't say a word. They were getting closer and closer to the Holy Valley. When they were 200 li away from the Holy Valley, Yang Dingtian saw a huge defensive line. The Snake Men Empire had built an incomparably huge line of defense here. It spanned 1,000 miles and was dozens of meters tall. There were also countless castles, densely packed and dark. There were at least a few million soldiers. The Snake Empire had sent out their most elite troops to completely surround the Holy Valley's resistance army. When Yang Dingtian and the others arrived, there was only a gap less than 10 li in the defensive line. At this time, there was no one near the gap. The Snake Empire's army allowed Yang Dingtian, Huang Yu, and 50,000 slaves to pass through the defensive line and enter the Holy Valley. Perhaps in their eyes, the Holy Valley's destruction was already destined. Letting Yang Dingtian and the others into the Holy Valley would save them a lot of trouble. The 50,000 slaves were let into the Holy Valley. Even so, when they saw the entrance to the Holy Valley, countless people cheered. After walking for more than 10 days, They finally arrived at the only pure land in the Dongli continent. In their hearts, as long as they could reach the Holy Valley. Even if the Holy Valley was breached the next day, it was worth it. This was a very strange feeling. Just like in China on Earth, many rural people who went out to work would go home for the new year, regardless of the cost. Even if they could only stay at home for a few days, they would have to embark on the crowded and painful journey back to work. This was also the first time Yang Dingtian saw the Holy Valley. It was indeed a miracle of nature. This was a gigantic mountain. It was at least 10,000 meters tall and stretched for hundreds of miles. A crack had been carved into the huge mountain, leading directly to the valley behind the mountain. Under countless burning gazes, Yang Dingtian led the 50,000 slaves and defeated the rebel army into the long and narrow crack. Then they saw a beautiful valley. This was the Holy Valley. The Holy Valley with a radius of several hundred li. It was a completely different world from the outside world. Everywhere was green. There was hardly an inch of bare land. There was soft grass everywhere, dense trees everywhere, crystal clear water everywhere, and bright red flowers everywhere. This place was no longer just a Xanadu. After passing through the hellish Snake Empire, this was almost a paradise. Child, this place is beautiful, right? Yang Dingtian heard a woman's seductive voice. Yang Dingtian nodded and looked around, but didn't see anyone. I'm the so-called Saintess Hai Exan. Of course, I'm also your mother-in-law. You've seen Hai Exan, haven't you? Saintess Hai Exan said, I'm in the forest. Come and see me alone. Chapter 6:21. Yang Dingtian went to the dense forest alone and met his mother-in-law. She was a real mother-in-law, as formal as Madame Shimin, because her 2 daughters were Yang Dingtian's wives. This was the most beautiful forest. There was only one color, and that was green. That kind of refreshing green almost completely baptized one's entire soul. Then, Yang Dingtian met Saintess Hai Exan, his mother-in-law. In this world, Yang Dingtian had seen 3 of the world's top beauties: Nihility Piaoling, Protector Tantai, and Netherworld Siwuyu. The beauty of these 3 people had already surpassed the category of humans, almost reaching the realm of gods and devils. Such beauty was capable of turning all living things upside down, surpassing all living things. This kind of beauty was already an incomparably terrifying and sharp weapon. It could directly use beauty to conquer everyone. The future Dongfang Bingling would reach this level of beauty. But so far she had not reached it. And the Saintess Hai Exan in front of him was undoubtedly this level of beauty. That kind of beauty was enough to penetrate one's soul, like a ray of light, conquering and enveloping one from the inside out. In the green forest, she was wearing a blue ocean-like robe. Her blue robe was like seawater, draping over her delicate body that had the curves of mountains and rivers. She was actually not able to blend into this green forest, but she could take away the beauty of this fairyland-like forest. It was as if all the light was condensed on her face, on her body. I've finally met you, child. Hai Exan smiled and said, I really didn't expect that the person who came was you, but I'm really happy that the person who came was you. She looked at Yang Dingtian with a gaze filled with ocean-like love and tolerance. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, Son-in-law greets mother-in-law. Hai Exan smiled slightly. Then her delicate body slowly floated up and said, Little Tian, come up. Yang Dingtian was below her and also slowly flew up. Then the 2 of them floated to the highest point of the forest, overlooking everything in the valley. At present, there are 3,560,000 people of various races living in the sacred valley, and we have 590,000 warriors. However, there are only about 1,500 elite warriors like the ones you saw. According to your human language, they are warriors above the martial ancestor realm. Hai Exan said, there are less than 200 warriors above the martial venerable level, less than 20 above the master level, and only 2 above the great master level. Yang Dingtian nodded and recorded the numbers. In the Snake Men Empire, Not counting the slaves, the 8 major fighting tribes have a population of more than 50 million. They had more than 10 million warriors and more than 1 million combat beasts. There were no less than 10,000 experts above the martial ancestor realm. There were no less than 2,000 experts above the martial honorable level. There are no less than 100 experts above the grandmaster level, and no less than 10 experts above the great grandmaster level. Hai Xian continued. When Yang Dingtian heard this number, he could not help but tremble. The strength of the Serpent Men Empire was so powerful, it was not inferior to the entire Tiando League. There were more than 10 experts above the great grandmaster level. In the Serpent Men race, the 4 commanders are all above the great grandmaster level. Among the 16 generals, 2 have also broken through the great grandmaster level. There are also 2 great grandmasters from the evil ways, so there are no less than 10 great grandmasters in total. Hai Xian said, "Evil ways are also in the Serpent Men Empire?" Yang Dingtian said in surprise. "Yes." Hai Xian said, "Under Queen Poisa, there is a prime minister, a high priest, and 4 commanders. Among them, the prime minister and the high priest are people from the evil ways." The worst-case scenario that Yang Dingtian was worried about finally happened. Evil ways and the Serpent Men race colluded and finally ruled the entire Dongli grassland. Hai Xian said, "The strength of the Serpent Men Empire is 10 times or 100 times more than ours. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that my strength is far weaker than Queen Poisa. Of course, it is also because of this that Poisa is so bold to walk out of the Serpent Men race's territory and collude with the evil ways to establish the Serpent Men Empire." Yang Dingtian had a faint feeling that Hai Xian was going to say a very, very important secret. "Yes, you must have guessed that I am also from the Serpent Men race," Hai Xian said lightly. "The truth is far more than that. Little Tian, do you know the destruction of the underwater civilization?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I know. After the Naga became a race of gods, they destroyed the entire underwater civilization." "Yes, but they left behind the Sea Serpent Empire and the Mermaid Empire, because the Sea Serpent and the Mermaid are the ancestors of the Naga," Hai Xian said, "and we, the Serpent Men race, are not a land race at all. We are actually the ancient Sea Serpent race." As soon as these words came out, Yang Dingtian was completely horrified. Seeing Yang Dingtian's gaze, Hai Xian gently shook her body. Suddenly, her entire body began to change. Her legs suddenly turned into a snake tail, a blue snake tail. Yes, this was the Sea Serpent race, exactly the same as the Sea Serpent statue that Yang Dingtian saw at the bottom of the sea. However, when Medusa attacked, all the Sea Serpent race were turned into stone. The Sea Serpent Empire no longer existed. How did they survive? I don't know why, but our Sea Serpent Empire also did not escape the disaster. Perhaps it was because of the destruction of the ancient times, or perhaps it was because of other reasons. Little Tian, do you know that the Sea Serpent race is divided into 2 types? One is viviparous and the other is oviparous? Hai Xian said, "All viviparous sea serpents will become extremely powerful warriors, but there is no room for evolution in their lifetime. All oviparous sea serpents are difficult to become extremely powerful, but they can give birth to a perfect and powerful next generation." When the disaster happened, all the sea serpents died, leaving a pile of eggs scattered on the bottom of the sea. After the destruction of the ancient times, the world was turned upside down. The sea became land, and the land became the sea. Countless sea serpent eggs broke, but there were still a small number of eggs preserved. After a long time, it has been like this. It wasn't until more than 1,000 years ago that these eggs gradually hatched due to some mysterious and unknown reason. Thus, the Serpent Men race was born. Among them, 2 eggs were hatched first. One was me, and the other was Poisa. Yang Dingtian's eyes widened as he listened to Hai Xian narrate the world's biggest secret. Because we were the first to hatch, we were also the strongest among the sea serpents. We cultivated for more than 1,000 years, and I first transformed into a human form. Thus, our mission changed. Poisa was in the territory of the serpent men race to protect the newly hatched or unhatched sea serpents. As for me, because I can transform into a human form, I left the territory of the serpent men race and traveled all over the world for two things. Hai Xan said, "The first is to give birth to offspring, because we found that our oviparous sea serpents are actually a matriarchal race. Once they are over 200 years old, they will be extremely disgusted with male snakes, and when they are not over 200 years old, the offspring they give birth to after mating with a male snake are very unbearable. They are no different from ordinary poisonous snakes. In this way, our sea serpent race will definitely perish. Therefore, in order to avoid the fate of destruction, I left the sea serpent race and searched for an opportunity to give birth to offspring. I have traveled all over the world for dozens of years, but I have only found one man who can make me go into heat. You know that person as well. It is Dugu Shao. He seems to have a very special energy on his body. So, I gave birth to two children. One is Dugu Fengwu, and the other is Dugu Aoshuang." Hai Xan said, "You have seen these two daughters before. Fengwu is beautiful and completely human. As for Aoshuang, she has snake-like scales. This was not a perfect ending, but it was a beautiful process. Fengwu is strong, Aoshuang is weak. Although Aoshuang is flawed, she is still my precious daughter." Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, "Then why did you leave them?" "Because I have a second mission." Hai Xan said, "At that time, you scattered countless sea serpent eggs. I want to travel the world and pick up all the scattered sea serpent eggs and send them back to the serpent men tribe." Yang Dingtian nodded. "Of course, there are other reasons why I can't accompany Fengwu and Aoshuang." Hai Xan said, "In short, I can't personally raise my own daughter, but in order to relieve the pain in my heart, I picked up a baby girl and used my own body to nurture her. This girl was undoubtedly Yunjanu. Finally, more than 10 years ago, I found a huge mountain. There were many sea serpent eggs buried in it. So I changed my appearance and lived in seclusion there. Carefully, I found every sea serpent egg and then brought the baby girl to grow up in that valley." Hai Xan said, "She was Mistress Mi Dai. I originally thought that things would continue like this, but who would have thought that one day a jade coffin would flow into the river in front of my door? When I opened it, I saw that it was Fengwu. Furthermore, it was Fengwu whose face had been completely changed." Hai Xan said, "I knew that the world-ending war was about to arrive. Dugu Shao did not have a choice, but he hoped that his daughter would have a choice and not get involved. So he sent his daughter to me. Was it the will of Senior Dugu Shao that you left at that time? He didn't want you to get involved?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Maybe." Hai Xan said indifferently, "He looks like a devil, but he's actually better than anyone else." Yang Dingtian couldn't agree more with this statement. At that time, the baby girl I raised had already grown up and could be independent, so I left a letter and directly left with Fengwu and the eggs of the sea serpent race. I returned to the Dongli grassland and returned to the snake men race. Hai Xan said, "When I returned to the snake men race, I found that Poisa had also completely transformed into a human. Moreover, a terrifying ambition was born. However, I am still stronger than her. According to you humans, we are both half-saint experts. It's just that I have cultivated for a longer time than her, so I am even stronger. Therefore, I can still suppress her ambition." "Then what happened?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Then one day, I don't know why, but my cultivation actually began to deteriorate at a very fast pace." Hai Xan said, "Poison Sha also sensed this deterioration, and her killing intent towards me grew stronger and stronger. Not only me, but Fengwu, who was outside the snake men race's territory, was also constantly under threat. Therefore, while my cultivation had not completely degenerated, I planned to leave the Dongli grassland with Fengwu and send her back to the human continent. Then, I would come back alone to fight against Poisa. But it was already too late. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. He vaguely knew the reason why Hai Xian's cultivation had degenerated. Hai Xian sighed and said, Poisa's speed is too fast. Within a few days, she colluded with evil ways. Within half a month, she controlled all the experts of the 8 great combat tribes. Within a few months, she completely destroyed the entire Dongli grassland and established the Snake Men Empire. As for me and Feng Wu, we could only save as many people as we could. Under incomparably difficult circumstances, we finally formed a resistance army and led several million half-humans to escape to Holy Valley. Hai Xian pointed at this almost fairyland-like valley and said, This valley is so beautiful and tranquil. I led several million half-humans to escape here and saved several million lives. However, in the near future, this valley will be completely destroyed. So, I really don't know if my decision is right or wrong. Poisa has already sent out all the great masters, more than 80% of the great masters, martial saints, and several million troops. They have completely surrounded Holy Valley. Hai Xian said indifferently, Many people think that Saintess Hai Xian will definitely be able to save Holy Valley. But I know in my heart that I am far from being a match for Poisa. The Dongli grassland, the last Pure Land, may be completely destroyed. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled and said, Queen Poisa is a half-saint expert. Then what about you? From that day onwards, I don't know why, but my cultivation has been deteriorating. Now I am only a 9-star Great Master. Hai Xian sighed. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Perhaps he knew the reason. Because Dugu Aoshuang had become a Naga, a race of gods, so as her mother, Hai Xian's cultivation had been deteriorating. In fact, this deterioration would continue. No wonder Aoshuang had the strength of a great master when she had just become a Naga. This energy completely came from her mother, even though she was more than 10,000 miles away from her mother. Mother-in-law, when will the final battle break out? Yang Dingtian asked. Soon, no more than 5 days or even sooner. I can already feel the aura of many great masters. Hai Xian said indifferently, Well, now that we've finished talking about official matters, let's talk about private matters. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, What private matters? Now, you and Feng Wu have met by accident. What are you going to do? Hai Xian said. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, Between us, hatred is greater than love. It should be regarded as an ill-fated relationship. So, she finally changed her face and memory, and finally got rid of this ill-fated relationship. Don't be entangled anymore. No, child, you are wrong. Hai Xian said. Dugu Xiao asked Feng Wu to change her memory and face, not to get rid of you. It was to get rid of her identity and fate of evil ways. As for the two of you, although love and hate are entangled, it is not an ill-fated relationship but a beautiful marriage. She even gave birth to a child for you. Do you think you can still get rid of it? That child is your eternal bond. Do you think you can get rid of it? Yang Dingtian fell into silence. As Feng Wu's mother, I can't watch the two of you like this. Hai Xian said indifferently, so I have decided. If the two of you want to continue your fate, I will marry the two of you in front of everyone tonight. It will also boost the morale of Saint Valley. Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, Mother-in-law, she is not Feng Wu now. She is Huang Yu. She will kill me. Can't you beat her? Hai Xian said indifferently, If a woman is disobedient, just beat her. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. This didn't sound like something a saint lady would say. Then he said, But she finally got rid of her identity as Dugu Fengwu. If we let her go back now, it will be too unfair to her. Who said she is going to be Dugu Fengwu? Hai Xian said, Let her marry you as Huang Yu. She will think that this is her first marriage. But she hates me so much that she is gnashing her teeth. Yang Dingtian said. Who said so? Hai Xian said, I saw it when the two of you entered the valley. She purposely pretended not to look at you, but she looked at you at least 10 times. Every time Xiang Xiang came close to you and acted coquettishly, she would frown and be unhappy. She was jealous. Duge Xiao is a man and doesn't understand us women. He thinks that washing away her memories is the same as washing away her emotions. This is completely different. Fengwu might have lost her memories, but the moment she sees you, her emotions will instinctively be aroused. Right at this moment, Huang Yu, who was wearing a golden brocade robe, quickly flew over and said, "Master, the Snake Men Empire's Queen Poisa sent a message." "What message?" Hai Xian asked. Huang Yu looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "As long as we let this man go to her, she will let us go." "Why?" Hai Xian asked. "Is Yang Dingtian very important to her?" "Humph." Huang Yu glared at Yang Dingtian. It was unknown whether she was admiring or mocking him. This man in front of us can make the sea serpent race go into heat. Even Viper Mo, that 800-year-old poisonous snake, has transformed into a human form in advance and is in heat. It can't wait to die for this bastard man in front of us. Feng! How can you be so unreasonable to him? Hai Xian asked. Huang Yu said coldly, "Do I have to be respectful to such an irresponsible man? Hey, Queen Poisa wants you to sleep with her. You can sleep with the #1 beauty in the world and become the #1 supreme in the Snake Men Empire. Where can you find such a good thing? Hurry up and go. We won't stop you." When Hai Xian saw Huang Yu being so sarcastic, she just smiled gently. Then she looked at Huang Yu lovingly and said, "Feng, Master wants to ask you something. You have to answer honestly." "Of course. I have never lied to Master," Huang Yu said. "All right, then let me ask you. Do you like this man in front of you?" Hai Xian said, "I will betroth you to him as his wife. Tonight, you two will get married. How about it?" Huang Yu's beautiful face instantly turned red. Chapter 6:22. Master, don't talk nonsense. Huang Yu blushed and said loudly, "How can I like him? I hate him the most. If not for the fact that he is still useful, I would have killed him long ago." "Is that so?" Hai Xian said with a smile, and then lovingly stroked Huang Yu's head and said no more. "All right, let's go back. Little Tian, let's go meet your old friend." Hai Xian said, and the three of them entered the valley. The valley was densely packed with houses, all of which were built with wood. Even though the valley was very large, it was still very crowded for millions of people to live in. At a glance, within a radius of a few hundred li, there were houses everywhere. Even so, 1/3 of the people were still unable to live in houses and could only live in simple animal skin tents. Moreover, Hai Xian said that the sacred valley had saved their lives, so they must not destroy the living beings in the sacred valley. Therefore, the resistance army did not cut down a large number of trees and did not destroy a large number of rivers. They tried their best to set up their houses and tents in the original open space. Yang Dingtian walked leisurely, although the Holy Valley was in a precarious situation right now, and it was absolutely crowded. It was absolutely orderly and even seemed very peaceful. There was no fighting, no bullying of the weak, because the best houses were for the elderly and children to live in. The worst houses were for the strong people to live in, as the armed forces of the resistance army, hundreds of thousands of them, lived in the worst tents. Including Huang Yu and Hai Xian, they all lived in tents. As Hai Xian's disciple, Huang Yu had to squeeze in a tent with Xiang Xiang and 4 or 5 other Foxman race girls. Of course, when it came to food, the situation was slightly reversed. Because the resistance army had to fight and a lot of construction, a larger proportion of food was distributed to the resistance army warriors. As for the children, they were still growing and would be given more detailed tasks. The elderly would be given the least amount of food. Yang Dingtian was very impressed with such a method. It was humane and not hypocritical. As Yang Dingtian walked over, he saw that the houses and the roadside were mostly filled with old people and children. All the elders of the half-human clan were doing what they could. They were either repairing armors or polishing weapons. Even many children had to help from the side. After Yang Dingtian walked past, almost all of the half-human elders stood up and bowed towards Yang Dingtian. They spoke in the half-human language that Yang Dingtian didn't understand, but he could feel their gratitude and emotions. Saintus Hai Exan did not have it easy. He was actually able to govern a place of despair, like a pure land. Although this place could be destroyed at any moment and there wasn't enough food, the people here were very peaceful. Soon, Yang Dingtian saw an old friend. Day by Day Bella, one of the leaders of the resistance, the chief of the Foxman race. Of course, he had to see her because he, Day by Day Bella, and 4 other Foxman race warriors would be living in the same tent. Day by Day Bella couldn't help but gasp when she saw her old friend again. Then, Day by Day Bella's eyes were about to burst when she talked about the tragedy in the Dongli grassland in the past year. This was because countless Foxman race had been captured and turned into slaves to build that terrifying defensive line. Day by Day Bella's eyes were filled with endless admiration when she talked about Saintus Hai Exan. It was as if no words could express her admiration and love for the Saintess. Mr. Chief, what do you think about the upcoming battle? Yang Dingtian asked. We have no hope of winning. Day by Day Bella said directly. I'm not the only one who knows this. The Saintess also knows this. Even everyone in the Holy Valley knows this. The Naga Empire is 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than us. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Even the people in the Holy Valley knew this. Then why didn't they feel any despair? Mr. Yang Dingtian, we half-human race are different from you. We live in the most dangerous environment at all times, so we don't fear death, but we do fear a worthless death. Day by Day Bella said, it's enough to live peacefully and happily in the Holy Valley for more than half a year. It's more than enough to die under the Saintess light. That's why we know the outcome of destruction, but we don't despair. When the time comes, we'll meet our deaths calmly. Then, Day by Day Bella poured a cup of green tree sap and handed it to Yang Dingtian. I'm sorry, the outside has been completely sealed. Our hunting team has almost no harvest, so the Holy Valley will soon run out of food. I also don't have any wine to entertain you. Although this tree sap is unpleasant to drink, it still has the taste of alcohol. Come, cheers. Yang Dingtian raised his cup and drank Day by Day Bella's cup. It was indeed unpleasant to drink, fishy and bitter, but with a little bit of natural alcohol. He didn't expect the Holy Valley to be so difficult that there wasn't even any food. Day by Day Bella, as the leader of the Foxman race and the leader of the resistance army, she didn't have any food left, let alone the others. Mr. Yang Dingtian, I have a request. Day by Day Bella suddenly said, please speak. Yang Dingtian said, when the day of the final battle comes, all the resistance army will enter the battlefield, and everyone in the Holy Valley will also enter the battlefield. All half-human race above the age of 13, no matter if they are women or old, will pick up their weapons and fight the Naga Empire, then die calmly. Day by Day Bella's face twitched, but I am a father after all, so I hope that when the time comes you can take Xiang Xiang and leave, and bring her back to the human continent. Day by Day Bella's tears fell into the bitter tree sap, and said in a trembling voice, please forgive my selfishness as a father. Yang Dingtian drank the tree sap and said, I promise you, Mr. Patriarch. Soon, Yang Dingtian saw the desperate situation of the Holy Valley. It wasn't that they were about to run out of food, but they had already run out of food. Previously, the hunting team of more than 10,000 people, and the food they brought with them when they fled to the Holy Valley could barely survive. But now, the Naga Empire had completely sealed off the area within 1,000 miles of the Holy Valley, and the hunting team had no harvest. In order to solve the problem of food, Hai Exan walked into the vast primeval forest to look for edible trees, fruits, and even branches, leaves, and roots. The animals in the forest couldn't be hunted because they were the masters. In the river, if you saw 4 fish, you could only hunt one. Just like that, in the big pots, there were special plant roots, fruits from some trees, shredded meat, and fresh fish. In each pot, a fish would be put in. Then it would be boiled over a large fire. All the food in the pot would be boiled to a pulp and turned into a special kind of porridge, and then distributed to everyone's bowl. The strong men would have a big bowl, and the old people and children would have a small bowl. Martial mystic experts, and above, could absorb Xian Qi as energy without eating any food. Yang Dingtian found that the old people who came to share the porridge had become fewer and fewer. They chose to starve at home, but they also wanted to give the food to the people who fought for them. However, every child who received the porridge in their hands didn't care about the heat at all, and wolfed it down in a short while. Then they used their tongue to lick the bottom of the bowl as if they had just washed it, and their eyes were still full of desire for food. At this time, the adults would take pity on them and pour the porridge in their bowls into the children's bowls. At this time, the children would hold their bowls and run away quickly, refusing to eat the adults' food. Although they were hungry, although they wanted to eat, they wouldn't eat. This was what their parents taught them with all their might. In such a desperate situation, Saintess Hai Exan had taught the entire Holy Valley to be so benevolent, righteous, and humble. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't bear to see this peaceful despair. He walked directly into Saintess Hai Exan's tent. Mother-in-law, Yang Dingtian, I'm going back to the West Continent, and then I'll bring thousands of Demon Eagle Legion and tens of thousands of large flying mounts. I'll bring food and weapons over. Then I'll take all the children in the Holy Valley back to the human continent. Hai Exan smiled and said, Thank you, child, but it's too late. The day after tomorrow, or the day after that, the Snake People Empire will launch a general attack. Yang Dingtian, this is the easternmost part of the Dongli grassland, and the straight line distance from the West Continent is less than 10,000 miles. It'll take at least 1 day and 1 night to make a round trip. Hai Exan shook her head and said, No, behind the Holy Valley is indeed a vast sea. From what I remember, the Holy Valley is more than 10,000 miles southeast of the sea, and you'll reach the West Continent. But in fact, it's an endless sea of nothingness. Even if you fly southeast, you'll never reach the end. How can that be? Yang Dingtian said in shock. Geographically, the West Continent is clearly about 10,000 miles southeast of us. I'm also very curious as to why this is. Hai Exan said, I once flew for 10 days and 10 nights and flew for more than 10,000 miles, but it was still a vast sea. I couldn't see the North Continent, the Northwest Continent, and so on. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. How could this be? Geographically, it didn't make sense. Little Tian, this world is different from what you think. It has an end, and the end of this world is the endless sea of nothingness. Hai Exan said, We chose the Holy Valley. Although we won't be attacked from behind, it will also cut off our escape route. So, if you want to return to the West Continent, you must first go south, then east nearly 20,000 miles, and break through the defenses of the Serpent Men Empire. By then, the final battle will have already begun. Hai Exan said, And I can clearly feel that Queen Poisa will never let you return to the West Continent. You can't avoid being locked on by more than 10 great grandmasters. I know you have a stealth mystic skill, but your mystic chi will be exhausted in just a few miles. At this time, no one in the Holy Valley can leave the blockade of the Serpent Men Empire. But I can't just sit and wait for death. Yang Dingtian said, Don't worry, I won't sit and wait for death. Hai Exan said with a faint smile, then stretched out her jade hand and gently stroked Yang Dingtian's face. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt an aura of the ocean and paradise. That fragrance, softness, and tranquility calmed his mind in an instant. At this time, a stooped old man slowly walked in, bowed to Saintess Hai Exan and said, Master, everything is ready. Got it. Hai Exan said, Come and meet your son-in-law. Old slave Ah Wu greets the son-in-law. The old man walked in and bowed deeply to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had never seen such an old man. He was stooped and seemed to be less than 3 meters tall. His whole face was wrinkled like tree bark, and he seemed to be only skin and bones. A gust of wind could blow him away. Greetings, elder. Yang Dingtian bowed to him. This is my most loyal servant. I saved his life, and he is also a human. Of course. He is the other martial grandmaster among us. Hai Xan said. Yang Dingtian was surprised. This stooped old man in front of him was also a martial grandmaster. Well, you can leave. I have a few words with little Tian. Hai Xan said. The old slave bowed and then left. Hai Xan looked at Yang Dingtian. Little Tian, the thing I am most worried about now is my 2 daughters. Shuang, or how are you now? Yang Dingtian's heart trembled, and he said, Mother-in-law, she is very good. Then I am relieved. Hai Xan said, Soon the Serpent Men Empire should be in a temporary chaos. That is your only chance to escape. Promise me that you will take Fengwu with you, okay? Immediately after, Hai Xan's beautiful face trembled slightly, and she said, Everyone says that I am the saintess, but I can't win against my own selfishness. I can die by myself, but I am not willing to let my daughter die with me. She is still so young. She has a child that she doesn't know about. Saintess Hai Xan seemed to be making arrangements after her death. What was she going to do? Was she going to sacrifice herself to temporarily injure Queen Poisa and create an opportunity for Yang Dingtian to escape? After taking a deep breath, Hai Xan said, Tonight you will marry Huang Yu. I have already decided on this matter, and this is your responsibility as a husband. But Huang Yu, Yang Dingtian said, She has already agreed. Hai Xan said, more than 2 hours later, the wedding of Yang Dingtian and Huang Yu was held immediately. Not many people attended, and only a few leaders of the resistance army attended. There was no wine or meat at the wedding, only dozens of cups of tree sap. Then, under the auspices of Day by Day Bella, Yang Dingtian and the same woman went through the second wedding ceremony. Even today's wedding dress was provided by Xiang Xiang. This was because after Yang Dingtian left, Xiang Xiang secretly made a set of wedding dress for herself and Yang Dingtian. But today, she had to offer her wedding dress to Huang Yu. Huang Yu was taller than Xiang Xiang, and her body was fuller. Therefore, Xiang Xiang's wedding dress was smaller, and on Huang Yu's body it looked even more voluptuous. After praying to the 2 moons and 2 suns in the sky, they prayed to the land of chaos, and they prayed to their mother-in-law's parents. Then, Yang Dingtian and Huang Yu were sent to a treehouse in the forest. That was Huang Yu and Yang Dingtian's bridal chamber tonight. In the bridal chamber, only Yang Dingtian and Huang Yu were lit with candles. The 2 of them sat across the table, and Huang Yu's head was covered with a veil. You, don't you hate me? Why are you willing to marry me? Huang Yu said, Did my master beg you? She did beg me, but if I'm not willing, no matter who begs, it's useless. Yang Dingtian said, Don't you hate me too? Why are you willing to marry me? Huang Yu was silent for a moment and didn't say anything. I didn't agree, Huang Yu said. Then it's just a show. You lied to your master? Well, I can cooperate with you, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, I can't let go of you. When I saw you for the first time, my heart trembled. I don't know why. I hate you very much. I want to beat you and kill you. However, I also want to be beaten and killed by you. I hate you very much, but I can't help but go to see you. When Xiang Xiang acts coquettishly towards you, I feel uncomfortable. I don't know why. Huang Yu said, But even so, I still won't marry you. So, my master told me some things. For example, I once had a love and hate relationship with you, and I once gave birth to a child for you. She told you everything. Yang Dingtian said in surprise, No, She only told me that I once had a love and hate relationship with you, and that I once gave birth to a child for you. But she doesn't want me to go back to the past. She wants me to be the current me." Huang Yu sighed and said, "Then I agreed. I don't care who I was before, but I don't want to marry two men." After saying that, Huang Yu pulled off the veil on her head and looked at Yang Dingtian boldly with her beautiful eyes. "Are you going to continue to hate me and sit there until dawn, or are you going to give me a complete night of candles?" Her beautiful face was flushed red. She was so beautiful that it was impossible to look at her directly. Yang Dingtian suddenly stood up and approached her. He said fiercely, "Haven't I told you? I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Come on, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye." Huang Yu stared at Yang Dingtian boldly and said, "Hey, I'm already married and have a child. I won't pretend to be reserved." Then Huang Yu boldly opened her mouth and bit Yang Dingtian's neck. Then the entire treehouse became the craziest battlefield. Then Yang Dingtian decided that he would go find Queen Poisa tomorrow and fight alone. Chapter 6:24. As long as the sword stabbed down, Queen Poisa would be reduced to ashes. As long as the sword stabbed down, everyone in Holy Valley could be saved, and everyone in the Dongli grassland could be saved. However, Yang Dingtian still did not stab down, not because he was soft-hearted, nor because he was blinded by love. It was because of the doubts in his heart. "Yang Dingtian, why aren't you making a move? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Suddenly, Queen Poisa said in a hoarse voice. Suddenly, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck Yang Dingtian's head. His gaze immediately turned to Queen Poisa's face. Her beautiful eyes were still blurred, and she was still kissing Yang Dingtian's face. "If I remember correctly, you should be holding a sword of nothingness in your space ring. You can stab me at any time and reduce me to ashes." Queen Poisa said. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled again. "That good sister of mine is indeed powerful to be able to send you to assassinate me. You are indeed the only one who can succeed." Queen Poisa said, "I am already aroused, and my 7-inch bone gate has already opened. If not for your hesitation, I would already be dead." "Yang Dingtian, when did you discover my killing intent?" "Just when you were struggling. Right now, you are struggling." Queen Venomusa said, "Yang Dingtian, that shouldn't be. You clearly know that I came from Holy Valley, so the possibility of me coming to assassinate you is very high." "That's right. I didn't take your lethality to heart. Of course, the most important thing is that I didn't guard against you at all." Queen Poisa said, "Why?" "Yang Dingtian, because I made you aroused." "No, that's not the reason. Before I tell you the reason, please tell me, why are you hesitating? Why didn't you make a move?" Queen Poisa said, "Because I have a lot of doubts in my heart." Yang Dingtian said, "What doubts?" Queen Poisa said, "Very subtle things." Yang Dingtian, for example, when I talked about the baby as a grandmother, she didn't show any emotion. After Dugu Fengwu and I got married, she turned into an extremely infatuated person and didn't have her previous carefree attitude. There are many, many more, and they are extremely subtle. It's just a feeling, and there is no reason for it. Now it's my turn to answer you." Queen Poisa said, "Why am I not on guard against you? Because my daughter, Shuang is your wife. You are the person she loves the most in this world. And I also know that she has become a Naga." As soon as she said this, Yang Dingtian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He immediately tried to push Queen Poisa away. What? She was Shuang-er's mother? Then, who was Saintess Hai Exan? Because this signified the most terrifying thing. However, Queen Poisa held onto Yang Dingtian tightly and said with a smile, "That's right, I am Dugo Aoshuang's mother." Yang Dingtian tried to push her away again. He had never, ever thought of this possibility. "It doesn't matter, child. Let's not talk about what happened between us. Even if there is something, it doesn't matter. Our sea snake race doesn't care about this," Queen Poisa said. Ridiculous. Yang Dingtian said angrily. His entire body was cold as he said sternly, You, how can you do this? Senior Dugu Shao is my most respected senior. I am Shuang Er's husband. You, how can you do this? Isn't your sea snake race the most loyal race? Queen Poisa gently stroked Yang Dingtian's face, trying to calm him down. Yang Dingtian suddenly pushed her hand away. Dugu Shao is not Shuang Er's father, Queen Poisa said indifferently. Yang Dingtian suddenly trembled. Dugu Shao is not Shuang Er's father? How is that possible? Dugu Shao might be a hero of the world, but someone who can be nurtured by the sea snake race will not appear in hundreds of years. Dugu Shao is not that person. Queen Poisa said, He went to the soul departing palace and didn't ask for anything. He only took away Shuang, who was in swaddling clothes. Yang Dingtian looked at Queen Poisa in disbelief. It turned out that Shuang was raised by Dugu Shao in the soul departing palace. Then, what about Dugu Fengwu? Is she your daughter? Yang Dingtian asked. No, she is not. She is Dugu Zhao's daughter. In order to deceive others, Dugu Shao let outsiders think that Dugu Fengwu and Dugu Aoshuang are twin sisters. Dugu Shao said, Dugu Fengwu's mother is someone else. Even if Senior Dugu Shao is not Shuang Er's father, Shuang Er still has a father. Yang Dingtian said, What do you think of him by doing this? Queen Poisa smiled and caressed Yang Dingtian's face. Silly child, our sea snake race is the most loyal race. If I have a man, why would I betray him? If you don't have a man, how did you give birth to Shuang Er? Yang Dingtian said angrily. Maybe there is a man, but I don't know. Queen Poisa smiled bitterly and said, When I was pregnant, I didn't know anything. I don't know who that person is. Maybe he is just a demon. During those few days, I seemed to be in a daze and didn't know anything. By the time I woke up, I was already pregnant. If there is such a man, then he is probably a demon. Yang Dingtian was astonished. Even Queen Poisa didn't know who Shuang Er's father was. At that time, I was living a boring and leisurely life in the snake race. Hai Xian didn't want to be lonely and roamed the world, trying to find someone who could make her go into heat so that she could give birth to a powerful race of gods. Poisa said indifferently. Just like that, the days passed. It seemed very slow, but it also seemed very fast. 100 years passed by with a wave of my hand. That's right, there was a period of time when your master, Dongfang Minmi, tried to barge into my territory. In the end, I used the great illusion art to expel him. Of course, there were many people who were expelled by me. Yang Dingtian's heart shuddered. He said that his master had barged into the snake race's territory not long ago, and no outsiders knew about it. And Queen Poisa said this matter, so it was undoubtedly true. Suddenly, one day, it was as if an immortal in the sky had stretched out a hand and directly grabbed me and took me thousands of miles away, hundreds of thousands of miles away. Then, I don't know anything. When I woke up, I was already pregnant, and I was in a dilapidated and lonely palace. Queen Poisa said, Palace? Soul leaving palace? Yang Dingtian said in shock. Yes, soul leaving palace. Queen Poisa said, A small and dilapidated palace. It was very old, and very lonely. There was no door. I couldn't break it. I couldn't get out. At that time, with my half-sage cultivation, I couldn't break a window even if I tried my best. Not to mention going out, I couldn't even look at the scenery outside. Yang Dingtian's soul was almost trembling. He said, and then I stayed in the soul departure hall for a few years. Then one day, I felt a sharp pain in my stomach, and I immediately fell unconscious. Queen Vinamsa said, When I woke up, I had already recovered to my original state. Beside me, there's a baby covered in scales. You know that it's Shuang. And then, Yang Dingtian asked. Then, footsteps came from outside. Queen Poisa said, I was very excited because this was the first time in several years that someone had come to the soul-leaving palace. However, I was immediately imprisoned in the darkness. I could see everything, but I couldn't make any sound, and no one could see me. And then, Yang Dingtian. Then I saw a person push open the door and come in. This person was Duga Xiao. Queen Poisa said. The first thing he saw when he came in was Shuang, who was crying on the ground. Her entire body was covered in terrifying scales. Then it was as if there was an energy that suddenly enveloped his body. His face fell into an expression of incomparable happiness, incomparable satisfaction, and incomparable intoxication, as if he was in a fairyland. Then a sound came from the soul leaving palace. This was the first time in a few years that a sound came from the soul leaving palace. What kind of sound was it? Yang Dingtian asked. It was very ordinary, so ordinary that it couldn't be described with words. Queen Poisa said, this sound told Duga Xiao that since he had found this place, it was a great fate. Therefore, he wanted to fulfill Duga Xiao's wish. It could make him the #1 person in the world, give him the most powerful cultivation technique, give him the most powerful energy. Anything, as long as Duga Xiao asks, the soul leaving palace can give him. Yang Dingtian immediately thought of Zhu Qingzhu. After he went to the soul leaving palace, he obtained the 2nd-class evil spirit energy and immediately became a top expert closest to the half-saint realm. There was also the lonely man. After entering the soul leaving palace, he obtained the most powerful Yiksha body. Senior Dugu Xiao didn't want anything. He only wanted Shuang, who was crying on the ground. Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, he looked at the crying baby on the ground with pity. He asked if he could ask for something before taking the baby away. The soul leaving palace said no and could only take one. Furthermore, he said that this baby was to be raised in the soul departing palace. Queen Venom Shah said, Duga Xiao said that he wanted this baby. The soul leaving palace was quiet for a while and said, this is not what I want to provide. Dugu Xiao said, but you said that I can choose anything in this palace. Therefore, the soul leaving palace agreed to let Dugu Xiao take the baby away. Therefore, Aoshuang became Duga Xiao's daughter. Yang Dingtian said with a trembling voice, actually, Senior Dugu Xiao has always treasured Shuang. He even used Fingwu's birth to help cover up Shuang-er's existence? Yes, it should be so. Queen Poisa said. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled slightly. Previously, Dugu Aoshuang had always had an inferiority complex and was even extreme. She felt that Dugu Xiao didn't love her, didn't care about her, and was biased towards Dugu Fengwu. She even hated Dugu Xiao and was jealous of Dugu Fengwu. She didn't expect that Dugu Fengwu existed because of her. And then, Yang Dingtian asked. Then I lost my divine sense. When I woke up again, I was already at home in the Snakeman Race's tower. Those few years in the soul-leaving palace were like a dream. It was as if nothing had happened. Queen Poisa said, in fact, I didn't feel anything strange with my own body. Therefore, later on, I always suspected that these things didn't happen. Perhaps it was really a dream, but this made me very afraid of leaving the Snakeman race. Therefore, I sent my most trusted and beloved sister, Hai Exin, to scout for the humans. Hai Exin is younger than you? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, she is younger than me, about 100 years younger. Therefore, I was the one who brought her up. For a very long time, we relied on each other for survival. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, in fact, many of these snake men were personally brought up by me. For example, Momo, who is infatuated with you, is the one I love the most. Yang Dingtian suddenly thought that Hai Exan went to the human continent and acted as Mistress Midi. She traveled the world to find the whereabouts of Dugu Aoshuang. Later on, Hai Exan came back and reported to me, Dugu Xiao did have a daughter, and her body was covered in scales. Queen Poisa said, I then knew that all of this wasn't a dream. I still didn't dare to leave this tower, so I could only let Hai Exan secretly protect Shuang. She was very interested in Shuang, or at first. thinking that she was a Naga. After more than 10 years, she didn't find any energy in Shuang, Er's body, nor did she find any possibility of Naga. Therefore, she gradually gave up her mission to protect and turned to travel the world to find someone who could make her fall in love. She wanted to give birth to a powerful race of gods. Later on, she saw countless men and didn't find any signs of love, so she temporarily gave up and returned to the snakeman race. She started to ask me who made me give birth to offspring. I said that I didn't know, but she didn't believe me. She felt that I was lying to her. Therefore, she became more and more suspicious of me, more and more jealous, until one day she was jealous of everything I had, including my power in the snakeman race. She tried to take everything away from me, and then Yang Dingtian asked. Then she colluded with the highest spies of evil ways in the Dongli Prairie. Queen Poisa said, "Of course, even so." She didn't dare to make a move against me because I was much stronger than her, until one day my cultivation suddenly began to decline. That day I suddenly became very weak. She didn't know what was going on, but I knew because Shuang had transformed into a Naga. Therefore, she, who had endured for many years, finally made a move with the spies of evil ways to kill me. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Saintess Hai Xan said that Queen Poisa was colluding with evil ways, but he didn't expect that Queen Poisa would say that the one who colluded with the evil ways was Hai Xan herself. Queen Poisa continued. However, the time she chose was still not right. At that time, although I was already weak, I was not weak to that extent. Therefore, I seriously injured her. I could kill her, but I couldn't bear it. Therefore, she escaped. Moreover, she began to make a move on the entire Dongli Prairie, trying to find countless cannon fodder to destroy my Naga race. But I saw that the person who built the Naga Empire was you, and the person who turned the Dongli Prairie into hell was also you. Yang Dingtian said, "That's right. I made the first move." Queen Poisa said, "In the shortest amount of time, I swept through the entire Power Prairie and built the Naga Empire. Then why did you turn the entire Dongli Prairie into hell? Why did you use tens of millions of slaves to build a line of defense for tens of thousands of miles? Don't say that you didn't do these things. Don't say that you didn't kill these tens of millions of half-humans." Yang Dingtian said angrily, "That's right, I did it, I killed them." Queen Poisa said, "Then why? Could it be to deal with Hai Xan? That can't be." Yang Dingtian said, "Of course, it's not to deal with Hai Xan." Queen Poisa looked at Yang Dingtian and said word by word, "It's for you. The World Extermination War is coming soon. I don't have much time left, so I have to completely clean up the Dongli Prairie in the shortest amount of time. I definitely can't let the half-humans become one of the evil ways of the Legion of Doom. I want to leave you with a complete Naga empire. I want to build an unprecedentedly huge line of defense. In the future, when the entire human continent completely falls, you still have a final place of defense." Queen Poisa looked at Yang Dingtian. "I know what you did in the western and central continents. You're too slow, you're too soft-hearted. My heart is hard enough, so I can turn the entire Dongli Prairie into the most powerful fortress. For my daughter, for my son-in-law, what can I not do?" Yang Dingtian said with a trembling voice, "Now that we're like this, how can I be your son-in-law?" Queen Poisa said, "Actually, I don't mind giving birth to a younger sister for Shuang, but it seems like you mind, so there's no need to continue." Hearing Queen Poisa's words, Yang Dingtian wanted to refute it as a fallacy, but in the end he couldn't say anything. That middle-aged man who was sent to Demon City's merchant hall to auction the first volume of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying sword art was also sent by you? Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes, I also sent him." Queen Poisa said, "Did he give you the secret manual?" "You don't know?" Yang Dingtian said. "No what?" Queen Poisa said, "I thought he was sent by the evil ways, so I didn't buy it. The secret manual fell into the hands of Earth-Splitting City's Lord, Kuei Si, and this Naga man was killed. Yang Dingtian said. Queen Poisa's eyes trembled, revealing a trace of pain. That middle-aged Naga man's status was actually very low, not worth mentioning. But his death still made her eyes tremble. Of course, don't worry, I got the first volume of the 4th stage of the pig slaying sword art through another channel. Yang Dingtian said, Demon City's Merchant Hall is at your people? They told me that the pig slaying sword art is in your hands, and told me to come to Dongli Grassland to find you. But after I came, I first met Saintess Hai Xan. Your Majesty Queen, is the 2nd volume of the 4th stage of the pig slaying sword art in your hands? At this time in Holy Valley, old slave Ah Wu stood behind Saintess Hai Xan, his eyes filled with infatuation and adoration. He only dared to release such a gaze when facing her from the back. When facing her from the front, he would feel extremely ashamed. Master, it should be about time. Yang Dingtian should have already killed Poisa. Ah Wu said. Who knows? But no matter what, that sister of mine is dead for sure today. Saintess Hai Xen said indifferently. Gui Wuzi, why don't I bestow her body to you later? How about it? Xian Tian Sex Gui Wuzi, Evil Ways' highest spy in Central Continent, one of the only 2 spirit masters in the world at that time. Chapter 6, 25. The 2nd half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Queen Poisa said, I don't have it here, but Hai Exa may have it, because the first half was given to me by her when she was traveling the continent. Yang Dingtian suddenly frowned. The so-called Saintess Hai Xen was so scheming. It was really difficult to get something from her. Now that you have seen through Hai Xen, what are you going to do? Yang Dingtian said, I don't object to you killing her, but you have to let go of some people around her and the people in the Holy Valley. No, I won't kill her, and I can't kill her. Queen Poisa smiled and said, Little Tian, I'm no longer her opponent. My cultivation is degenerating every day. Previously, I could still defeat Hai Xan by relying on the tower's array. Now, I'm far from being her opponent. It's just that she doesn't know that after being seriously injured by me once, she doesn't dare to attack me again. Instead, she sent you to kill me. Yang Dingtian was horrified and said, With so many great masters and masters, you still can't kill her. I don't know. Queen Poisa said, Little Tian, she was also a half-step saint before, but after being seriously injured by me a few months ago, she was only a great master. I'm not sure if she has recovered. If she hasn't recovered, then my subordinates can kill her. If she has recovered, then she can kill all of my subordinates. Yang Dingtian said, Then you have to guess that she has fully recovered. Otherwise, she won't attack you. If she hasn't fully recovered, even if she kills you, she won't be able to take down the Snake Empire. Queen Poisa said, If she has recovered to half-step saint, then she is invincible in the entire Dongli Grassland. On the peak of the huge stone mountain, she was meditating with her eyes closed, absorbing the moonlight. Below her, there was a piece of raw stone that was spinning with white light. The moonlight in the sky and the huge mountain below seemed to provide an incomparably powerful energy that crazily poured into her body. In the end, her body became darker and darker. In fact, it was as if it had devoured all light, and its entire body seemed to have turned into a black hole. All of a sudden, her beautiful eyes snapped open. She stretched out her jade-like hand and gently clenched and twisted it in the direction of Yang Dingtian and Huang Yu's bridal chamber. Bang! In an instant, the bridal chamber dozens of miles away was smashed to pieces. Then, she pressed her palm against the pond below the bridal chamber. Suddenly, the entire pond burst into blue flames, instantly turning the water in the pond into nothingness. Elder sister, the injuries you caused me have finally healed today. Don't worry, I will return it to you tenfold, 100-fold. Hai Xan said indifferently. At this moment, a stooped figure flew to the top of the mountain like a vulture. He knelt at her feet and said in a trembling voice, "Congratulations, Master, for returning to the half-saint level. I've been cultivating for nearly 2,000 years, but I'm only a semi-sage." "It's not worth mentioning," Hai Xan said indifferently. "Well, I'm going to do something soon. You deal with this place." "Yes," Gui Wuzi said. Then, like a fairy, Hai Xan floated down from the sky. Gui Wuzi looked at the origin stone Hai Xan sat on with incomparable infatuation. Below there was a bottomless cave. Inside there are countless corpses, endless corpses. All of them are women. All of them are in their teens, young half-human girls. There are tens of thousands of corpses. The originally tender and beautiful girls all have distorted faces and died in fear. All of the girls are like dried corpses. All of their blood and yin energy were sucked out. The exact number is 90,000. Hai Xan used the most direct method to restore her half-saint level cultivation. Because the seal is too strong, most of these girls came from Holy Valley. They regarded Hai Xan as their holy maiden, their lifelong idol who had given them a new lease on life. But they never thought that they would become her food. Xiao Tian, now in Dongli Grassland, there is no one who is Hai Xan's opponent. She can also easily kill me. It's just that a few months ago, she was scared of me. So she didn't dare to come to me directly, Hai Xan said. Today she asked you to kill me, so no matter what, she will come to me. Yang Dingtian suddenly trembled. So no one can stop her, Queen Poisa said indifferently. Yang Dingtian said, even Naga can't? Shuang is now beside me. Should I let her come out to see you? No, don't. Queen Poisa said, I want to see her more than anything. But my relationship with her is too close. Once I see her, it will affect her dependence on you. Before the two of you have sex, you must not let her come into contact with a second person, even if that person is her mother. You must become her one and only lover in this world, a family member. Otherwise, when she is truly strong, it will be difficult for you to control her. Naga's contempt for humans is unparalleled. Xiao Tian, do you know? In ancient times, after the defective Naga looked for humans to mate with, what did they do? Yang Dingtian shook his head. Eat that man directly, Queen Poisa said. Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, Didn't they say that Naga are the most loyal in the world? Even your sea snake clan will be dead set once you fall in love with a male. That's right, the second generation Naga is a race full of defects, different from the sea snake clan and Naga, Queen Poisa said. Yang Dingtian, then aren't you a second generation Naga? How can you give birth to a Naga? Queen Poisa said, the reason is very simple. It's because the master of the soul-leaving palace did something to my body. And you have also discovered that Shuang, Naga, should be different from the legendary Naga. I have never seen a real Naga, Yang Dingtian said. I haven't seen it either, Queen Poisa said. Then she suddenly held Yang Dingtian's face and put her beautiful face close to him. Xiao Tian, do you think I'm beautiful? Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Of course you're beautiful. Your beauty now surpasses Hai Xan and Shu Piaoyan. Perhaps only Shuang can compare to you when she grows up. Sigh. Queen Poisa sighed softly and said, Xiao Tian, you regard me as an elder, and I regard you as a man. Even though I gave birth to a child, I have never fallen in love. Today is the first time. Hai Xan will be here soon. You have to think of a way, Yang Dingtian said. A way? Queen Poisa said softly. My cultivation is degenerating every day. Now, according to you humans, I'm only an advanced grandmaster. Rather than degenerating like this, it's better to give it to you. Give it to me? How? Yang Dingtian said in shock. You know the yin-yang devouring mystic technique, Queen Poisa said. Yang Dingtian's face instantly stiffened. He gritted his teeth and said, I really can't do it. Then I'll do it, Queen Poisa gently pressed her jade-like hand on Yang Dingtian's chest. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's body was completely unable to move. Queen Poisa said, although I have given birth, I have checked. My body is not damaged. I don't even know how I gave birth to the child. Today, before I die, please grant me my wish. I will use the yin-yang devouring mystic technique to give you my cultivation and then die in your arms. Let Hai Xan think that you killed me. That way, she will let you go. As Queen Poisa spoke, she used the yin-yang devouring mystic technique to transfer all her cultivation to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian could not move, but he gritted his teeth so hard that blood flowed out. Queen Poisa's beautiful eyes trembled and tears flowed out. She said, You still feel that you can't pass the barrier in your heart, right? If I do this, it will leave you with a shadow, right? Yang Dingtian moved his gaze, indicating that he admitted it. Queen Poisa removed the restriction and said, Speak. Yang Dingtian stared at her and said, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, Your Majesty. Because you don't have a husband, since you want to give everything to me, I dare to accept it. However, I definitely won't accept it under such circumstances. Such a situation is too despairing. Tell me your plan. Queen Poisa said, I have already arranged everything. I will give all my cultivation to you and then die in your arms. Let Hai Xan think that I was killed by you. That way, she will let you go. I have already ordered that after I die, the entire snake men race will not resist. They will worship Hai Xan as their queen and preserve their strength. One day, when you are strong enough or when Shuang is strong enough, you will return to the Snake Men Empire, kill Hai Xan, and take control of the entire Snake Men Empire. I've already arranged everything. The day Hai Xan dies, you will be the king of the Snake Men Empire. Then, Queen Poisa sighed softly and said, Hai Xan has always been jealous of my rule over the Snake Men race, jealous of my power. However, she does not know that to the Snake Men race, I am not the queen but their mother. The reason why they obey me is not because I am strong, but because they were all raised by me. Shuang is too strong and too arrogant. She cannot be the queen of the Snake Men race. Momo is different. She has extraordinary talent and has been in love with you. So when you leave the Dongli grassland, you can make her the queen and take control of the entire Snake Men Empire. Queen Poisa said, What you need to do now is to accept everything about me. Let me die in your arms, and then watch Hai Xan become the queen of the Snake Men Empire, and then safely escape. How do you know that she won't kill me? Yang Dingtian said, Even if you pretend that I killed you, she might still kill me. No, you are the only one who can make her in love. As long as you don't find out her conspiracy, she won't kill you. Queen Poisa said, She even has to show the appearance of a saintess in front of everyone, in front of you. Yang Dingtian's face twitched. Silly child, there is no other way. My cultivation has been degenerating. I can't waste it. Today I will definitely die. No one can stop Hai Xan. Only if I die in your arms and give the queen to her can I protect the Snake Men race and protect you. Queen Poisa said. After saying that, Queen Poisa gently stroked Yang Dingtian's lips and said, Okay, I'm done. Fulfill me. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. Anyone will be captivated by your beauty. Yang Dingtian said, I said, Since you dare to give it to me, then I dare to take it. But not now, not a night of spring breeze. I want it from morning to night. I want it forever. Fool, it's impossible. Queen Poisa said with a smile, For me, a short moment is enough. Golden wind and jade do meet. Is it better than countless people in the world? Yang Dingtian said. This stolen poem had instantly stirred the venomous queen's emotions as she kissed Yang Dingtian deeply. Yang Dingtian pressed down on her waist, making her unable to move, and said, It's not enough for me. I want it from morning to night. Then, let's change the plan and do as I say. How about it? No, little Tian. Queen Poisa said with a trembling voice, "You will kill yourself. Today is a dead end. I must die." "Yes, but it's a different way to die, a way to die from morning to night in the future." Yang Dingtian said, "Okay, it's decided. Today we will follow my plan, okay?" Queen Venom Shah looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were filled with pampering and dependence. "Everyone says that I, Queen Poisa, am ruthless and unfathomable. In fact, it's all nonsense. I'm just a simple woman. So I stay in the tower every day, writing and drawing, and taking care of the hatched serpent men children." Queen Poisa sighed and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to everything you say." Hai Xian, who was at the half-step saint level, directly entered within a few dozen miles of the tower. She didn't encounter any obstruction. Suddenly she was shocked. She was really afraid of this elder sister, although she looked so gentle and pure. But it was this pure woman who pretended to be weak a few months ago and lured her to attack, almost causing her to die. If it wasn't for her soft-heartedness, she would have become a pile of bones. Now, although she felt that her elder sister was definitely going to die, she couldn't help but be afraid when she approached the tower. After all, this was the elder sister who had raised her since she was young. She was really afraid of her. Could this be a trap? Hai Xian's footsteps even slightly hesitated. However, she had no other choice. At this moment, she saw Yang Dingtian slowly walk to the window of the tower, holding the sword of nothingness that was dripping with black smoke. Hai Xian was ecstatic and quickly left. Chapter 6, 26. Yang Dingtian had once asked why the sword of nothingness could kill Poisa, so naturally it could also kill Hai Xian. Queen Poisa said 2 sentences. First of all, this sword of nothingness was provided by Hai Xian, so she was absolutely on guard against this thing. Second, Hai Xian could not die now. Before Yang Dingtian or Shuang Er became strong, the Snake Men Empire needed at least one quasi-holy rank expert. As she walked up the tower, Hai Xian's heart was filled with an unprecedented excitement, an unprecedented joy, and an unprecedented nervousness and unease. For the past few years, Poisa had been locked up in the tower, not knowing anything about the outside world. Before, the only way she could get information was through herself. Moreover, everything Queen Poisa did in the Dongli grassland was incomparably cruel and could not be washed away. Therefore, Hai Xian was very relieved to let Yang Dingtian come to see Queen Poisa. Of course, in this world, only 5 people knew that Shuang Er had become Naga: Duga Xiao, Qin Wanchou, Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Minmi, and Queen Poisa. And only these 5 people knew that Naga Shuang was by Yang Dingtian's side. This was the world's top secret, and Saintess Hai Xian did not know. Therefore, she was relieved to let Yang Dingtian come to see Queen Poisa. With Yang Dingtian's character of abhorring evil, and in order to protect the people in Holy Valley, he would definitely take action. On this point, Hai Xian was very, very confident. Walking to the top of the tower, there was a door in front of her. Hai Xian was unprecedentedly uneasy and nervous. If this was a trap, if Poisa was waiting for her inside, then this time she would be dead for sure. Since he had come this far, there was no turning back. Hai Xian pushed the door open. There was no suspense. She saw a corpse. It was a beautiful corpse. This woman whom she was afraid of, whom she relied on, whom she was jealous of, and whom she hated, had finally become a corpse. The only woman in this world who was more beautiful than him, who was so beautiful that he was jealous of her even in death, had finally become a cold corpse. She lay quietly on the bed, completely naked. There was also a scarlet mark on his body. Her face was still in the most blurred and intoxicated state. However, this perfect body didn't look like a corpse at all. Instead, it looked like the most perfect jade statue. Hai Xian stepped forward and flipped the back of her neck. Sure enough, her 7-inch bone gate was opened. In the softest vital area, there was an extremely dark black dot. Her sister, Poisa, was dead. He was deader than dead. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, was holding a sword of nothingness and standing on the side in a daze. Seeing Hai Xan enter, Yang Dingtian's scattered eyes became slightly focused. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Hai Xan quickly ran over and hugged Yang Dingtian in her arms as she kept saying gently in her ear, "Where's the box for the sword?" Hai Xan asked gently. Yang Dingtian took out a jade box in a daze. "Be good, put it in." Hai Xan held her breath. Yang Dingtian placed the sword of nothingness into box. Hai Xan heaved a long sigh of relief and then kept the jade box in her arms as she said gently, I'm sorry, child, I'm sorry." Then Hai Xan hugged Yang Dingtian in her arms as tears kept flowing down her face. Her schemes were indeed very deep. She only said sorry, but did not say why Yang Dingtian had taken the risk of using this sword of nothingness. It was as if she had said everything, but also as if she had not said anything at all. Why didn't you run? Why didn't you run after you succeeded? Do you know how dangerous it was? Thank goodness I arrived in time. Otherwise you would have been dead for sure. Hai Xan grumbled. When I killed her, she seemed to be very happy. Yang Dingtian said, She didn't seem to be as powerful as I imagined. What did she say to you? Hai Xan hugged Yang Dingtian. No, she didn't say anything. Yang Dingtian said. Hai Xan released Yang Dingtian and then took off her robe and draped it over Yang Dingtian's body. Then she picked up Queen Poise's green dress from the ground, and a trace of admiration appeared in her beautiful eyes. Then she put the dress on Queen Poise's body. All right, little Tian, I'll take you away, Hai Xan said gently. Right at this moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Outside, dozens of light shadows flashed and stopped an instant. The 4 commanders and 16 generals of the Snake People Empire were all present. This was the highest level of the Snake People Empire. Perhaps this was the most beautiful and enchanting group in the world. Every single one of them, if placed in the hands of a human, would be a 1 in a million beauty. Seeing Queen Poise's body on the bed, suddenly everyone showed a horrified expression. Then half of them shed tears. At first it was just tears, but later it turned into tears of blood. And the other half of them did not shed a single tear. They just clenched their jade teeth tightly. Puff! Finally, when Gu Chang could not help it, she opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Your queen, my sister, I killed her. Hai Xan said slowly, I can't sit by and watch her turn the entire Dongli grassland into hell. I can't sit by and watch countless lives become slaves. If you want to avenge her, come. Suddenly, the 4 commanders and 16 generals of the Snake People race, 20 pairs of beautiful eyes instantly looked at Hai Xan. They did not hide their most hateful gazes at all. Among them, Viper Mo's beautiful corner of her eye even burst open, blood dripping from the corner of her eye. If you want to kill me, do it. Hai Xan slowly closed her beautiful eyes and stood against the wind. After a long time, the 4 commanders and 16 generals of the Snake People race did not make a move. Instead, they knelt down neatly. Your subordinate pays his respects to Queen Hai Xan. Hai Xan's delicate body trembled violently. In her heart, it was as if a flower had suddenly bloomed. She had succeeded. She had finally waited for this day. The scene in front of her was completely out of her expectations. The half-human race was like this. Once the king was killed, even if the hatred was as deep as the sea, the clansman who killed the king would be worshipped as the new king. This was the law of the half-human race. The strongest was the king. However, Hai Xan had never known this. From the beginning to the end, Poisa had never shown her strength to the Snake People race, except for Hai Xan. The reason why the Snake People race worshipped Poisa as their king was entirely because of their love and admiration for her. However, people always saw the world from their own eyes, from their own hearts. In Hyexion's eyes, the strongest was the king. Then, in her world, the strongest was the king. At this moment, her 1,000 years of dream had come true. In her excitement and ecstasy, perhaps because she was too close to Yang Dingtian, she even felt that deep in her heart, her feelings seemed to be rippling, burning her heart, making her completely unable to suppress it. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes could not help but quickly drift towards Yang Dingtian. Then she immediately moved away. Saintess Hyexan defeated and killed Queen Poisa, becoming the new queen of the Snake People Empire. After this news spread, the 8 major battle clans were in a state of panic. However, the entire Snake People race seemed very calm. Within the Sacred Valley, it had completely become a sea of joy. Everyone was in a state of ecstasy. They were saved. Their saintess had once again created a miracle. Within the entire Sacred Valley, almost everyone was shouting the name of Saintess Hyexan. Only one person had tears in her beautiful eyes, and her beautiful face was filled with anger. This person was Huang Yu. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she rushed into his embrace like a little bird. Her beautiful eyes filled with hatred as she said, "Husband, did Master use you to kill Queen Poisa? Is it? Yang Dingtian gently stroked her hair and said, "There's no such thing." "Don't lie to me, it must be so." Huang Yu cried, "Only you can make the Snake People race fall head over heels for you. Only you have the chance to kill Queen Poisa. She must have used you. She must have done so. How could she do this?" Then Huang Yu wiped away her tears and said, "Husband, let's go. From today on, I don't have a master anymore. I'll follow you from now on, and we'll depend on each other." Yang Dingtian stroked her neck lovingly. She really wasn't Feng Wu. She had behaved just like Feng Wu before she got married. She was just as tough and ruthless as Feng Wu. However, after she got married, all the pretense was stripped away. This was a girl who was extremely dependent on her relationship and was even extremely stubborn. Yes, she was very much like a person. On the surface, she looked tough and powerful, but in fact, she was weak and restless. There was no doubt that Hyexan had created the illusion that she was Feng Wu, and the wound on her chest was also faked by Hyexan. Feng Wu's wound had been specially treated by her, and the scar would never disappear. Queen Poisa's body was immersed in unfreezing water, placed in a jade coffin, and then completely sealed in the highest floor of the central tower of the Snake People race. At all times, a Grandmaster Snake People would be guarding the body. Hyexan had killed her, and Hyexan had become the new queen. However, she was very smart and didn't deny everything about Queen Poisa. She still respected her as the founder of the Snake People Empire and the first queen. After that, Queen Hyexan promoted day by day Bella and the other rebel leaders to become the new generals and commanders. After that, Queen Hyexan announced the liberation of the slaves on the Dongli grassland. However, the huge defense line of tens of thousands of kilometers still had to be built, because, according to her, the end of the world was coming soon. The Snake People Empire needed to train the most elite troops and build the strongest defense line to fend off the arrival of the army. The Dongli grassland was being reorganized. The construction of cities and castles still had to be carried out. Smart people might realize that after Queen Hyexan took the throne, what she did wasn't much different from what Queen Poisa did. It was just that her methods were much gentler and gentler. However, the unique characteristics of an independent tribe such as its own territory had disappeared. From then on, the half-human race was no longer divided into werewolves and leopard men. It was a unified Snake People empire. The half-human race was simple-minded. After experiencing Queen Poisa's cruel tyranny, even though Queen Hyexan did the same thing, they felt like they were in heaven. In the main hall of the Snake People Empire, "Mother-in-law, I have to go," Yang Dingtian said. Queen Hyexan trembled slightly and looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. You still blame me, right?" Yang Dingtian shook his head. Queen Hyexian stepped forward and gently grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian and said softly, "Don't go, okay? Stay and help me. There are too many things to do in the Snake People Empire, and you are the person closest to me." Yang Dingtian said, "But I also have many things to do in the human continent. Mother-in-law, the real reason why I came to the Dongli grassland is that I have yet to do." "What is it?" Queen Hyexian said. "I will help you do it, okay? I came to find the second half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The people of the Demon City's Merchant Palace told me that the pig-slaying swordsmanship is in the Dongli grassland of the Snake People tribe." Yang Dingtian said. Queen Hyexian's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and a complicated look flashed through her eyes. "Little Tian, don't go first. I will help you ask, okay?" Hyexian said. "I will give you a reply tomorrow." Yang Dingtian's eyes were filled with surprise. "Mother-in-law has the whereabouts of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? I can't say for the time being, but I will definitely give you a reply." Queen Hyexian said, "By the way, Feng is angry with me now. She blames me for risking you and ignores me every day. Help me to talk to her." "I will," Yang Dingtian said. "That's good. Let's have dinner together as a family," Hyexian said softly. Yang Dingtian was about to leave. Suddenly, Hyexian gently hugged Yang Dingtian and kissed Yang Dingtian on the cheek. "Little Tian, Mother really hopes that you can stay." Yang Dingtian strolled alone in the fairyland-like forest. "What should I call you?" "Mother-in-law, I really can't bring myself to call you. Should I call you Her Majesty?" Yang Dingtian said in his heart. "Can you call me Sha Sha? You promised me that you would stay by my side day and night." Queen Poisa's voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. "Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you. Hyexian has drilled into my mind countless times, trying to probe my spirit and memory. If it weren't for your soul temporarily blocking my memory, I would have already revealed a flaw. Once a flaw was revealed, I would only have one result, and that is to die on the spot." "Not necessarily. Hyexian wouldn't be willing to do that." Queen Poisa said. "However, it's still too dangerous to stay by her side. Once she mentions the pig-slaying swordsmanship, you have to leave immediately. It's too dangerous to stay by the side of a half-sage. I'm really afraid that because of her ambition, she will kill you one day after successfully using you to conceive." Chapter 6:27. "And no matter what Hyexian's reply is tomorrow, I have to leave. At most, I will search for the legendary Mermaid Empire." Yang Dingtian said, "When I return, it will be the time of Hyexian's death. I will put up with your soul temporarily in my brain. After I kill Hyexian, I will use soul convergence to revive you. At that time, you will still be the one to personally lead the entire Snake Men Empire." Queen Poisa said, "The most important thing is, at that time, I want to become your woman and be with you openly." "All right," Yang Dingtian said, "it's a deal." "Husband, are you leaving?" Huang Yu asked the moment she saw Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment and nodded. "All right, then we will leave now. I will follow you," Huang Yu said, her beautiful eyes filled with stubbornness and determination. Yang Dingtian sighed and caressed her beautiful face. Being together with her was a beautiful mistake. It was because he thought that she was Dugu Fengwu that Yang Dingtian agreed to marry her again. After the marriage, she removed all her strong pretense and allowed Yang Dingtian to see through Hyexian's flaws. That was why she didn't kill Queen Poisa. It could be said that Huang Yu had indirectly saved Poisa. She had also indirectly saved Yang Dingtian. Otherwise, when Yang Dingtian knew that Hyexian had killed Dugu Aoshuang's mother and that Yang Dingtian had been used by her to kill the queen who had wholeheartedly built the entire empire for him, Yang Dingtian would collapse. "No, it is too dangerous for you to follow me." Yang Dingtian said gently. I will definitely come and get you within 2 years. No, Huang Yu said fiercely. No, is it because you still have a wife at home and don't dare to take me home? I have a wife at home, but I definitely dare to bring you home, and I will definitely bring you home, Yang Dingtian said. However, you must stay by your master's side. No, I want to go with you. Huang Yu's gaze became incomparably stubborn. She said, I am your wife. If I marry a chicken, I will follow the chicken. If I marry a dog, I will follow the dog. Besides, there is a child between us. We are husband and wife. Looking at Huang Yu's intense expression, Yang Dingtian had a thought. Perhaps the woman in front of him was completely innocent. She didn't know anything about her master. Hai Xan had modified her body and even modified some of her memories. But she really didn't know anything. Yang Dingtian really wanted to ask Huang Yu what her memories of him were like. Who was she? However, he couldn't ask. Once he did, he would definitely arouse Hai Xan's suspicion. However, her stubborn character made her more and more like a woman. That woman was Yun Kalin. Without deep contact, one would think that Yun Kalin was a powerful guru. Only after a deep understanding, one would discover her stubborn and even narrow-minded character. Then a terrible thing happened. Yes, Hai Xan had indeed traveled the world as the lost mistress, and she had indeed adopted Yun Kalin's daughter. Then, let's assume that the girl in front of him was Yun Kalin's daughter, Yun Jianu. Then, who was Yun Jianu in the distant Zhongzhou state? Who was Yang Dingtian's personal secretary? Yang Dingtian had sent someone to thoroughly check her body. There was no wound on her chest, and she was still a virgin. Who was she? Yang Dingtian caressed Huang Yu's face and said, Now your father has used all his power to turn you into another person. He wants you to bid farewell to your past, and he doesn't want you to be involved in the future war of evil ways. Now the human continent is in turmoil. Once I bring you back, you will be completely involved. I can't do that. I'm not afraid, Huang Yu said loudly. But I am. Yang Dingtian said, The grassland of Dongli is thousands of miles away. You're safe here. Huang Yu said fiercely, No, whatever you say is useless. I must go with you. Unless you say that you don't want me, then I can pretend that nothing happened. Then you will find a day to kill me, right? Yang Dingtian laughed. Huang Yu couldn't help but laugh and said, Yes, I will cultivate with all my might. When my cultivation surpasses yours, I will kill you, you bastard. Then she hugged Yang Dingtian tightly and said, Husband, I beg you, don't leave me here. Yang Dingtian kissed her eyebrows gently and said softly, Huang Yu, Yang Dingtian, may be a bastard, but I will keep my words. In 2 years at most, I will come to the grassland of Dongli to pick you up. You may not know my identity. I am now the leader of the Tiando League and the leader of the Council of Light. You. Huang Yu said in surprise. Hey, what's with your tone and expression? Yang Dingtian pinched her mouth and said with a smile, All right, my cultivation may be a little weak, but it is a fact. Now, I am a little worried about your master. She said that Queen Poisa was entangled with evil ways, but in the end she was not. I am very afraid that evil ways will infiltrate the Naga Empire. You have to help me keep an eye on it, okay? You are telling the truth? Huang Yu said. No, I am just worried. Yang Dingtian said. Hai Xan didn't doubt his words at this point. Hai Xan was already aware of Yang Dingtian's doubts. You will definitely come in 2 years? Huang Yu said. Definitely, Yang Dingtian said. All right, I promise you. If you don't come, I will kill my way back to the human countries to find you, Huang Yu said. Then her beautiful eyes turned and said, Also, you have to stay at home with me tonight. Maybe when you come back the year after next, we will have another baby. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. The next day, Hai Xan met with Yang Dingtian as promised. Little Tian, first of all, I have to tell you that I don't have the pig-slaying sword art's 4th stage, lower volume. Hai Xan said. Yang Dingtian's expression changed, and then he said, what else? However, I personally took the pig-slaying sword art's 4th stage, upper volume from someone. Yang Dingtian said, or he personally gave it to me as an exchange. Who? In exchange for what? Yang Dingtian asked. A person called Yang Yincheng, the son of Cloud Sky City's former city lord. At that time, he was fleeing to the Dongli grasslands. In the end, he was pursued. He said that he wanted to use a rare treasure in exchange for my help. Hai Xan said, I don't care about rare treasures, but in their group, there was a child that I couldn't ignore. So I saved him, and he gave me the secret manual. I didn't care at all. It wasn't until you completely rose that the pig-slaying sword art became a true rare treasure. I had people send the pig-slaying sword art to the human countries and tried to send it to you. At that moment, Queen Poise's voice rang in Yang Dingtian's ears. Little Tian, this pig-slaying sword art was indeed given to me by Hai Xian 16 years ago. Yang Dingtian calculated. 16 years ago was indeed the time when the Yang family rebelled for the first time and was completely chased out. It was very reasonable for Yang Yincheng to escape at that time. And at that time, Yang Yincheng's escape had stolen many high-level secret manuals from Cloud Sky City. Among them, it should include the pig-slaying sword art's 4th stage. Of course, why were the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stages still in Cloud Sky City? It was very simple, because they fled in a hurry and only stole the highest-level secret manuals. And the pig-slaying sword art's 4th stage was equivalent to an ordinary 8th stage secret manual. It was at least an 8th grade secret manual. Then, this meant that the pig-slaying sword art's 4th stage lower volume was very likely in Yang Yincheng's hands. But now, Yang Yincheng was already dead. Yang Zheng entered Cloud Sky City for the 2nd time to rebel and tried to kill Shimin Wuya. In the 2nd rebellion, Shimin Wuya completely killed Yang Yincheng. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying thought suddenly appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind. An extremely terrifying possibility. This possibility had been ignored by him for a long time, because he had never seen Yang Yincheng. He had always ignored this possibility. Yang Dingtian, why did Yang Yincheng come to the Dongli grassland? I know that because he cultivated the pig-slaying sword art, he turned from a genius to a good-for-nothing, and his cultivation did not improve at all. After coming to the Dongli grassland, he regained his strength. Moreover, he used the darkness crystal to frame Shimin Wuya. Hai Xan said, if I'm not wrong, it should be to see the evil ways of the Dongli grassland. Then, Yang Yincheng had already become a good-for-nothing. So why did he suddenly become so strong? An answer appeared in front of Yang Dingtian's eyes. Evil energy. That's right, it was evil energy. Then, the soul of a person who possessed evil energy would never die. That day his head was chopped off by Shimin Wuya. Everyone thought that he was dead, but if he possessed evil energy, his soul would never die. Of course, with his level, he might not be able to condense his soul or have the qualifications to be resurrected, but his soul could always be a wanderer. Then where would his soul be? No matter where his soul floated to, when Shimin Wuya died, he would definitely return to Cloud Sky City. And when Yang Zheng returned to Cloud Sky City to participate in the city Lord martial arts competition, he would definitely return to Cloud Sky City. Then, without a doubt, Yang Zheng had failed to frame Yang Dingtian and was turned into a walking corpse by Yang Dingtian using the evil soul art. Yang Yincheng's soul was undoubtedly in Cloud Sky City. Then, after a person who possessed evil energy was killed, his soul would be protected by the evil spirit and would never die. But without the condensing of his soul, he would become weak. Therefore, it was very difficult to possess a normal person's body. But when a person had no soul, he could easily possess another person's body. And Yang Zheng's soul had been extracted by Yang Dingtian and turned into an empty body. And this body was his son's. Thinking of this possibility, Yang Dingtian suddenly shuddered. Mother-in-law, I have to return to the northwest continent immediately. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian said, I don't have time to say goodbye to Huang Yu and Xiang Xiang. Please say goodbye for me. What happened? Don't worry. Hai Xan said gently, if there's anything, Mother can help you. No need. If nothing happened, I can easily solve it myself. If something happened, then… Yang Dingtian said with a trembling voice, Mother-in-law, I'm leaving. I'll send you off, Hai Xan said. Then she took a few steps forward and hugged Yang Dingtian in her arms. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's heart was somewhat strange. His body was slightly trembling as if it was completely out of his control. What the hell? He didn't have any evil thoughts in his heart. How could there be a reaction? At this moment, he was completely like a snake to Hai Xan. How could he have any evil thoughts? Then he immediately thought of Poisa in his mind. She seemed to have stimulated some kind of thought in his mind. Shasha, what are you doing? Yang Dingtian said in his mind. Idiot, Hai Xan is hesitating. Should I turn your brain into a piece of trash and keep you here forever? Shasha said, now is the most dangerous time for you. You must show that you have evil thoughts towards her. Only then will she let you go. Hai Xan instantly felt it. Then her heart trembled and her breathing became rapid. Yes, Yang Dingtian was going to leave. She couldn't stop him. Therefore, she had the idea of turning Yang Dingtian into a walking corpse. She was ready to directly destroy all of Yang Dingtian's consciousness. But Yang Dingtian's reaction made her heart tremble. Perhaps it would be better if Yang Dingtian was alive and well. Only then would the Snake Man race be moved. Moreover, this proved that Yang Dingtian did have evil thoughts towards her, but he was limited by morality and couldn't cross the line. Quickly pushing Hai Xan away, Yang Dingtian blushed and said, I'm sorry. Hai Xan hurriedly sorted out the thoughts in her heart and suppressed her rapid breathing. She tried her best to make herself as natural as possible, using her identity as an elder. She caressed Yang Dingtian's face and spoke gently, Don't forget that the people closest to you are still in the east parting grassland. I know, I will definitely come back, Yang Dingtian said. Then he immediately turned and left. Then, with his fastest speed, he flew towards the south. The faster the better, because Hai Xan's heart was in turmoil. Once she calmed down, she might regret and change her mind 0.6 hours ago. The Sea Heart Queen summoned her servant, Ah Wu, to a secret place. Gui Wuzi, go to the northwest continent's Cloud Heaven City. Queen Hai Xan said, find Yang Zheng and kill him. If you find the pig-slaying swordsmanship on him, immediately use the Void Sword to destroy it. Yes, Gui Wuzi, Ah Wu said. However, why don't you let me bring the pig-slaying swordsmanship back to you? With the pig-slaying swordsmanship, you can control Yang Dingtian and make a deal with the Netherworld Sea and the Vulture Palace. No, I don't need any deal. Queen Hai Xan said coldly, I only want to destroy the pig-slaying swordsmanship, because if I do that, Yang Dingtian will never be strong. He will always listen to me. Northwest Continent, Cloud Heaven City. Little Peach was being intimate with her idiot husband. She loved her idiot husband, who was handsome, didn't look down on her, and was obedient. Little Peach's son was almost a year old now, and he could already walk. He had even started learning how to speak. At this moment, he was sleeping on his little bed. His mother's voice seemed to have woken him up. His beautiful little face began to wrinkle, and his little mouth began to pout. He was about to cry. Little Peach quickly covered her mouth so that she wouldn't wake her precious son up. Next, Little Peach would take a bath with Yang Zheng. She would gently wash Yang Zheng and change his clothes. Then, she would prepare breakfast and feed the baby milk. Next, she would gently feed Yang Zheng. She was very nimble. She did these things quickly and well. Then, she would temporarily hand the baby over to her most trusted maid while she went to work, with Fifth Madam. Now, she could be considered as the vice manager of internal affairs of Cloud Heaven City. She was very, very proud of her identity, so she worked very hard. In particular, Mu Lianyi had become the true madam, sect master. With such a powerful backer, she would naturally work even harder. Before leaving, Little Peach gently kissed Yang Zheng's lips and said softly, "I'm going to work. You have to be good at home." Yang Zheng stiffened his voice. Little Peach reluctantly left and closed the door. Suddenly, only Yang Zheng was left in the room. Yang Zheng stood in place. His originally dull and scattered eyes gradually focused and became bright. Then he said in a hoarse voice, "Son, we should take action."